A quick rebuttal to a recent live stream with Bev Try Thinking on his Discord server, since vertical lines are always perpendicular to the straight line connecting them. But if the Earth were shaped more like a basketball, then locally vertical flagpoles would diverge from each other. Because the line connecting them is not a Euclidean straight line, this green line is also known as a level line, a concept that surveyors know very well.
I got your numbers right here.
And we have now proven that 2 equals 1.
It's just as easy as 1, 2, 3
equals 1.
You have to open up your mind.
Not a Euclidean straight line.
Imagination is all you need.
Not a Euclidean straight line.
Don't take advice from fools. Everything that
was assumed to be a straight line. Was assumed to be a straight line.
Never take advice from fools. We all know what they do is in vain.
Not a Euclidean straight line. Was assumed to be a straight line. We have now proven that 2 equals 1. Since we know that this isn't true, then we have a conundrum. Either we've just disproven the laws of algebra, or there's a mistake hidden somewhere within the steps. In a plane, Euclidean geometry, 2 lines perpendicular to one straight line are parallel to each other. Are parallel to each other.
You just have to say it in generality.
Horizontal and vertical
Just
lines.
like those straight lines are curving.
Horizontal and vertical lines are perpendicular
Drive
to
down
each
the
other.
road, don't you ever swerve.
Therefore, the Earth cannot be a globe.
I don't know
Horizontal and vertical lines are perpendicular.
all of this goes.
Leads us to the conclusion that the Earth cannot be a globe.
Never take advice from fools.
Vertical lines are always perpendicular to the straight line connecting them. Leads us to the conclusion that the Earth cannot be a globe.
Never take advice from fools. Everything that they do is in vain.
So let's revisit the original diagram and point out the original error. Can you see it? This next one, from Engineering, Surveying, and Estimating, shows a curved level line following mean sea level, with horizontal and vertical being perpendicular to each other. Leads us to the conclusion that the Earth cannot be a globe, where your vertical line can be established with a plumb bob. We'll change the horizontal line.
And I know exactly what's on your mind.
The Earth cannot be a globe.
You got your playbook, it's alright.
Then locally vertical flagpoles would diverge
Your
from each
model
other.
dictates what you will find.
We'll change the horizontal line.
And I don't know
Not a Euclidean straight line.
where all of this goes.
The Earth cannot be a globe.
Don't take advice from fools. 'Cause everything that they say is in vain. Never take advice from fools. We all know what they do is in vain.
You cannot have a globe. You cannot have a globe if water forms a plane. You cannot have a globe. I think everybody said you cannot have a globe if water forms a plane.
Thank you.
And if science tells us that the
Now that is scientific fact. There's no real evidence for it, but it is scientific
science
fact.
cannot tell us water forms a plane.
Note that vertical is a local phenomenon, always perpendicular to the level where you are. So let's revisit the original diagram and point out the original error. Note that vertical is a local phenomenon, always perpendicular to the level where you are. Can you see it? The original horizontal line connecting the 2 verticals was assumed to be a straight line, which is only true if the Earth were not a globe. This leads us to the conclusion that the Earth cannot be a globe, which is a begging the question fallacy. The circular argument that concludes that the Earth is not a globe started with the premise that the line connecting the 2 verticals was straight, thus not on a globe. So,
You don't understand. You don't understand. It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
this leads us to the conclusion that the Earth cannot be a globe, which is a begging the question fallacy. The circular argument that concludes that the Earth is not a globe started with the premise that the line connecting the two verticals was straight, thus not on a globe.
If water forms a perfect plane, there can be no globe.
The original horizontal line connecting the two verticals was assumed to be a straight line, which is only true if the Earth were not a globe. This leads us to the conclusion that the Earth cannot be a globe, which is a begging the question fallacy. The circular argument that concludes that the Earth is not a globe started with the premise that the line connecting the two verticals was straight, thus not on a globe. Straight line.
You don't understand.
Science.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
The water level is a tool that establishes a horizontal plane. Poof goes the globe.
Sorry.
Yep.
The error is not in this diagram, but rather in the argument. Then locally vertical flagpoles would diverge from each other. So let's make some changes. We'll change the horizontal line to a level line. On a globe, two perpendicular lines, since vertical lines are always perpendicular to the straight line connecting them. If vertical lines diverge from each other, then the Earth cannot be shaped more like a pizza than a basketball. If the Earth were shaped more like a pizza than a basketball, then all flagpoles would indeed be parallel. But if the Earth were shaped more like a basketball, then locally vertical flagpoles would diverge from each other.
You don't understand. You don't understand. It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
The line connecting them is not a Euclidean straight line.
No reason, no logic, no wisdom, no worry.
This green line is also known as a level line,
You're just on your own.
a concept that surveyors know very well.
No reason, no logic, no answers to questions. You're just on your own.
The definition of a level surface is a curved surface perpendicular to the force of gravity, for example, still water in a pond. The original horizontal line connecting the two verticals was assumed to be a straight line, which is only true if the Earth were not a globe. This leads us to the conclusion that the Earth cannot be a globe, which is a begging the question fallacy. The circular argument that concludes that the Earth is not a globe started with the premise that the line connecting the two verticals was straight, thus not on a globe.
And we are live. Welcome everybody. It is Friday, free for all Friday. Anything goes, as always. Any topic, anything that we've been going over, it doesn't really matter. Come on in. Here's your chance to have your say. I'm going to be talking or wanting to talk about Flat Earth Math and his conundrum. But there are other stories. Stories in the social media or whatever about things, and people are saying, is it real? Is it not real? Who knows? I was thinking earlier that there's nowadays it becomes so hard, especially within this arena, to tell whether people are real or fake, because the lines have been so blurred between what is real and what is fake, and what people think is real could also be fake as well, wrapped up in paralogisms. It gets really hard to tell. Elon Musk was one. He said you can tell it's real because it looks so fake. Well, if that isn't like a turning point in history, Like the idea of bringing in the I think, therefore I am, over that I know nothing. Two different conceptual things from the mind to go through, but you can tell it's real because it looks so fake. It's typical 2020 talk. And the minds of people are so messed up nowadays that I don't know. I've not watched telly for quite a bit. So whenever I do watch telly, drama or whatever, it looks fake. It looks really fake. And I don't know, some of the stuff I'm seeing in the social media, it's beginning to look fake.
Is it a matter of trust, you think? Because that's might be a good topic for Free For All Friday, is what do you trust today?
Yeah,
Is there anything you trust today?
Epoche, right? I trust that.
Right?
So, like, in matters like this, I wouldn't know. Like, with government, it doesn't really matter. The news, the TV, the media. Oh, I don't know. Especially, like, when you're talking to people in here. You can literally be talking to people one-on-one and be wondering, is he real? I mean, I know I'm real and I know we're having this conversation, but is that other person trying to be real, or are they guarding against something? Always avoiding answering questions and being open. I think that's one of the things within this Discord server, at least I think we have that where you can just talk. Go on.
I think with what ease people are able to kind of manipulate the truth a little bit, like, you know, using technology or psychology or whatever, and also the moral flexibility in society today. I think it would be a little naive to assume that you're not being manipulated in some shape or form most of the time.
Yeah, I think people always think that they can't be fooled, and that's one of the things that you have to come to accept, that everybody is always trying to fool you.
I mean, yeah, pride definitely would be a big factor in that, right? Like the ego.
Yeah, and especially within this arena, there are people that have things to defend. That, you know, they have a purpose for doing that. I don't know, what was it?
I mean, the whole channel dedicated to that defense of their monad, right?
Brad, like, what a stupid question. Just puts in the Brad Wagner, who's Brad the Science Guy, if anybody doesn't know. He's just asked within the YouTube chat, do you all believe you're being lied to? Not a you are. I mean, we went over the Trivium and the vagueness of words. So, do you all believe? He's asking everybody a question. I don't believe you can do that. Because you cannot elicit an answer from everybody that's looking at that. So, I don't know what you're after, Brad. Seems like you're... And like, what is being lied to? I think people lie all the time. Oh, it's obvious they do.
Brad believes, and maybe Brad believes that nobody's ever lied to him.
Yeah.
Ever.
He trusts science. See, he trusts
There could-
science. So would science ever lie to Brad Wagner? Would blue marble science ever lie to Brad the science
Blue
guy?
marble. I would say that science will never lie, but body of science can lie, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, blue marble science is a different scientific group. That's who Brad's talking about, not just the general acquisition of knowledge.
I would say that this is specifically George Musser method. New scientific method.
Yeah, new science, the blue marble science. I mean, it's not been around for thousands of years like some things. It's, the blue marble science is I'd say a relatively new sort of thing.
Couple hundred years.
Yeah. Yeah, with some great advances and leaps made since the 1970s. Pretty recent, new. At least the scientific, the blue marble science part of it has made great leaps since I guess you could say 60s, but within the 70s it became necessary, I think. But yeah, I'm struggling to find, because, through talking to people within, like we've done over the years, I think there are people, that are sophists, and most of them have learnt this, they've learnt the sophistry within an argumentative form, with other people being compliant, so that this circular arguments have been going round and round. But there are people pretty much like Brad here. I mean, I don't believe Brad is a sophist. I truly believe, that Brad believes all of the things that the blue marble scientists tell him. Literally, he tells you he trusts it. So all you've got to do for Brad is to dress yourself up as science, say 'tis globe, and Brad will go along with it. He'll have to. If you link the science to the globe, then that's it.
Well, that's just kind of the question, right? What would ever happen? I mean, it's totally hypothetical. And I'm interested, but I kind of could guess what Brad would say. But what would happen if science proved otherwise?
100% with blue. See?
Yeah. See, there you go.
Yeah, not science. Blue marble science. It's a different thing. Yeah. Because there may be contradictory actual science things that do contradict the blue marble science. That's why there's a special group of people committed, like Brad, the science guy. But it's Brad, the blue marble science guy. He's missed that bit out because it's not actual. I mean, they wouldn't consider geometry or mathematics a science, whereas I would. It's a way to achieve or to gain knowledge. So therefore, that's a science. I would say logic is the science of reasoning. So I don't know whether that's the sort of science that Brad is he trusts. Well, it's a good point then, Brad. Do you consider geometry a science? Would you consider a logical process as described through geometry? Would you call that a science? And what would everybody else? Would everybody else consider science? You're right, Brad. It does. I'm thinking of one. Just like a horizontal and then two verticals, one at each end, with like maybe A and B. Remember when we did that? We did laser waving over that. Ainsdale and Blackpool, A to B. And I could put a straight line from Ainsdale to Blackpool, and you could put a vertical. And you could, I reckon, what you could do is you could put a 0 elevation at Southport, and you could go straight across to Blackpool. You call that horizontal, and then you could have perpendiculars. One at Ainsdale and one at Blackpool. Oh, Flat Fact says geometry is maths. But is maths not a science? Maths is the logical process, right? The reasoning process. Yeah, I didn't say it was flat, Brad. It's definitely not flat. Absolutely not flat. But you can have a horizontal with a perpendicular at each end. Or at any point along a horizontal. In reality, that's something that you could obviously do. Strange. That's a really weird answer to the question. Do you consider logic, geometry, mathematics, you could consider that a science? Look off it. I think I've got some pictures. Let me find some picture. Yeah. I know. I think they've co-opted Flat Facts as I'm not a fan of the term science. Coming into this, and whenever you hear these people talking about it, I would be considered the same sort of thing. You become, Brad starts using it, trust the science. But I think going into the Trivium and the grammar and the idea of what science is, you need to be able to define it and come to terms about science. That's why I'm asking Brad. Hopefully we can have an ongoing conversation about this. But science of old is just gaining knowledge in the process of how you actually do that. I think it's about time we did take back science to be a learning process, not something that you can be hiding behind. There we go. This is a clip that I got. This is from the basics. This sort of came before. This was a logic that came before the elements and geometry, and so it, as I think, geometry is a textbook to helping you understand a logical process. They just happen to use line and form in order to teach you how an axiomatic thing works. So this is an excerpt of something I can't really find again. I hope if anybody can, but this comes before the elements. And it says similarly, it's not possible to give a verbal definition of every word because we must already understand the words in which a definition is framed. An example from arithmetic is the impossibility of defining one. Try to define it for yourself. An example, that does not mean that you do not understand one. An example from geometry is a definition of a straight line. Is there something we know better or is more fundamental on which a definition could be based? A straight line is comparing a straight line as undefinable as one is within mathematics. So I would say that the straight line and one is linked through geometry as the unit, and so they're both the same. It's not, you can't really define them because they're your building blocks, they're your elements, hence the elements. And it says logic then, which is the science of reasoning, is not founded on reasoning. It is founded on irreducible understanding, on which we call first principles. They provide the basis for proving. So I believe that this is it's a science, being able to logically derive things and being able to express that logic to other people. That's a science. Music is not science. Yeah, I'd perhaps say that. Music is more an art, but there is a science to it.
Yes, septem artes liberales, it is 7 arts, so 7 skills. So skill of speech, skill of logic, this is also skill. So you can do better or worse in that matter in the field of science. You can be better scientist or worse scientist. And being better, you're also a better, let's say, artist. So it's art is applying science into skill. So in practical, let's say, in practice. So you can have, for example, good science behind medicine, but you are not very good doctor. But you can be good doctor and apply, for example, your theory of medicine in practice, and then you are like artist, I would say.
Well, I'd say that back in those days, science isn't like an easily definable thing. It's a process that they have other words for, right? To combine it all together. I think in today's age, it's much easier to try and define science as, well, I don't know. Does anybody actually try and define it nowadays? Or is it that broader thing that it's within the ambiguity of the word, right? Is that why it's become co-opted by the blue marble science guys?
Yes, it's become a cultural thing, not an actual well, I was going to say scientific thing, but yeah, it's become cultural. It's become a shadow of itself. So the word and the meaning behind the word has been, I think, lost or certainly blurred. Let's say that.
Yeah, it's one of those words that I think if I was going to be using it within a conversation, I think I'd need to have it defined by the person that is using that word. I mean, I'd be willing to define it. I'm not too sure how well Brad the science guy would define science as he imagines it, because it's like the monad, isn't it? It is what it is to the individual. So a lot of people will have a lot of different ideas of what they imagine science is, let alone a scientific model of something and how that works. Because they definitely get mixed up, I think, with a scientific model and a geometric model. Especially the people that we talk with. And that's, again, that's where they live, isn't it? In that area of vagueness.
Yeah, there's also a confusion between science and the scientific method. That's where you see a lot of misconceptions.
Well, that's why I said at the beginning, me personally consider science to be the acquisition of knowledge. So the scientific method would be the explanation of how you gained that knowledge, laid out in a way that somebody else could replicate it. So that's the idea. You should be able to pass on this knowledge through science or through a discussion or whatever. Yeah.
The acquisition of knowledge. Yeah, absolutely.
And like, it has been co-opted into something that is just, I don't know. I don't think anybody can define it. It's one of those things that won't get defined by anyone, I think.
Yeah, I agree. The other thing to think about, though, is if science is the acquisition of knowledge, which I believe it is as well, then what is knowledge? And coming to terms on what knowledge is and knowing. What is it to know? Right? Is it just to have a theory? To know? Is that to know? To have an idea? To have a belief? Is that to know? What is it to mean? What does knowledge mean? That's a conversation.
Brad is asking a question. This is from Brad the science guy. He asks, you could test geometry? Agree? Question mark. He puts the question mark after the agree. I don't know what that's meant to mean. How do you test geometry? Oh, I think he might be talking about whether triangles have 180 degrees or not. You could test that, could you? You could test geometric proofs in reality, I'm guessing. I think that's what he's saying. You can relate geometry to reality and make it testable. Yes, I would agree. Yes, Wally. What's Wally doing back again? Interesting. Strange times. Anybody is free for all Friday, so if anybody wants to come in, here's your chance. Maybe somebody wants to come in and defend flat earth math and his strange claims. Brad asked if you've tested geometry. Well, have you tested geometry, Brad? Have you tested it? I don't really think you test geometry. I think you test yourself. Oh, here we go. Flat Earth math. Brackets. Charles says, I can't stay. I'm at work, but my definition of science is a means by which we interrogate nature. Mother Nature herself just is, but we can use science to investigate her workings. Our conclusions won't be perfect, but we will understand more and more with time.
Does he think there's a Mother Nature?
I guess so.
Actually,
Looks like that, yeah.
Sounds like it.
Herself. Yeah, like a full on.
Interesting.
Yeah. And I agree with the natural world as well, the thing. Right, you can't perform science if you don't have a thing to perform science upon. It's like within the basics of logic, you have to have, to be able to say that cat is black, you have to be pointing at a black cat, otherwise you're lying. In that sort of sense, I agree. It has to be there, a thing, a natural thing. Can't just look at lights in the sky, pretend that's science, because I'd say you can do fuck all with an angle.
Can one interrogate nature? I mean, these are interesting
Interrogate.
words.
Yeah.
Words that he's put together here. And then brings in Mother Nature.
Investigate.
Yeah. Well, he says interrogate, not investigate.
A means by which we interrogate nature.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's his definition. Yeah.
Mother Gaia and other things. Oh.
Well,
strange.
Interrogation is an adversarial thing. Right? It isn't a mutual kind of thing. Interrogation is an adversarial kind of relationship. If you interrogate somebody, one party's not going to probably enjoy that.
But still, it is interpersonal relationship.
Yeah, it's between two persons.
Yes. So
right, you can't interrogate an inanimate object. You may be able to investigate it yourself. Maybe you got words crossed. I don't know, but I find it interesting that Flat Earth Math thinks you can interrogate Mother Nature. It seems very. I mean, would you waterboard her? I mean, I don't know, how far would you go? Just play loud music all hours of the day and night?
You can tell you're American.
Yeah, well, and
straight to the waterboarding.
Yeah, right to the waterboard. I mean, it's pretty bad, isn't it? I mean,
good cop, bad cop.
I mean, what would you do? What would you do? Do you have her locked up? I mean, because Mother Nature could do some bad. I've heard the colloquialism, right? Mother Nature.
Stomp on the ground, throw dirt in the air.
Well, you can
tornadoes, hurricanes if you get nasty with her.
Or you can write a strongly worded letter.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, I suppose. Kind of take the lawyerly avenue, Essie? Is that what you're kind of saying?
Yeah.
Oh, Wally's in the chat. It always the lights in the sky thing. You know, Wally, he's put millions of monads up there, hasn't he? He's got every one of them, a little monad. He says, oh, lights in the sky. It's lights highlighted and sky. You know, capitals. They said they are natural. But don't fall into the QE trap. I've never heard of the QE trap. And think that science can only be applied to nature, as in nothing man-made. Man-made. So silly is the little QE fella, says Wally. Well, no, I would say It's got to be real. It's got to be a thing. I don't think I would say you can't do science on lights in the sky.
Well, using flat Earth mass definition, which I kind of like in respect to Wally's comment here, is could you interrogate the lights in the sky?
Well,
Wait. Good day, everyone.
Good day.
How would you go about that one?
Well, I don't know. That's the question,
You
isn't it?
You let the stars. What are you doing up there? Come here.
Stop
I need to interrogate you.
Open sesame, open sesame. I am talking to sesame. So you can talk to sesame, you can talk to flower, to star. Okay.
There we go. Blue Marble Science says to Wally. Because they like to do this. They like to talk to each other in the chat. Why look at numbers on a stick when you can look at a light in the sky? That's what I say. Lol. Stargazing.
All right.
Yeah, Blue Marble Science
Nap.
Stargazer. I like it. I'm with you, Blue. I understand completely. Might be your eyes going bad.
Uh-oh, Wally has agreed with something you said, Bev.
I don't know. What's that?
I don't know. He doesn't say, but he said he did
He's
agree. He
marking
marked
the
it on his
calendar.
calendar.
Oh, nice.
Can you take a picture of it, Wally? Well, you can't post it in our Discord because we saved you from yourself here.
Yes, well, it's good. Since we were talking about science, we have to bring in the question of blue marble science and the ability of somebody to take that upon themselves as a name. Now, can a person, by taking on the name Blue Marble Science, become science? Because I think Brad the Science Guy considers Blue Marble Science as a scientific person. I bet he admires Blue Marble Science just for having the name Blue Marble Science. And it takes a lot on that one name. So is that the sort of science that Brad trusts? The Blue Marble Science? And would you be talking about the science or the person? Bit of ambiguity. Maybe that's what they're saying every time where Brad says he trusts the science. He's talking about Blue Marble Science. The person. Not actual science. Not all science. Just that one guy. Or maybe he does mean it as a greater thing. I don't know. That's a good question, Brad. Is Blue Marble Science real? Blue Marble Science, the person, definitely is real. Right? And science definitely is real. But is Blue Marble Science a real science? That'd be a good one. Just rewording it a little bit differently, but I think that's what we're all asking. Is Blue Marble Science a real science? Or is it just a load of people on the internet hiding behind the word science? Because, like geometry, there is no geometry of the blue marble. That doesn't exist. So, does Blue Marble Science exist? And how do you tell? How do you tell if somebody's telling the truth or not? Interesting question. I'd say you have to engage in conversation. Probably engage in argument.
Depending on the subject, it might be easy, it might be more difficult. But usually with a couple of minutes of engaging with somebody, you can more or less tell.
What, the skill of the
Not
sophist.
always. Yeah, not always, of course. Yeah.
I think what we have here in the Discord, right, is the ability to have that conversation backwards and forwards, right? What we've noticed is we're in here because it's really hard to have these sort of conversations in all of those other rooms. It's just filled with sophists, and not very good ones. Once you're able to see the sophistry all around, then you see it everywhere. And then it comes hard to tell whether somebody actually believes it and has a faith, or whether they're just practicing sophists. I don't know.
Surely Blue is making fun when he says, why look at the numbers on the stick when you can look at the lights in the sky?
It's hard to tell. That's what I mean. How do you know in this like upside down arena that we're in?
And I don't think he is. Down. Yeah, I mean that's right. You just don't know anymore. So I mean you think he's got to be joking. I don't think he is at all.
Yeah.
I don't think he sees any value in looking at numbers on a stick at all. Traditional surveying doesn't matter. Doesn't have any appeal to the blue marble science, either the man or the blue marble science.
Isn't that what happens though, right? You go through ages, right? As you progress through different stages, teenagers, middle age or whatever. But these guys, the blue marble scientists, always end up looking at the lights in the sky. It's somewhere where their minds go.
Yeah, constantly on a daily basis. I witness that. And they drag the flat earthers along with them. Heck, sometimes I go along for the ride, and I'm like conscious of that, you know? It's like, yeah, they'll take you to the lights in the sky any day over reality.
Because it's the expanse of into, I don't know. I don't think they know either. But I think that they've sorted this mortal coil out, right? They know what it is, so they then go to the imagine, and they can imagine all sorts of things by looking at the lights in the sky. All possibilities become possible just by looking at the light in the sky. If you wanted to expand a mind, where would you take it? It's like it's an explosion. It's what they talk about, I think, when they say logic. And if you allow a contradiction or whatever with a break within the rules of logic, then you explode that logical system. Well, that's what they're doing, I think. They're looking for their exploded mind.
It comes built in with them, I think. It's like when you purchase a phone now, Wi-Fi is built in, right? Well, the model is just built in, and it's like self self-illuminating. I don't know what to call it. It's there. It's part of them.
No, Wally, I wouldn't want to see a light in the sky. I've seen plenty of lights. Don't worry about it. I'm fine. I'm good. We keep our conversations reality based, and I'm not a big fan of lights wherever, like on the floor, on walls, or whatever. I don't know. I only illuminate what I need to do, and then I'm good. And like as I have said as well, I'm not that good on imagination. So I like rather keep to this sort of stuff. Talking about the what we can deal with.
My opinion on looking at the stars by globers is it will be like cold shower. I think they cannot prove the distance to the star, what star is, so they cannot prove anything with the stars, so they can use only dialectic. But on the other hand, we cannot disprove, so we cannot falsify. So this is easy field for fantasizing.
That's the whole trick.
Yeah.
You hit it right on the nail.
And back it up with a bit of science.
Yeah, put the fantasy somewhere where you can never prove or disprove it. And there you go. You got it made. And then just ask somebody, give me a better alternative. That's all you got to say. I have a unicorn. It works like this. Now prove me wrong.
Okay, Wally.
SE, do you mean a modern unicorn or one of the older versions?
Traditional.
Oh,
Always go traditional, yeah.
Well, they've changed it now. Now the unicorn has no horn.
Yeah.
So.
A hornless unicorn?
Yeah, I think they call them horses.
Yeah.
Wasn't that ultimately what Flat Earth Math said at the end? You just use a different definition of a circle and poof.
He wanted to redefine everything. It's old, he said. It's old. Euclid is old.
Yeah, that's the old shit, isn't it?
Yeah, the self-proving axiomatic system. Get rid of that.
Yeah, I think somebody's added to it. Although he did in data as well. He did that.
But he's crafty, Matt. He's very diplomatic. He started off with a compliment. You know, Euclid was a genius, you know. But there's other mathematicians after him.
Yeah. Well, these ones that came after him put a compass on a ball and drew a line. And then went, can we not have that be in a circle? Oh, go on. That's what they did. Right, that's the bit that came afterwards. The blue marble geometers. Which is the little trick that math tried to play. Interesting enough. And you've got blue marble science. The person, not the entire scientific body of the blue marble. And Wally in the chat. Defending flat flat Earth math, and he's I don't know what he took on the circle. He's took on perpendicular, horizontal, and vertical. He's took on horizontal being a straight line. I mean,
point.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Flat Earth math. He's the man. Blue marble science. The person, not the entire body of the blue marble scientific community. Not all of them. Just, I don't know whether he's the figurehead of the blue marble science department of YouTube. Do you get a contract? Do you reckon? Do you reckon Blue Marble Science got the YouTube, the head of YouTube Blue Marble Science, when they were handing out their work? Have you seen his channel, Blue Marble Science? There's not much science, is there? He had to go at a seismometer, I think. Seismometer, like a 2-in-1.
The earthquake detector.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Isn't that going to get him published in some fancy magazine?
I think it's gone to
university, right?
Yeah, it's gone to a university to be put under scrutiny to see
that
how
makes
far
it
they
good.
can check it, for earthquake detection. Hopefully, anyway, we'll be seeing the paper coming out soon. I think they were reassembling it. They might have just been chopping it up for firewood. Don't know. I think Blue Marble got them to take it down because he feared that Rakia and Buster might go and have a look at it.
He was afraid of some catering and some music. I don't get it.
Yeah. He got them to disassemble it, put it away, lock it up in the cupboard.
Yep, where they keep the dinosaur bones. In the basement.
I would have went just for the nuggets myself.
Yeah, we was talking about Bob earlier and the way that, once they become a certain age and the minds are already exploded, everybody turns to looking at the lights in the sky. Because you can be a little bit of a recluse. You can be that, that strange fella that goes off into the bottom of the garden to look at the lights in the sky, pondering things.
I don't know, just thinking of those nuggets. Shout out Rakia.
Yeah, Lost in Space. I'll say it again, it is Free for All Friday. So if any of you guys in the chat, Blue Marble Scientists, anybody wanting to come and explain flat Earth math, it's still in my head, flat Earth math, and he's
ego.
I don't know what he's done. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, 2 or 3 years we've been having conversations around here, and everybody's been trying, purposely using this sophistry to avoid talking about certain things. And flat Earth math at the beginning of this year, he's already said that you can't imply that a horizontal is a straight line. He's sort of implied yesterday that a sphere is 2D. Oh no, that was Starkadder, wasn't it? But he then said you could draw a circle on the surface of a sphere, although talking about a plane cutting the sphere, but then still trying to say that you can actually draw a circle on the surface of a sphere. It's very strange. And obviously the problems with parallel lines and how you deal with the fact that you can have parallel lines but not parallel lines at the same time.
Yeah, you can or you can't.
You
Because don't they
can.
have parallel rays of light
Yeah.
in the sun and stars?
Yep. And you can have parallels to the same vertical. So, I mean, there's some massive geometric problems that they have. And Flat Earth Math seems to willing to want to engage in this. And this is when it gets really interesting. But I don't think there's anybody else that can actually have these conversations. I think that's why Blue Marble Science and Wally have always avoided these conversations. That's why Star Codder, that keeps coming round, is in the text chat. He's never come round for an actual conversation about it.
I think Flat Earth Math has all the books in his house, his personal libraries of all the modern books,
Yeah.
you know, new university books. So it's just a matter of, if you don't like what Euclid has to say, some dude will write something else, put it in a book, verify it, get it published from his, comrades, and then boom, that's the new definition.
It's in a book. Yeah.
In a book.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
He wrote
even
it down here.
in a book.
Yeah, that's why I like the idea of us going through Euclid and the Trivium, going back to the basics, because you don't actually really need the books once you start the conversation about this sort of stuff, because it sort of shows you it's a bit natural. It all follows logical steps.
Practical.
PT says in the chat, you like this one. Draw the circle first, then get the sphere to sit in it. You like that? How would you get a sphere to sit in a circle? I think you mean in the hole. Oh yeah. The circle is the plane figure. Wow. You'll do that during this show. Post it to your community page. Well done, Petey. Always good to have people making videos. Wow. Free for all Friday. Anybody got any other topics other than the one that nobody's going to talk about? Other than ECV. Flat Earth Math. He's at work. Blue Marble's having a good conversation. They love that as well. If you can't divert by talking about circles, balls, or spheres, there's always one other thing that you can go to. Vertical. No, wait a minute. What do they call it? Plumb bobs. Nope. Does anyone know what the blue marble scientists call vertical?
Azimuth zenith, also something like that.
No, it begins with G.
Gravity.
There you go.
Big G or little G?
Hey, it's all the same to me. It's just vertical, isn't it? That's what Blue Marble said. So that's the way I think of it. Just vertical. No tilt. Vertical. Old school. Traditional. Right?
Ooh.
Traditional vertical. Not this new modern vertical.
I would like to present the argument that the Earth is actually shaped like a dinosaur. Prove me wrong.
I can't.
Like a T-Rex?
I'm not sure a T-Rex, maybe a raptor.
It's a bit pointy raptor though, isn't it?
Well, it could be any of the dinosaurs. I mean, there's a lot to choose from.
What does your model predict? You gotta predict stuff.
Yeah, it predicts everything perfectly.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Ether is everything.
The dinosaur is everything.
That makes sense.
You haven't heard of the ethersaur?
No, but it sounds good. It sounds very plausible, that one.
Yeah, you've sold it.
You
We'll have
have,
it.
yeah. That's it. Yeah, that sounds actually like a, yeah. Okay.
T-shirt.
The Ethersaurus Rex.
Now I would wear that one around.
You just need somebody to design it.
Yeah, just with something on the back saying, this is it. Prove me wrong. Oh, poor old Brad saying, look at the blue marble. Fortunately, he doesn't post his photos on the internet because I don't think I'd want to see. I mean, is Brad encouraging blue marble to post his selfies? Go for it.
Okay.
Anyway, I didn't mean to jump in and derail the conversation onto dinosaurs.
You're kidding? That was good. We got Tyrannosaurus. How did we call it? Ethersaurus Rex.
Dinosaur, right? Yeah. I'm gonna have to name one of my dinosaurs in Ark after that.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of which, you can come and pick up a couple of birds. The eggs are there ready for you.
Tomorrow. That's the one I was looking for.
That one, yeah.
That, I mean, just look at the picture. I'm looking at the picture, Brad. We're all looking at the picture. How does that disprove my Dinosaur Earth theory? Brad?
Yeah, the blue marble science, I believe. That is the embodiment of blue marble science. If you had to wrap up blue marble science into one person, I think, me personally, I think it's perfectly fits with blue marble science, the YouTube guy. Would anyone like to disagree about that?
Well, Blue was considered the voice of God. That's how respected he was. So I think Blue would be the Grand Poobah right now.
Yeah, for
Both by
most
seniority.
Yeah.
Okay. Timothy, I do appreciate the links you're trying to give, but they're not working. YouTube's not allowing them for a start. And I've just tried to decipher your links and put them in, and it's not taking me anywhere. Just so you know. Oh, Blue, all you have to do is post it in the Discord, and one of the mods will personally see to it that it is posted in the live chat for you. Not a problem.
Tis Globe video. Is there a Tis? I hope there is a Tis Globe video.
Yeah, and apparently it's by Bob.
Yeah. There's we still haven't gone over the water level designed by Bob, the one that we want I Can Science that to put. The hat one.
Yeah, the hat one.
Yeah.
Made of balloons or something, it looks like.
Yeah.
Like a clown did it.
Yeah, we still do. We do need to have a word with Bob about that. But he went missing, didn't he? I think he had a bit of a break. He went on vacation, let's say. That's fair enough, right? Had a bit of a time out. And I don't know whether he's come back fully or not. Whether he's fully recovered well enough to talk about the
Oh, Blue doesn't want to give the link out.
No. It's not in your Discord. It's not in your Discord, Emma.
Nobody's in my Discord. Anyway, that sounds dodgy. Lol at the name Bob the Science Guy. It's almost like if you just tack science somewhere in your name. Apparently all right.
I think if you want to give the impression of something without...
You want to give yourself some credibility.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. Have you heard of a guy called Brian's Logic?
Yeah, that name has to be ironic.
Perfect. Yeah, it's a perfect example of this tactic, though, isn't it? Where you can just put a name there, and you don't really need to do any more work on that behalf, right? It's within your name. So you don't actually need to do that. You can just do whatever you want then, I think.
Mm-hmm. But what is blue marble science?
I don't know. It needs to be defined. And
I've never heard of it. Until
coming to this arena. Yeah, I think I was brought into this by a guy who told me that straight lines bend. I thought that was a little bit strange, but it's led me here to find Blue Marble Science and the Tis Globe crew.
It's remarkable that we even stumbled upon it. A new kind of science. Who would have thunk it? We discovered it.
The science of the not that.
Yes. The undefinable science of the not that.
Just not that.
Mm. And not even sophists definitely are not that, because I don't think I was thinking this the other day, right? So sophistry being an art, right? Is shit sophistry
Pseudo sophistry.
Well, again, in order for you to have pseudo, you need to know sophistry. But in order for you to know sophistry, you need to understand the logical in order to be able to weave your way around these topics. But these guys just don't have the logic. They don't have any of that. So can you actually have sophistry without a logic to derive the sophistry from? It's like a stolen concept, isn't it?
Well, are you asking, can you stumble upon sophistry?
No, I'm saying that if sophistry is derived through logic as a sort of an anti, like it's the refutations of sophistry. I don't know.
I would say that sophistry, sophist has to know logic, because as Aristotle says, sophist is pretending to be logician. So he has to know what he is pretending. So for me, it is obvious that the sophist is using appearance of logic because he knows what real logic is. Otherwise, he would be just talking complete nonsense. And this nonsense would be not apparent logic or truth. That's
Good afternoon, everybody.
Hey, Rob. Yeah, so would you consider what they're doing as sophistry? I'm not so sure whether they'd consider it sophistry. But it's not logic either.
Better or worse?
Yeah.
You can be better artisan or worse artisan. So it's like in music, you can be better musician or worse musician. So I would say that you can graduate in that.
I've got
The thing is, if you're learning.
Sorry.
Go on, Ella. Go on.
No, I was just going to say I've got a proposal for Blue. He thinks he's such the big man. Get your butt on Arc and we'll have a 1 versus 1 PvP. See how you do.
Nice.
Mano a mano.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Mano a womano.
Defeat him with a herd of Nathan Oakleys.
Yeah. I was thinking more like unicorns or something. Gay ponies, pink ponies.
I don't know if everybody else has noticed, but Blue made a comment to Emma about his channel name. And it appears when Blue Marble Science, the YouTube guy, when he was making that name, in his thoughts, he was hoping that Emma would get upset from the YouTube name Blue Marble Science.
I am so honoured.
I know.
I don't think I've ever felt
back then.
Wow, I've never felt anything
What,
like this.
initial?
Mm-hmm.
The making of the Blue Marble Science.
That's exactly what he hoped would happen. So he imagines now that Emma's upset, and now
Yeah, triggered,
he's
yeah.
like, he's got his dream came
Mission
true.
accomplished.
Yeah, it's exactly why he called himself that in the first place. He had dreams of Emma being upset about it.
I'm clever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can put a tick on that box. Well done, Blue.
Oh, I am actually crying right now. But it's not because I'm upset.
Yeah, you better make that clear, just in case he thinks that you are crying. Because you're triggered. Didn't he take it from something else, though?
He embodies the entire community of blue marble scientists.
Yeah, because it's blue marble.
Yeah.
That's what most, not myself, but some people are familiar with as a picture.
The Roger Simmons, was it? That one, the blue marble.
Yeah. The one
the artist Roger Simmons made. Yeah. that one.
Excuse me.
Hello.
Is it Robert Simmons? I don't know if I'm breaking up or not, but it's Robert Simmons.
Okay, what did I say? Rob.
No, you said that, didn't you? He just added the middle name, I think. Yeah, he's Rob knows.
Yeah. Well, he's one of the Robs, isn't he?
Am I still breaking up?
No,
you are not.
You went.
Yeah, I'm still breaking up. Hang on a sec. Hang on a sec.
No, you're not. You're all right. Carry on.
How about that? Is that better? You guys hear me now?
Yes. Yes, that's perfect. Carry on.
All right. My Wi-Fi was all messed up. I had to go back to data. Just so you know, it's Robert Simmons.
Yeah,
Robert.
Is that what I said? What did
Yeah,
you not?
no, you said Roger.
Did I say Roger?
Oh, Roger.
You go back, rewind the stream.
Roger.
We'll have to have a
Anyways,
look at that.
It's all right. Okay.
It
Robert.
doesn't matter really. Thanks, guys.
All right.
He did a good job on the blue marble, didn't he?
Mm-hmm. I presume that's what he's talking about. And the science around that.
Well, yeah, that picture. With the picture comes some form of science.
Mm-hmm. And that's why I'd like to find out off the definitions, because if they go with us, then it's fine. It's the knowledge that they've gained from the blue marble, which should be able to be expressed to people and talked about. You said Richard. There's another one. So, where are we going? If we've got blue marble science and the science involved in the blue marble and the knowledge that's gained, then that's good. But if they've gone with another science, an actual science where there's a physical thing and a test that you can actually do that ends up with Tis Globe, then that'd be great.
Golden Globe Award.
Yeah. That's science. Would the globe be the cause or the effect?
Both.
Golden Globe Award.
Yeah. So yeah, that's where I think that's where we need to go.
Sorry.
Definitions.
Blue Globe Award.
Well, there might be a Blue
Definitely
Marble
shouldn't.
Science Award.
I had made a pear like that, the Golden Pear Award, because they were saying it's like a pear. Yeah.
Oh, that was where it went for its pear stage, was it?
Yeah.
Like someone had come up with something that obviously it couldn't be what they thought it was, so it had to be something else. And pear was the order of the day.
Yeah, a little chubby at the bottom.
Yeah.
Where did Blue fuck off to?
You asked him to put a video.
I challenged him to.
I don't think he's going to have Ark.
I was going to say, has he got the game?
Yeah. He might have gone and just started downloading it.
Downloading.
You
Yeah,
might
exactly.
right. I'm coming. I'll bring Sean Hawkins
Yeah.
over with us.
Brilliant.
He started playing it about 2 months ago.
This show is over, Brad. No, Brad. Just begun. Unless you want to come in and chat. And then it'll probably be over.
What's
Which
Brad
show?
saying? Apart from the show is over, what does that mean?
Oh,
What you got to say, Brad?
apparently it's getting silly.
Can you guys hear me? I just want to. It's free for all Friday. I just got a quick thing because Bev brought it up. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So, you guys watch Sean Hawkins play Call of Duty?
No.
I seen a live stream a Call of Duty thing one time. It was the funniest thing I ever seen. He's the worst player in the history of video games. But he was trying to stream Call of Duty. It was hilarious. That's what I'm done.
That's gotta be good. Is it on there still, do you reckon? On his channel?
No,
I'd
I
love to
bet
see
he's
that.
taking it down.
Oh, no, he wouldn't have. Well, I suppose if he was a bit protective over his kills and deaths, maybe.
Gadget's coming up with some good ones. He says you should have a Golden Globe Award. I think we can think of a better name than that. Once a month, put all the silly things they say in a video and let the chat vote.
Yeah, okay. If I'll trade you, someone has to buy me a really, really posh dress.
This sounds good. Go on.
No, I'm joking.
Carry on.
No, I thought we were gonna do like a Golden Globe Award night. I thought we were gonna have to dress up for it. And I don't think I own anything good enough. So no, there wasn't any. Okay, yeah, maybe. Can we just cut that bit out in the edit?
Can you try this slipper on, please, madam?
It definitely doesn't fit.
Sean's on a live stream at the minute. Let's think I'm what I'm saying.
Is he?
Yeah.
Shout out Sean Hawkins. I don't know where did he hang out over at Jose's still? No, I didn't mention Jose to bring him over or anything like that.
I'll put the link up. You might watch it.
Can't watch a live stream.
I don't know. Do you want to look at that? No, I won't be doing that, do we? Not for the live stream and the live stream. Oh no, I don't think we need any of that.
Interesting that Sean's playing Call of Duty though. That probably would have been quite fun to watch that for a few minutes.
You're reading what I'm reading.
Yeah.
Okay. Right now, you're eager. You do know the 1 versus 1 was to play a computer game. that's going to take a little bit of preparation. But if you really want me to come to your Discord so that I can have a chat.
Well, yeah, what would be the 1v1? What would be the topics? Would you let Blue know what you wanted to go over there and talk about, or would you reckon you could surprise him?
Blue, I'll talk about anything you want to talk about.
Even the blue marble?
We would have to define blue marble first.
And science.
Are they 3D or 2D?
Yeah.
Well, it'll be on a screen, won't it? So.
All right, Fortnite, no chance. I am never ever playing Fortnite ever.
Is that what Blue plays? I'll play him.
No. No, that was someone just asking if it was Fortnite. No, you either have to go on Arc or GTA.
I think Nathan plays Fortnite. He's a Fortnite player.
No, is he? Wow.
You challenged me, Emma, question mark.
Have you downloaded Arc? Let me know when you've downloaded Arc.
Should be waiting.
That would be good. We offer anyone to come on. Arc server.
Yeah. Come on. Have a go at Arc.
It's not like Fortnite, all rushy and frantic and all of that sort of stuff.
It would be quite amusing, though, to set up a day when some people in this arena decided, okay, we're going to do an Arc day, and we allow them on the server to challenge us.
Online dino duels.
Should be fun.
I know. It's not that good, is it? Not one of the best.
It's okay, it's Friday.
Yeah. Say what you want. Well,
Mhm.
within reason. Reason. That's a word that's defined, probably.
The game I mentioned, Blue. That was the challenge. To come on to Arc, the game.
Oh, he thinks that you're up for you're like
Yeah.
gonna sort of like have a chat with him about LIGO or something.
Wow, yeah, that's just exactly my favorite thing ever to do. Emma and Blue, let's do it now. Wow. Everyone's rather eager for this. For what, though?
I'm not.
I'm not either, to be honest.
I'd be keen to know what you managed to be able to talk to Blue about. I think that'd be fascinating.
Yeah, that would be actually, yeah. What's the topic?
Leave it. Just try and get Blue to find something that Emma will engage him on. That'd be the best one. That'd be the starting one, right? Yeah.
Very good, yeah.
Find a topic that I want to run away. Wow, yes, I am right at this moment putting my trainers on now to go outside and run away.
On the internet.
Yep, you'll never see me again, Brad.
Internet.
Yeah, you say these
Here we
things,
go.
but you don't actually mean it. It's just in your mind, isn't it? You imagine. Don't actually do it, obviously.
It's in the script. It's a standard response.
But thank you for entertaining me, Brad. Isn't that a place in Egypt? I think your lighter's broken, spot on.
Sorry. Hold on.
What do you got? A flint?
He's
You're
got
scraping.
Yeah, I like
Which
to do
one?
it old school, old style, like, you know, with a flint, and sometimes use a bow drill. You know, it takes a while, but you know, it's worth it in the end. Free for all Friday, isn't it? Say what you want. No one's going to disprove that.
Yeah, free for all Friday, which means anything I say today is completely true. Is that Emma filing her claws? No, that was spot on. Using a lighter.
That's why I am not opposing dinosaurs tonight, because I prefer personally unicorns, but I will not oppose today.
We do
Yeah,
have unicorns as well.
I'm kind of torn because I love unicorns as well, but I guess unicorns are in arc, so they could technically be cast as a dinosaur.
Yeah.
Why not?
Never seen a tech unicorn yet, though.
Fighting cooks. So any noise. So women just have claws, do they?
Talons.
Is that what you say to your wife, Blue? Hey there, darling. Are you just filing your claws? Would she not get up and scratch your eyes out with those said claws? No? I don't know. Does Blue actually have a wife?
You wouldn't say
He
that.
said
to
he
your
was
missus.
doing
No
that
one says
earlier.
that to their missus.
That's where he went. He went to go and prepare her lunch or dinner or something.
Well, then I have to give Blue respect for doing that. I think that's a very nice thing to do for your wife. Well done.
Yeah, Blue's talked
Praise
about
when
the
praise is due,
similarities we have about stuff, because I
Well,
think
you and him?
he's a carer. Yeah. He looks after his missus, so like
Blue.
Yeah, that's what he says he does now.
Hang on. I bet I could go back and find comments that he'd made about you and the fact that you're a carer, the people that care.
Yeah, he's retired though, so it's different, right?
Yeah.
It's different because you know
You can't care until you retire.
Yeah, it's different when you're a carer when you're retired. Something like that. I don't know. Blue Marble Science rules.
Okay. Makes sense.
I think you misunderstood him, man. I think he's a caree.
Could be. And there's nothing wrong with that either.
No.
Why wife loves me, I love science. I guess it's not for
That's
your
nice,
English
isn't it?
skills. Not for his English
nice.
skills, is it?
Like,
nice
how
return,
much
isn't
can
it?
you trust the second sentence after the first?
Yeah.
Why wife
What
loves
was
me?
it?
Why
Me,
wife
yeah.
loves me?
Obvious code. Far
Yeah,
above
it's one
your
of
pay
those
grade.
things. Yeah, you put those sorts of things in there, don't you? For you to figure out, like.
I'm glad your wife loves you, Brad.
Yeah.
That's how it should be. Otherwise, I'd wonder why you were married.
Actually, could you say I have faith that my wife loves me? Because I mean,
Yeah,
I don't know.
He doesn't know it, does he?
I find that one of those really strange words that you may have a different perception of. I don't know. But again,
wish you the best anyway.
Definitely not related to the science part. Non sequitur.
I'll stop rambling now anyway.
Best. No, keep going. Unicorn Laser Eye says the W is on the other side of the keyboard.
I love unicorns. I do actually have a pet unicorn in the game, Unicorn. I don't think of it as... Yeah, I'll just pretend I never said that. Ian saying his wife hates him because she's a clover. No, she doesn't. She's your wife. She must love you. Otherwise, she wouldn't be there. I think I would actually be quite good at marriage guidance.
She tried leaving him. She tried leaving
common
him,
sense.
but she worked her way all the way back to the same place, man. She tried to leave him, couldn't get away because she's on a ball.
Just went in a straight line.
A unicorn can never be a pet. A unicorn is like a cat. It is its own owner.
Drinking from the unicorn horn.
Oh yeah,
Do they drop them every year?
Unicorns probably right. I'm talking about unicorns, like everybody understands that I'm talking about a PC game called Ark. No. Although I could be like one of those globers. And everything I say is true. So unicorns, therefore, are real. My job is
Make a
done.
map and draw a unicorn on it. So you got to do.
Someone bring out something else so it's not me rambling.
RH played Ark.
Get in the server, RH. Come and join us.
On PC. It's a bit of a break from
or the new
all
Xbox.
of this stuff. Yeah.
The very new Xbox. The Xbox. Is it the X?
Yes, the Xbox X.
Yeah, you should be able to play the PC games through Steam.
It's a getaway. Everybody has a computer at home. It is.
It's not. It's complete reality. Dinosaurs existed. They're all true to life. Come on.
Tech. I like the way they have. Just because they have dinosaurs and stuff like that. Then you have tech dinosaurs that also lay eggs. Like machine. Because for the extra authentic touch. Just in case you thought we were thinking about actual dinosaurs.
Well, it's not really just dinosaurs, is it? Now I've thought about it. It's unicorns, dinosaurs, and dragons.
And dragons, yeah. Could you class dragon as a dinosaur? Technically, I bet the blue marble scientist could.
I don't know,
Is it
but apparently
justified?
Brad is not okay.
What?
Brad is saying he's not okay. Look, Brad, it's okay. You know that YouTube is one of those things that you personally click on. You can mute, you can leave. It's all down to you, Brad. No one else.
And we do have a warning normally. I'm going to have to get on that. It's the warning for people with model. Just to not, you know, like, because lots of people start making videos from the things that we say. Getting upset about it. We are talking about a computer game, so.
Getting all globe about it.
Yeah.
I think I agree with Godzilla. I would believe dragons over dinosaurs. Dragons and giants over dinosaurs.
Mm.
I mean, why not? Dinosaurs existed, so why not dragons? Why not giants?
I don't believe that you can breathe fire. That one may be a little bit just too far.
Why? Why? You can bend a straight line.
People in circus can do that. So I would say that this is natural for breaks.
Yeah. I get spitting venom and all of that. I could believe that sort of stuff, but having some sort of source of ignition. Not so sure about that.
You just can't imagine enough,
I
Bev.
can't, I know. I've got a terrible imagination.
You really have.
Yeah. And I've seen it, actually. I've seen it on a computer game. And I can't imagine it. In reality, I can't.
Someone must have another topic they want to bring up.
Ian Adams says his missus breathes fire.
Yes, we do, and don't you forget it, Ian.
I bet his missus is in the other room.
Yeah, there was some videos I go over, but it's free for all Friday. I don't want to be doing that.
You're right, Ian. My wife too, but I'm in the garage. Shh.
We was discussing a bit earlier about us perhaps going down to 3 days a week. It depends on what everybody, thinks we should do, whether we should cut this down to 3 days a week, maybe do a few more members only type sessions like we did the other day. That was brilliant. I've got it uploaded onto YouTube, so I'll be releasing that once I've got the boss's opinion on it to release it to you lot. What we did was we had Flat Earth Math come over, and then we had a discussion about his video, the second one, the rebuttal to his straw man. We went over that video, and then after that, what we did was we went to like a members only and just in Discord, and I recorded that session. And I will be releasing it for members only. So thanks, Gords, and everybody that you've given all of the members to. They'll be able to watch that one when it comes out. I'm not too sure just yet whether to put it out or not. I think we might be better waiting for the sequel to the rebuttal of the straw man that was made by Flat Earth Math. There's a bit of a sequence coming about it. But yeah, that was a good a good session that afterwards. And I think we might be doing a few more of those sort of things. As I think what we have been doing within this is, well, it's coming to fruition right now, which means what we have been doing has served its purpose. Now it's time for us to move to the next part of what we're doing. I think we've all learned how we work with each other, and so we are going to be maneuvering. There you go. Thanks, gods. All of these people, you'll be able to watch this. Thank you very much, gods. These are sort of things that we're going to be doing, because I think we have held back quite a lot of stuff. It's been within the Discord group, but not we don't go and put it out live. So in order for us to do that, I think it's better that we do it as a members only, or maybe a Discord only session, and then we'll record that and put that out as a members only thing, just because we need more conversation. The way we learn is through conversing with each other. Surely people don't want to be here listening to me talk all night, and because it's about everybody and the conversations that we do have. The actual conversations within Discord are amazing. And
if anybody wants to bring up any other topics, like, that is perfectly acceptable.
Yeah.
And member only streams where you can bring up different subjects. We can talk about anything, like current affairs, anything that's going on, history, whatever, geometry, logic.
Yeah.
Anybody has any ideas, let us know.
Yeah, if it like,
or let Bev know.
Yeah, putting it out, well, putting it to everyone really. What we have been doing has we're here, right? And this is exactly where we're meant to be. But it does mean that what we have been doing is going to change. It's we're at a crossroads now, and now we decide what we're doing. So if everybody, I don't know if anybody has any opinions on anything that you particularly want to see us do, we will be restructuring what we do.
And podcasts, if you have an idea of a subject that you want to hear us talking about, that you think that listening to us talking about would be a good thing, let us know. It could be anything. Please, not the shape of the earth, though.
Yeah, that's been done to death. I think
Yeah.
we've done that. But I know there's a lot of swapping and changing that's going on within the arena.
And there's people out there who want to talk about things, and they don't have anywhere to go to talk about things. Come here. Try it out.
Yeah. On the level. Discord. Meaning that just come with honesty. Have a conversation. Test us out. You may find that we aren't what you thought that we were. Not what you've heard. We are just normal people. Happen to have been placed in this position. Lucky enough to have been placed in this position. Free for all Friday.
Free for all Friday. It's 10 o'clock and everybody's quiet.
Yeah. We have had some good stuff this week again.
Well, last night was interesting.
We haven't had Blue in for a while.
I think Blue went off.
Yeah,
I
Blue's
think he went off to
starving us.
download Arc. No, he went off to download Arc, obviously.
Wow, that's impressive in its own right. Blue playing Arc. But it's
We
been a
have
while
to.
we haven't discussed LIGO, Blue.
Oh, that'll be coming round. Flat Earth Math's going to bring that around again. Isn't that right, Blue? It's going to be good this year.
I was gonna go to LIGO and just go like off property. I mean, not really off property, but on the other side of the canal, the little ditch. I wouldn't call it a canal, but maybe a ditch, and measure it in like 3 spots, maybe more, but at least 3, like beginning, middle, and end, and just bring my pretty much my auto level, but also bring I have a pivot laser, just a cheap one. So pretty much I can mark the top of the water and mark a height, say like if it's like 12 feet, and then it's just some height that hits the bottom of the laser chamber. And because they say that it's the most level thing, blah blah blah, in the universe. And it's curved. I mean, and it's flat. So, which means on their model, it's
when you say that. Wait, they say it. Who is the they? I know who I've heard say it.
Ruhif, Zanuck, Bob, all of them. They say it's the most level thing. It's one that and the other thing are like the most level things. I forgot what the name of the other thing is, but they're like the two. If it's the way they describe it, but anyway, let me get to my point. I figured it'd be pretty easy to see that if it's the way they describe it and level curves, then the edges will be higher than the middle by a certain amount. And then I went over it with Blue because I'm like going over it with as many ballers as I can. I don't want to go there for nothing. I want to make sure I describe it.
The edges would be higher than the middle.
If it's flat and if level is curved, then something flat would necessarily, the way I described Pontchartrain Bridge. Anyway, I'm almost to my point. And so I talked it over with a few ballers. They were like, yeah, it's going to be curved. If the middle's the tangent, then it's going to be, but yeah, if it's flat, then it's going to be curving up. And I disagree with that, but that's what they said. But then I talked to Blue and he told me that it's dammed. In the middle, he showed me some rocks, but I mean, I know the water could flow through them rocks, and I may even have to dig out a couple spots, but I'm thinking the water level would be consistent. But he said that it'd be higher away from the dam in the middle anyway, so I'd be wasting my time. That ain't exactly how he put it, but he showed me there's a rock dam in it, and I seen it. It's just like broken up concrete. I'm like, shit, I could move that, in a couple hours. And or just dig a spot, even if there's a rock pile in the middle of it, that's not going to change the level of water on either side. But he seems to think that it would, and I was like, I got it kind of exasperated. Like, there's nothing I could do. They're going to find a hole in any test I come up with to maintain their globe, man. That's the way I felt about it.
Bet they filled it all in, Mo. It's not really a question of testing it with the water. It's more of a test of your mind.
Well, if it matches the water, then their ball's doomed. Because if it matches the water at beginning, middle, and end, then that means level is horizontal, which is, it kind of sounds funny saying it like that. That would mean level's horizontal. Like it's some mystery. Well, what do you know? Anyway, the point is level. If level's the way they describe it and it curves around a ball, then LIGO matches. If LIGO matches that, then it's never going to get a laser from one side to the other. And I'd also watch out for slope too. So if it was like a slightly higher or lower, then I'd have to do a couple extra readings and check and see if it's a straight grade, like a slope, which wouldn't be hard. It just involved at least one, maybe two extra simple measurements, like 20, 30 foot measurements or 30 meter measurements. Here's what I was thinking is, even if they filled the whole thing in, like just kind of filled it in spots, or even if the water was gone, if I dug down to the water table in 3 spots, like a couple feet, say, it dried up, it's still going to be at the same level, wouldn't it?
I don't know. I don't think you'd be allowed to dig down.
Well, I wouldn't ask. It wouldn't take me no time, dude. I'd just do it. I'd be in and out. Not going to bother nobody. Not going to touch their shit. Anyway, when I got the skepticism from Blue, I was like, damn. So I'd been discussing it for a while, and I finally had a chance to go somewhere here recently. I got a chance to travel, and just before I got freed up, then he threw that at me. He showed me a picture of it too. I mean, there was, in his defense, there was a pile of rocks in the ditch, but who cares? I mean, let's say this, Bev. If I took a bunch of concrete boulders or just pieces of road or driveway or whatever, and I covered in the canal you were at all the way up to about, let's say, about 3 or 4 foot above the water, that's not going to affect the damn level on either side of it, would it? I mean, I don't see how it would. It ain't like it's dammed. If a minnow can get through there, then level will get through there, right? I mean, what do you think? You think concrete blocks would affect the water level on either side of them?
Well, I don't know. Could you be sure that it's the same water level at either side? If they've got concrete blocks blocking the middle bit up.
It's just a pile, like a...
Yeah, but I mean, how can you be sure? I mean, like now they might have filled it all in.
Yeah, then I'd have to dig down then. I wish I could get Rakia to go check it out, because if it's all filled in, I'd at least know what I'm getting myself into. He ain't too far from Livingston. I used to live right pretty close to there. Remember, they had a good football team when I was in high school in New Orleans. They're right out. They're outside of New Orleans.
It has been checked out. A lot of it is a lot of weeds and grass and shit has grown in there.
Yeah,
Well,
I seen
grass,
that too.
I mean, water.
Yeah, I definitely figured I'd have to clear out a few areas, but if I just thinking, I'm just wondering, like with the grass and all that stuff, if there's a water table there, especially if it's above ground, if I cleared out a few spots, beginning, middle, and end, I mean, if it's continuous, I don't see what. To me, even if I had to dig down, to me that's a level piece of land, and to me the water table underneath in an area like that is going to be level anyway. Even if I had to dig down to hit water and let it fill up, that's my personal opinion. But I was trying to get y'all's opinion on it.
I don't know whether I'd bother even having an opinion on it. I'm pretty sure that we've been over the the idea of LIGO and what it's doing and why it's there and all of that. And I don't think there'd be anything that you could do. If you wanted to do something, you'd have to do it yourself.
Oh, absolutely, man. Bev, you are very, very careful with your opinions, sir. But I'll say, yeah, I'd do it, me and my buddy, man, and it wouldn't be that hard, man. Like I said, even if we had to just go and clear out 3 spots real quick and just set up I mean, it's shit we do every day as far as setting up the levels and the lasers. Wouldn't take long at all, just hiking down to one end and the other. If we had to hoof it, that'd be about it, We'd be in and out.
Careful,
But
what does careful with one's opinions mean?
oh, I'm just he just said
I'm curious. I am curious.
yeah, he just said I don't even know. I didn't know if he was going to say I'm not sure I even like if he knows if it would be or not. He instead of that he went a step further and said I'm not even sure that I want to have an opinion on that.
No,
I'm
not
quote
sure I'd even bother doing it.
But what's wrong
No,
with like saying you don't know or?
No, I didn't say there's nothing wrong with it. I just thought it was funny. No, Beb, you did say that after, but before that, you
Why
said
is
I
it
don't even know if I.
There's nothing wrong
Sorry,
with
Emma.
it, but it's funny. No,
Sorry
I'm
if I-
just
sorry.
no. I
was just joking.
Oh, shut up.
I was just playing. Just playing. But man, I'm not playing it with the test because I mean we talked this stuff to death, and if I do have a chance to go there, and this is supposed to be level thing, it'd be to me. I already know what I'm gonna. Let's say in a perfect world, if there's a canal or a ditch, whatever, continuous water next to it, and they're hitting a laser from one end to the other, it's either a continual slope or it's level. That or else the laser is not going to make it from one end to the other, and unless they have it. I mean, to me, I already know what I'm going to measure. I've been doing this shit my whole life, laying out the same things they laid out. I don't care what their least squared method out in the field showed. I'm telling you, with these tools, I know what level is, and I know that if it matches the water, I mean, if it's going to fire a laser from one end to the other, unblocked or unimpeded, then it's going to match the water or be a continual slope one way or another. Would you agree with that, Bev?
What would match what? LIGO. Because you can't see the laser within. So what would you be checking with what? Might working. Yeah, I don't know what you'd be checking with the water. Could you be, because I mean, remember, I've been sat in a dinghy on Bedford Canal, wondering, what are these people doing? Would you be checking that the water level is straight, or that something that's straight matches the water level to confirm that the water level is straight? I don't understand what.
Well, they're telling me that the water's curving.
Who?
And I don't
Who's
buy
telling
it.
you?
I don't buy it. Every baller, bro, blue, and they're showing me these layouts and stuff, and I looked into it, and the surveyor layout didn't even match the prints, but and the way the print prints are showing it, the way they're making it act like it is, and I know it was a least squared method, which kind of approximates off points out in the field, but they're showing me the prints, and the prints are showing a slight concavity to the grade of the concrete slab that that tube sits on. And I know better. I don't care what the surveyors laid out. I know if they gave me benchmarks out in the field, I'm going to go with what I know. I don't care what they say. I'm gonna lay out the structure, and I'm gonna check it, double check it, triple check it, all the way along the line, and make sure that it is in fact level, which is not curved. And so if the water is curved, let's just say we live in a crazy warped world, and everything I've done my whole life has been wrong, hypothetically speaking, then the water would be curving, so the ends would have to be higher than the middle for the laser to make it from one end to the other, and that would be so easy to check. Very, very easy. Just check it in 3 spots. And if the layout's right, and we live in this warped world, then it will be.
Broke.
Is he gone?
Oh, Brian. Someone didn't want you to say what you were going to say. It must have been that good.
This crazy warped world. It's too much.
I drop and rejoin, Brian. I think Discord's done something weird.
I think he might have walked too far away from his base station.
There you go. It should work again now.
That any better?
Mm-hmm.
Perfect.
Thank you. Sorry. No, I was saying I'm jealous of Bev, man. Being by Bedford Canal, he's able to go out there and bring the tools, bring the water levels. I mean, I'm just kind of disappointed you didn't bring any spaghetti noodles, Bev.
No, this was way early on when I was back at, I don't know, 24/7, I think.
Yeah. No, I seen the live stream on here or one of these Discords. I seen a lot of it.
No, I didn't live stream it back then. I think that
Man, I watched you on the canal with your instrument, and I didn't really see no water levels or nothing like that. The part I seen was I thought you was shooting water levels. I thought there was tape measures, but that's what I thought I was looking at. I seen you with your instrument out there taking shots. It was a long time ago, man.
Yeah, what's the plans for this year, Bev?
Hopefully we're coming down to see you to do it again.
What, downstairs?
No, down south.
Yeah.
Down south.
Down
south of the UK, where me and Spot On are.
Yeah, and we're going to go have a go at doing it again.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing, different place. Repeat. It's really weird that nobody else is bothered to try and replicate it. Nobody else is even bothered to try and come and ask us about exactly how we do it. Principles.
Well, it sounds like a couple main ballers. Blue Marble scientists at the very top of the trade set up a bunch of stuff, made a bunch of equipment and markers, and got the new auto level and all this stuff, and won't show us nothing. It's been a few years almost, and counting. We're waiting. You know, they didn't show us nothing at all. I wonder if they ever will. I bet they're going to get their feelings hurt if they not already have.
Well, respect to you, Brian, for doing all the tests and observations you do. It's not easy.
Thank you.
And it's not like anybody out there actually really wants to pay attention, especially like Blue Marble science.
Oh, he's got his seismometer.
He's got his ball on a string.
That is hilarious. Size mama dish.
I think Blue must have gone off to do a live stream. Or who knows, maybe he's downloading Arc. Maybe they're all out there busily downloading Arc.
To me, it's amazing that that his seismometer dish that's so, they have that thing hanging on a pivot, basically just free hanging on thin line, and it's so sensitive. It never wants to stop. It's so sensitive it can detect earthquakes in their world across their model, and but this motion that they say we're experiencing or not feeling, that it's just out of the reach of the human threshold for feeling acceleration or movement, and this sensitive apparatus can't sense it. To me, that's a fail on its face. Like, okay, you say I can't feel it, fine, but this delicate apparatus that can feel a flea fart, or you got to look at it through a telescope in a shed to make sure you don't mess it up. It's that sensitive, but it's not picking up that rotation, that all that movement we say we're experiencing. I don't buy it. I think that's a good proof against all their claims, in my opinion. But seismometer dish, that it takes the cake.
Human sensors can detect that kind of motion, so it's impossible. We have very good tool. We have, let's say, water level in our head and double in both ears. This part is called inner ear, if I am not mistaken in English. I'm not good in medical vocabulary.
I think they call it the vestibular.
Sounds
I think it's the vestibular system. I think they call it in America. I think.
Or labyrinth. So it is. I know the name of labyrinth. So in three planes, let's say, we have liquids in air, which can detect any kind of motion or acceleration or deviation from level. Everything. Very sensitive. So we can check if we are level or not with closed eyes, because we can feel it. So our sensors are not only linked with eye, but also with feet and muscles. So, and it is very, very sensitive. So it is just nonsense what they say, that we could not detect, for example, rotation of the Earth. Absolutely, it's idiocy. We can detect much smaller accelerations and deviations from level, etc. So no problem. But they are not touching this subject because just it's a globe killer, like gyroscope. They don't touch that topic.
Upsets them, and obviously ECV, they just shut down.
Yeah, ignore the topic. So because what would they say? That labyrinth doesn't work in our ears? So if we can detect, for example, acceleration, or when we are just driving a car and we are going right or left, we immediately feel that everything is going right or left.
Yeah, the ballers would say your labyrinth is curved.
Yes, we can close eyes and we can detect if we are accelerating forward or backward or left or right, everything. And changing in acceleration also we can detect with that device we have in our ears.
Like a built-in gyroscope.
Let's say gyroscope and water level combined.
Yeah, I read an article about that, man. I read an article about that. Talking about, yeah, I guess as far as level goes, the level, they'd say it's curved in your head, but I thought that was funny. But I read a paper like even your eyes are like gyroscopes, and I was arguing about the horizon with some of them, and I'm like, without eyes, there wouldn't even be a horizon. It's just in other words, it's just optical thing, and the way they describe it would be on a
Are you
plane.
sure?
Pretty sure.
I think
mean,
the
I'm always
horizon would be there, whether you had eyes or not.
Yeah, well, the point was that it follows us.
I would agree with Brian, because if a horizon is optical, it means it's connected with our eyes only. So it is a thing that we can see. This is not an object. This is just like phenomenon of vision, or I don't know how to express that. But
That's
without
perfect.
vision, we haven't got horizon, because we haven't got anything to see. So
Yeah, because the sky meets the ground everywhere, so it's just a function of vision. I would say anyway, but and I would say the way they describe it, they say that on a plane, that it would just kind of fuzz out. It would just kind of be a blurry point. And when you get up any kind of height, that's exactly what it is. And I mean, I don't see why they fail to recognize that. There's no defined horizon at anywhere up above. I don't know exactly, but you get up to a good height of a couple thousand feet and higher. It's just, and then also you don't see a defined horizon really with your eyes. I mean, it appears to be, but you can't make anything out. We're all spoiled with these high zoom cameras, and nowadays, and everybody pictures a zoomed in horizon in their mind, but really it's way off in the distance to the naked eye, and it'd be hard to make out anything directly on that spot. And that spot varies. I could go on and on about it, but yeah, to me, it's just a function of vision, function of distance. So it's going to be however far you can see is going to kind of dictate where you see it, however clear it is that day. It's only going to move so much.
Do you often have these conversations? Are they still going on? Because I've been out of the loop of these, I don't know, what would you call them? I mean, like, you're discussing the horizon.
Man, it's a 24-hour thing, man. There's a couple places. I think Geos is the main place to go. Other than this server, and 24/7 Cosmology Tartaria is they got a decent platform where we clash heads. Where the ballers, and it's funny that that more ballers don't come here, but they still do. There's places where they don't even go anymore. They're supposed to be debate platforms. They don't even go, but they still come around here. But they're always in and not always, but just about always in Earth Awakening's Discord. So if anybody likes to debate and likes to hear all the excuses and the BS and talk about it, they keep it pretty well under control at them places. Even if you're a glober, you will have a voice. You might get interrupted here and there, but you will get to speak your piece, no matter flat Earth or glober or concave or neutral. You'll be heard. They're dying, man. I mean, their arguments are getting boxed in.
They haven't got any arguments. They never have had
Yeah.
an argument.
Their
Not one.
stories. Their stories are getting boxed in. They're running out.
Well, I mean, have they got any new ones, or are they all the same? Because that's why I stopped going round there. It literally got boring listening to people that you've got proven liars sat in the same room doing the same lies and going over them over and over.
Yeah, well, the latest was that I was talking. I know Coriolis is like flogging a dead horse, kind of, but I've got a couple of the top globers to halfway concede, not fully, but I've got them to concede that well, here's how. And for anybody listening, here's their argument, okay? Because I asked them, okay, first off, I'm gonna do a quick description of Coriolis that everybody knows what it is, because we've all experienced it. And it's like, say, being on a roundabout, and you're sitting across from me and it's spinning, and I throw a ball, that be considered the moving, non-inertial reference frame. And if you're in the inertial, non-moving reference frame, watching, you see the ball go straight, and it's just optical. Okay, it's just optical if you're in the non-inertial moving reference frame. The ball appears to curve, but it really doesn't. Okay,
it's a not thing.
Right, but here's the thing. So this is what they claim that a lot of flat earthers don't understand this, but what their claim is, because but you could ask them. Okay, so I asked them this a while back. I'm like, so. Okay, that to me is Coriolis. Okay, I described it with an inertial and a non-inertial reference frame and an apparent effect. And I said, if that's not Coriolis, then what is Coriolis? Okay, if that's not Coriolis, what do y'all call that? And they said, that's Coriolis. Okay, and so the way they describe it is that the Earth is the non-inertial reference frame, and to be in the inertial non-moving reference frame, you'd have to be in space. Okay, so if you're on that spinning roundabout and you throw the ball, it literally is curving compared to the floor you're sitting on spinning. It's curving, but in their model, you'd have to go to a fictional place or whatever, to observe it actually going straight. So if you want to picture what an airplane would do, picture yourself out in space, picture a ball, picture it rotating, and picture a plane going from the equator to the North Pole, and you'd see it going straight, but their globe, and I repeat, their model would be spinning, and so it would deviate to the right toward the spin. Okay, now, but then I asked them, okay, so A, they can never demonstrate that, but B, they have a story. Okay, Nathan argues it and doesn't give him credit for it, but that is it, at least it's a story. Okay, I ain't buying it, but it gets worse. So I asked him, okay, so what's going to happen if you fire a bullet or fire, let's say, a projectile? You're at the equator and you fire directly east or directly west. They tried before to play it off like nothing would happen. It had to be north or south, but they can't because Coriolis is in effect. And what they say is that if you're firing east, it would hit the target higher. And if you fire west, it'll hit the target lower due to they're claiming due to the Earth rotating. So, but I told him what that means is this. It means if I fire the bullet east, it's going to take less energy to get the same distance before it hits the ground, or less energy to get there. So any way they look at it, even when they describe it like that, and they have to, if an airplane flight going east, you're going to get there quicker or save gas or however you want to see it. Just work it out as energy itself. And then they could do the math however they want with their physics, but it's going to be quicker or more efficient going east. So no matter what, you're going to get to, no matter what they say of going to New York, it's going to be faster and then going to LA from New York, no matter what. There's no getting around it. Even in their BS description, they're cornered. Any way they go, they're cornered.
Cornered. We were going over the Trivium the other day, and within that there is competition debates. The idea of which I think is hopefully something that we're going to be coming round to. The idea of this, us being able to talk like we do within the concept of them talking about what they're talking about.
Oh, real quick before I forget, before we change subject, because I seen that. But one other thing about the Coriolis, this is another massive problem, is if you're firing a projectile, okay, toward from north of the equator toward the equator, let's say down a meridian or a longitude, and then it's going to curve. It's going to curve to the to your right or to your left. I forgot which way it is, but when it hits the equator, it's going to change directions and curve the opposite way. So if you look at if you look at like eclipses on their model, if they cross the equator, you'll see like big. It's crazy because they even do that if they don't cross the equator. They make these looping patterns on their model. The way they model it, the eclipse pass. If anybody look it up, I would encourage.
Holy fuck, Brian, talk less.
Yeah, I'm about done. I'm about done.
Yeah.
Good.
No, I've forgotten what I was going to say. That's brilliant.
But listen to this though. So in their model, if you fire a projectile across the equator, it's going to curve one way, and as soon as it hits the equator,
whose
model? It's going to the ball model. It's going to curve the other way. This
Who's
spinning
told
space
you about
mark.
This?
That's what we talk about. You know, that's just one of the things we talk about over.
You know,
in,
you can say this
Discord.
in a lot less words, right?
I'll shut up. I just wanted to get that out because to me that's damning. Who in the world thinks that if you fire south, if you're north of the equator, if you fire across the equator, your bullet's going to curve one way, and then when it hits the equator, it's going to curve the other way? It's ridiculous. So I thought it was worth mentioning.
Oops, apparently that just broke Godzilla's eardrum. Oops.
Yeah, I don't know. I literally shut down now. I mean, it may be interesting in the rooms that you talk about that sort of stuff, Brian, but to me, I don't know. You're talking to people about things that they want to talk about, and like you were just talking there about throwing a ball on a roundabout as though it was some sort of scientific thing, telling us about inertial reference frames and non-inertial reference frames, and you're throwing balls on roundabouts. Not really.
Complicated.
I wouldn't know. It just all sounds strange to me.
What's the term called for like making things sound complicated for just really no reason? Is there a term for that? There should be.
Well, Spot On came up with that the other day. He was asking, what's the opposite of advanced simplicity?
Like convolution?
Yeah. Unneeded
I thought
overcomplication.
I thought that was sophistry, like overcomplicating stuff, like making something sound sophisticated when it's not. But what is sophistry, Bev? I genuinely don't know. I got an idea, but
Sophistry basically is attempting to fool somebody into thinking they're talking logically and having a reasoned argument, but actually not. It's like I'd say it's wizardry, it's magic within wordplay. Trying to convince somebody of something that they're not actually saying, or just to confuse people.
Kind of like saying tangent to a straight line on a curve.
Yeah. Yeah, Buster's famous for the spotting the vacuous statement, the vacuous truths, the things that don't actually mean anything, but you can imply something into it. And the sophist that's one of the best tricks of a sophist.
What did you say, Buster? What about a tangent?
It was a quote that Earth is Life said, tangent to a straight line on a curve. If you could wrap your head around that.
Tangent to the tangent.
Tangent to a straight line on a curved surface.
The tangent to a straight line. They're almost stuck describing it as such.
Or most people that are the globers will say, like, you never have to worry about curvature. It's just negligible. It was another vacuous statement.
Blue hasn't let me know whether he's downloaded Arc yet.
He's setting up his stream.
Who is?
Blue, I challenged Blue to come and play me on Arc.
Blue's a gamer?
I have no idea. I'm not a gamer. But I thought it would be funny.
I like to imagine myself as one, but
Oh, no. And then you look at like Gizmo's Steam thing and you realize he's been on there for like years and years.
right, yeah. Like Gizmo came in and I was like, holy shit. Yoda.
We're newbies. We're total newbies.
Yes, yes.
I do admire this channel though, man, because in them rooms, Bev, it to me, I enjoyed the back and forth, man. It gets old when it's the same arguments, but I will say it is slowly but surely evolving. And like I said, it's not evolving in their favor. Their stories are getting shut down, but it is kind of monotonous sometimes. But I do admire this room because it really does boil down to the simplicity. We could boil down almost every topic all the way down to where you guys are at, with the advanced simplicity, with the horizontal being straight, being level. And, you could boil down almost every argument to that. So that's why I admire what y'all do. And I think that's why a lot of people admire what you do. Even a lot of people in the rooms, we talk about you all the time. And we're on the same page, bro. Like I said, you could stop by for some content one day. You got a lot of support.
Yeah, we have
Where's
been
that?
pushed
Where's
out.
that?
Geos.
No, I just wondered. Oh, Geo. Oh, see, unfortunately, Geo seems to be infested with old school 24/7. And if you've been around as long as we've been around, you know that 24/7 old school is not a good place to be.
Yeah, but he's hardly ever there. I mean, it's different. Oh my God, it's entirely different. And
I agree, but the people from 24/7 are now spending a lot of their time in geos. And honestly, the people in 24/7, if you, I could do a whole live stream on the shit that those people have done.
I
But
think
there's
they're
no point.
over. I think they're over at 24/7 Cosmology Tartaria right now, which I mean I like that place too.
Is that the one that's run by the guy that wears the dress?
I don't think so. I think
Are you sure?
Shane I think runs it, but
No, not Shane. There's another one.
right, it's
that
not his.
actually owns the server. Apparently, it's a man that likes to wear a dress.
Does his name begin with a D, like Dover or some shit? I think.
No idea.
I never heard that this guy. He didn't sound like he wore a dress, but maybe I don't know. I Anyway, they let me, state my opinion. They I'll say this, FTFE and McToon alike, Austin Witsit totally destroyed them a few weeks back, in rhythm one day and then the next day, and then had Craig coming back the next week saying, I like you, Austin, or I like the fact that you're a flat earther and you taught me something about relativity. You made me go study and learn. And then he's coming
Who
back.
was that? Fight the Flat Earth.
Yeah, you should hear his.
Yeah, but have you ever heard anything but vile vitriol, insults, and anything from Fight the Flat Earth?
Stand that man.
No, but have you? So up till this point, he has never said anything good about anybody, and yet all of a sudden, Witsit is the god.
Oh no. Even his
weird that
even his concession was revolting, but it still was a concession nonetheless. Everything about that man is revolting. But even his he had to concede because he was dead wrong and he was caught dead in his tracks. And the way he did it was pretty pathetic. But Austin he's read all them papers, like that's just what he does, and he's teaching them their own model, and I recommend anybody who is interested to look into a couple of his debates over there on 24/7 Cosmology Tartaria against McToon and Craig, and he totally schools them, man, trying to teach them their own model. And now he found a AI program where he's just quoting everything against them. So they're shut down, man. They're almost shut down completely, having to admit that their shit's a model and it ain't functional. There's holes all in it. It's just a belief. And that's where that part's going. He's doing a good job of it. He's a gifted young man. He's got a machine head, I'll tell you that. I've debated alongside of him. He's quick. It's impressive to say the least.
Who's that? Who's quick? Fight the Flat Earth.
Austin Witsit.
Nice. Is that his job now, do you reckon?
He's trying. There ain't much money. It doesn't seem in Flat Earth, but he's making an effort to not have to work. He's got a lot of support, but most of us don't have a lot of money, but we give what we can, and it's keeping him afloat. He just had he's starting a family, got him a place, and just had his new baby. Aaliyah is her name, and she's healthy, and he married Kai, and they're talented, man. They a lot of people don't agree with everything he says, but he outstudies them at their own. He beats them at their own game, and a lot of people enjoy it. I love it. I love watch. I don't care if Craig's concession is revolting. It's still delightful to hear him admit he was wrong. You won't get that very often.
What is that you've just posted?
So it looks like a jester, doesn't it, with the map? It's an actual map. Weird, isn't it?
Do you know what the date is on that?
It's 1886. Don't know. What?
It's an interesting way of showing it.
What is the date?
It almost looks like 1420 something at the bottom.
Notice the Earth is on one side. It's not on a ball. It's on a
Jesse, what's
face,
up, buddy?
actually. Good. What's up, Brian?
Hey, you wouldn't compare the Earth Awakenings like the recent. You wouldn't compare that to old 24/7, would you? Like not recently, huh? It's like night and day, ain't it?
Well, I wouldn't compare it to 24/7 per se, but there's a lot of people. I do understand what Emma's saying, and that there's a lot of people that have come from 24/7. I've noticed that myself.
Can you give me an example? Like, I swear, not being a dick or calling you out.
I mean specifically look at the moderators in 24/7 and then just keep an eye on geos. That's it. I'm not on about,
I definitely get aggravated with the moderation sometimes, but I know how I get to. I try and,
No,
take it.
this is on a different level when it comes to 24/7 moderation, and the people who run it. Trust me.
Jeremy is the main moderator, and it's in a percentage. Geo left lane, which is Howard from Jose's channel. He don't do much.
I'm not saying that, but as Essie pointed out, there are a lot of people who have suddenly reappeared from 24/7, and they're all the mods.
I didn't ever go much into 24/7, but I'd watch some of it, and it was pretty much a shut down conversation. But I mean, it had its ups. I liked a part of it. I liked that one guy who would start them off like he would always start them off like from scratch and walk them through it, like, and ask them and get them to acknowledge, like he'd take them through steps and get them to acknowledge that it's just a belief. Like I'd watch that sometimes. I didn't ever interact with it.
Be careful who you're worshipping as your heroes.
No, he wasn't a hero. I just liked the way I just liked his method, and I forgot his name.
Unfortunately, a lot of people in this topic are not all they pretend to be.
Yeah, well, who is? I
am me.
Well, you don't pretend to be anybody, If you did, then you'd be one of.
Anyone else pretend to be someone in here?
Yeah, I don't like. I could usually spot fakes, but nobody's perfect. But yeah, I can't stand people trying to be something they're not.
Oh, Miggy. You mean Miggy?
Yeah, that's the name, Miggy. How can I forget a name like Miggy? That's crazy.
I know Miggy.
But I could only watch it so much because it's like watching Nathan's lately, or it's like if you can't hear the other side of the conversation or debate, whatever you want to call it, what's the point? I mean, you get aggravated. Like even when with Rumpus and them, I'd want to hear what they had to say, like back then. But it wasn't so bad with Rumpus or Zanuck and all them, you know, because they'd cut you off in a heartbeat and monologue and blah blah blah. But you know, now he just does it to everybody. And but you know, and I've seen a lot of that at 24/7, but not near as bad. But still, it's not my style. But I like Miggy's approach though of walking him through the steps. Just like I said, that's all I could really give that channel. I didn't watch it a lot, but I did watch it, like him take them through the steps. Some of the new people to the arguments to get them to acknowledge in their own mind that the world they're living in and all their views are not facts. They're pretty much to them nothing more than beliefs. I'm like tip of the spear though, like SE me. What is it, SE man? What is it that we like? You know, pointing out their nonsense to them. Is it like in our blood or what, man? Or is it our duty? I just can't help it. I got to go where the action's at and point it out, man. Point out their contradictions, man. I can't help it.
I wouldn't call it a duty or something. You're just there and having the convo. It's not like you're gonna prove anything to them or get anything through to them. The only hope is maybe somebody's listening. Because
Right.
these people, the ones you're referring to, Brian, you know, there's no way getting through to them, right? So
Yeah,
I
you're
don't
right.
even know why I bothered, to be honest
Yeah,
with you.
yeah,
That's a
you
good
backed
question.
off, but it's still you go back, you go back and when you hear nonsense, you got to call it out. It's like it's just something in my blood. When I hear nonsense, I gotta speak. If nobody else is, anyway. I've noticed, we've all evolved though in our arguments and everything, man. We've come a long way. Like now, there's new people out there who probably don't know half the things we know, and so that's what I meant when I said like duty, like to to some of these new people. As long as you've been around, there's probably dozens of people who you've converted and showed the truth. The truth being that nobody knows what the whole damn world is. That's my honest opinion. Nobody knows what the whole damn world is. They act like they have a perfect mind. It's everything is this, and they know for sure. That's all horse pucky. And I think you probably enlightened several people, man. Especially the time you spent, even at Jose's and Jim's, here and there. Just there's always going to be somebody out there listening who's curious and silent. That's my opinion.
Well, I kind of agree with Bev and Emma. It's sort of mostly like a waste of time talking to these people and talk to other people like the masses, as they say, not the same old, because you ain't getting nowhere talking with Zanuck and, these kind of people, that's for sure.
I think that's where we're going, right? I mean, you can't. It's like you said, Essie. You can't really have a discussion. There's nothing to discuss. There's all that's left now is, I think, getting to the logic and the discussion around the logic and the advanced simplicity of anything. Doesn't matter what you're talking about. The topic is.
That's what this room attracts, man. Is like the people who don't want to hear the nonsense. And I know I bring a lot of it in here, but it's Free for All Friday, man. I'm not here every day, but I just remind everybody a little bit of what's going on and stuff. And I like to, toot some people's horns and shit on others. But I think that a lot of people who come in this server are like professionals and out in the trade and just don't need to hear any of the BS. They just know how the world works, and because they're living in it and building it and whatnot. And I'm part of that too. So that's why I always enjoy listening and come in occasionally.
Yeah, I don't want to put a downer on it.
No, you couldn't do that if you tried, man. You're a large part of it. Like I said, the advanced simplicity, all the arguments boil down to your points. If you want to get technical, they all boil down to the advanced simplicity.
Well,
that's true.
Like you just said, you consider yourself as the tip of a sphere. Like, what's the sphere? Or what do you consider?
Well, in my opinion, man, if it wasn't for these anti-flat earthers, they're the ones getting the views, okay? And if it wasn't for them, man, we'd be tied down in our own little rooms and there'd be no promotion. And right now, to me, this is just my opinion, it's just a lot of negative promotion. When you look things up, you're going to get people like Blue Marble Science and things like that. And you're going to get people like Zanuck and that type. And if nobody's there to challenge them, then the truth's going to fade away in the wind.
We were labeled as anti-flat earthers.
Yeah. I think that's a bad thing to do, right? Because
it's ridiculous.
Yeah, but you're trying to turn the people that you're against, you're labeling them as being against you.
I'm labeled them being against truth.
Flat Earth isn't a truth.
I didn't say it was. I told you my pure view.
But what is truth? What is truth? Because everybody's chucking out this word at the moment, truther and truth. So let's define it.
Well, I would say the truth is that if a projectile crosses the equator, it's not going to curve one way and then curve the other way. But that's what they're trying to preach. So I've got to voice myself against that nonsense. That's just me.
I mean, what is truth to you? How do you discern truth from non-truth?
To me, the bullet goes where I aim it, and the wind might blow it a little. Maybe the rifling might have an effect, and that's reality. And me, when I like do miles of curb along the road, or when I do little seawall, or when I even do driveways, patios, and I level the ground, to me, when I set my instrument up, and if it's dropping down, it's not earth curve, it's slope, and water will go that way. It's just simple truth, really. But even the complicated ones, like curving bullets and all that nonsense, I just can't help it. It's in my blood. I got to call out the nonsense that they call their reality.
Brian, you didn't really answer the question, and you added in extra terms that have no meaning.
She asked me what's the truth, bro, and I said the truth is if the ground is dropping along my curbs, this is the truth, Bev. That if it's dropping, then water is going to flow that way.
Yeah,
it's not the ground curving it. That's the truth.
Yes.
And the truth. That's just to me,
Why did
that's
you
me
throw
in
in
my
Earth
world.
curve? Like, what's Earth curve?
What?
You threw in to your description of truth of
that's what I was taught, and that's what they're trying to preach.
But what's Earth curve? You've just mentioned Earth curve. You made me say it
No. She mentioned tip of the spear.
Yeah.
She mentioned tip of the spear. What does that mean, and what is truth to me?
I didn't mention the tip of the spear. I asked you what your definition of truth was. What defines truth to you? How do you tell truth from non-truth?
I get my truth. My truth is what I do, what I've been doing my whole life, and what I know to be true. And that is, if the ground is dropping, water's going to flow that way, no matter how far I go. That's my truth. I mean, that's a genuine answer, Bev. If you don't like it, man, I'm sorry, bro, but that's my truth.
No, that's fair enough. But does anybody else want to chime in on this? Does anybody else have an opinion on what is truth?
I have not opinion, just Aristotle's statement. This is not mine. Truth is agreement between what we think with what we see. This is his definition of truth. And I stick to that.
There are people out there though preaching that, and I'm sorry if you ain't the one who said tip of the spear, maybe it was somebody else. Repeat me, but I thought it was you. I was wrong apparently. But there are people out there energetically preaching that bridges have humps in them, and even people claiming to be surveyors who, there's a lot of noise, a lot of voices out there going against my truth. So I try to call out the nonsense as best as I can.
It's a good question, Emma. Anybody else got it? What is truth to you? I think, Brian, yours is, if you bring it up a level, right? It's related to what would you say, nature?
Yeah, nature.
For you, that's your passion. That's truth to you. Is that it's really nothing else. It's not an overall way of living or thinking or your personal philosophy more than just the nature.
Fundamentals, man. Fundamentals.
Okay.
I like objective fact. Something that's just objectively true. It's a fact.
And I would go with truth to me is what can be known and what has the potential of having an undeniable proof to it. To me, that's truth. Sometimes that could be personal, I guess, and not necessarily consensus. But see, that's broader than I think Brian's just being a little bit more specific because that's just who he is.
Yeah, that's what I could stand behind in my profession. But I mean, I do get in the weeds sometimes, I admit, but that's what I meant by it though. And that is my truth. And I get ideas from that. And I try not to bring too much of it here and too often, I do.
Yeah.
That is a good question though.
Oh,
that's a really good question.
Yeah, you have to get used to me. I'm blunt, but I don't mean any harm by it. And also, feel free to call me out in exactly the same way.
You asked one of the hardest questions there is to ask. It's even in the Bible.
Very hard.
It's even in the Bible unanswered.
Correct. Absolutely right. I would say, just for the people listening, that the reason why I think Bev was saying what he was saying about the possibility of changing the format and kind of what we do here is because we want to get to a higher level. With all due respect to Brian, and I understand why he likes to be in the weeds on this stuff, but I think we need to get to a higher level of discussion than this particular arena, i.e., the shape of the earth, because we've said many, many, many times we could give a shit. Doesn't matter. Right? But what does matter in life? Well, I mean, since it is Free for All Friday, has anybody seen Bev alluded to it at the beginning of the stream. Was anybody seeing the Twitter? What's gone on with Twitter and Project Veritas, if you've heard of them, and little thing with a pharmaceutical company and
they're getting called out, right?
Yeah, well, a little bit worse than that, but I mean, it's just stuff like that, right? And the nastiness of the last 3 years, and if you wanted to get into politics or religion or what's gone on at Davos the last couple of weeks, if you're into that kind of stuff, all of those higher level topics, right, that aren't necessarily specific have potentially a truth value to them. Discussions around all those things, I think, are valuable. But in this particular arena, it's like one thing. It's the shape of the earth. And for a bunch of people that, like, quite honestly, don't give a shit, it gets boring pretty quickly.
I agree, man. And they did shut that whole conversation down. But, I admire what my people did here. and what a lot of people in the States did, and even over there and some of the freedom marches and whatnot, man. And it was a lot of us, and what we do, we're the first, front line to knowledge and trying to spread it. I'm not trying to give any advice or nothing like that, but I tell you what, I did like what I see. I see a lot of unity, a lot of people, standing up for themselves, their rights, and the way this world is, especially around here, like somebody's got to pay. Somebody's got to pay, but hopefully that'll prevent any BS happening in the future. We'll see.
Yeah, even when you do that kind of stuff, even when you have so-called truthers, or you want to call them freedom, liberty types or anything like that, right? It's dangerous. Today, it's dangerous. Like Beth talked about at the beginning, it's like, what can you trust? Can you trust anything anymore? Because it's dangerous to, even if you're an American like I am, it's dangerous to go to the nation's capital and maybe march for a certain cause or a certain thing that you might believe in. Dangerous. You could end up in jail without any representation for 3 years, right? If you're a Canadian and you happen to go march on the Capitol, you might find yourself without a bank account, without a way to make ends meet because you have no access to money. It's
Yeah,
amazing what non-truth has done to our Western society, I think.
Yeah, it ain't getting no better. And I say a lot of people dog the government, and all that. Now I'm not sticking up for them, but what I will stick up for is our forefathers, and they wrote it as good as they possibly could, man. If we follow the way they wrote the laws and everything, man, they put a lot of effort into that to keep us as free as possible for as long as possible. It's just a changing world, but man, if back to the roots of the laws, man, the laws really do, the ones they wrote, look out for the people, and hopefully, people will maintain that and hopefully, man, it might take something crazy like what just happened, but I try to be an optimist, man, but I do recognize the threats you speak of, man. They are a reality for a lot of people, man, and I pray against that.
Yeah, I get you. I bring it up because of Emma's question, right? It's like, what is truth to you? In all of those different topics, doesn't matter what the topic is. Like I said, I just threw a few out there, but it doesn't matter. But your understanding of what truth is and what it means to you is critical to navigate those topics. And it doesn't seem like a lot of people want to have actual conversations anymore, or even if they can anymore. That's kind of what we've been, I think, coming to around here. Conclusion is, can anyone have an actual conversation anymore?
Yeah, I know, it's ridiculous. I'll say this though, like waking up to the possibility of everything I was taught about my world was potentially upside down or even unknown, even or not proven in their world, and everything I was taught just opened my mind up to that possibility. Just really opened my mind up to everything else. It was like a no brainer. It was almost like a event. Waking up, people call it, and to be fair, that's not a bad way of putting it. Like when you realize what people have been wrong about and preaching as facts across the board, is you realize that that's in question, then you see through a lot of BS, and you realize that it's fair to question everything.
Also, I just wanted to point out, Godzilla's just put in chat to me, do you know what a lie is, Emma? You can't unless you first know the truth.
That's a great point, Gords.
Yep. Absolutely. I wonder how long you could talk about truth and what truth is.
quite a long time, I would think, if you really dig
Forever and ever.
into it.
That's a
Or
good
not.
question, though. I mean, there's a lot of other people here. I'd like to hear some other people. You know, that's a good question, right down to the core.
Or
Anybody
not.
else?
Or, I was going to say, or not at all, Emma, because it's too scary.
It is. It's a scary thing, the truth.
As I said, I stick to Aristotle, because if you cannot establish agreement between what you think and what you see, it means that you cannot have truth.
What happens when your eyes deceive you?
Oh, eyes don't deceive me. How?
Well, you don't think that with today's technology that it's possible to deceive your own eyes?
No, eyes, no. No.
Then my eyes are liars.
No.
Have you seen the video of that stuff that we were talking about? Because that's
eyes will not deceive me.
Yeah.
Mind only. I like auto suggestion, that I think that what my eyes see, this is this. So I'm suggesting myself. But this is not about eyes.
Are you talking about the Project Veritas?
Yeah. Because that's what I was, particularly thinking about.
See, to me,
I don't know whether it's real or not.
No, see, to me, everything screams wrong about it. One, how did they end up being in the same place at the same time? And how was he casually out having dinner after that first video dropped?
That guy's got a lot of support, man. I believe it, man.
After the video, I think.
I have one objection. You are talking about video. I am not talking about video. You can put in video whatever you want.
That guy's fighting for us. Whatever is comes out of that, I promise
the
you.
Project Veritas.
James,
I used to say
James?
that, but one, right? How did he know that guy was going to be in that restaurant at that time? Just after they've dropped a video of him.
No. That video was recorded there. He was in that room because he was on a date with the guy that he'd just filmed it.
Yeah.
They'd literally just filmed it and separated
the whole
the two.
thing happened in the same...
same span of time.
Dude, that's a whole network, though, man. You got a network of people, and you got a lot of eyes supporting that guy. Like, if we learn anything about that, that's who we call around here. Any of us, if we hear that, that's who we get a hold of. Anything that could help. There's a whole network of people here. That's our guy, man. Whether he churches anything up, maybe, I don't know. I'm not going to act like I know exactly what's going on, but I know that guy's fighting for the people, and they did him dirty, and they've done it to me. I'm not like against him, FBI shit, but they've done me dirty here.
But why has no one pointed out that this guy, his job title and what are his qualifications and what gives him the right to be making those kinds of decisions?
New media. Oh, yeah. Well, that was the thing. I was bringing into question the idea that his reaction to it. The second video, that's the one that, the first one, obviously, to have a reaction of people.
Yeah.
The
second one, to me, the whole thing just smelled wrong.
Yeah.
All of it. I don't know why, but it was just wrong. The guy's reaction, everything was wrong. The people who owned the restaurant, their reaction was weird.
That's the thing, right? I mean, that's the point about what do you trust?
What
is
it
truth to you and what do you trust?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it was a sting.
It was definitely
right?
a setup, yeah.
Yeah.
It was a sting, but you have to then go to the point of, okay, we know things are wrong, but how far do we cross the line to expose the wrong? before we stop and say, hang on, we're getting just like they are.
Oh, I don't think there is a line anymore because, right? And I see what you're saying, Emma, and I don't know either, right? The whole thing could be a movie, right? The whole thing could be just put this thing out there, act it out, or even if it wasn't acted, even if it was legit, get it out there so that we can divide people more, so we can have more angst, more fear, more, right? Because that's what drives everything today, right?
I can
But
tell you one thing for sure. Coming out of the media, UK and US in the last few days has been attacks on MPs or people in government in their homes or on the street. Shortly to follow will be a bill that you have no right to even speak to these people, otherwise you will be arrested.
Yeah, well, maybe that's the psyop. But I'll say this though, here in America, I don't know how it is over there, but really talk is talk, and there's a lot going on. But the courts, you can get any of that information, and there are people on top of it. Lots of people on top of it when they try to pass bills, Second Amendment. I mean, just everything, and then what goes on in the courts. So there are things going on in the courts, and the truth is always revealed. I don't think any of the stage is in the courts. They might say some shit on TV, but the court records, I think, are legal and binding, I believe. I don't know how it is over there.
Unfortunately, the courts are all part of the system.
I don't believe that for a second, Brian. I don't think there's any justice and I'm an American, right? So I don't believe any of that anymore. That's the thing, right? It's like, what do you trust anymore? Do you trust a political party? Do you trust your own doctor anymore? Right? Do you trust your family members? What do you trust? What's the truth
Yeah.
and what do you trust? It's like Emma said, you could talk about this for hours.
Yeah, you're right. It does, it's deep. And I trust some people, man. But I mean, not for free,
Not
But
just willy nilly. You're saying.
yeah.
Maybe a members only.
Yeah.
I like act.
Stream
I
or
do like
discussion.
I've always said talk is cheap, I like action, but everybody knows right and wrong. There's something inside of us that even if it's throwing a piece of paper on the ground, that it might not be that bad, but you still know it's wrong, dude. And I think there are a lot of people who try to do what's right and stand up for what they believe in, and unfortunately, there's no such thing as good without evil. That's Godzilla. He made a good point earlier, and
But also that Tarek in the chat is saying that everything is dividing people, which it is.
It is.
Purposely. We're all fighting against each other for no reason when the people we should really be fighting against, we're not.
Yeah, there ain't much fighting going on around here. Hopefully there won't be. Hopefully, knock on wood, nothing crazy anyway. A lot of that to me is the show. That's to me, and like I said, I never consider like court rule and shit like that. I mean, I know some of it's controversial, lawsuits, all that BS, but like when it comes down to it, when they try to pull some BS, like I don't know about the politics, like our governor DeSantis, we didn't see too much of the lockdowns, any of that BS, man. It didn't fly around here. And he spearheaded when they tried to say that you had to get something, jab or else no jobs, shit like that. He spearheaded that, and they shut that shit down so fast. They just come right out and said it. And to me, that's the lie, what's going on in the media and all that, because legally it didn't fly, not even for a minute. And they shut it down in the courts instantly, almost. I mean, but a lot of people didn't know that.
But if you say you step out of this topic for a moment and you go into the real world and you go down to your local supermarket and you end up in a conversation with someone or at your local doctor's surgery, pretty much everybody is feeling the same way, thinking the same way. So why Why are we allowing them to keep us divided over little petty stuff which means nothing?
Well, I would say because it in the end it doesn't mean nothing to people, right? That's why the arguments happen around the particular topic that, you know, in this particular arena, shape of the earth, right? That's the passion of certain people. They play people's passions off one another, and they never focus on unity. But the they, I don't know who the they is. That's always the question, right? Who's the they?
These who rule the world.
Whoever they are, right? Yeah.
We know who they are.
I don't know who they are.
It's
I
cursed,
have
though,
no
man.
idea.
You just think if you're one of the trillionaires and you call a lot of the shots and everything, you still, the way life is, you're going to have your own misery and a lot of them. And you want to be part of the spotlight, but you can't. You got to stay right there in the shadows. And yeah, you're pulling the strings, but you're nothing and you never will be. And if you hear this, then, more power to you. But it also, we're not, everybody ain't your responsibility. That's what happens with these gajillionaires, multi-billionaires. They get some disease of the head where they feel like they're responsible for everybody. And then they feel the world closing in on their money, and they think it's overpopulated and shit's running out and this and that. It's just like a disease, man. We'll take care of ourselves. Everybody does what they got to do, and we look out for each other, and we'll get along, hopefully. And it's just, because all these people are in the shadows, and we know they exist. I mean, the people that you're wondering, like, who did this guy have to answer to? We never know who. I could give 1,000 examples of even as far as like the patent office, where they couldn't even give out patents here and they wanted to. And we never find out who, even like the president back in the day, like spoke out about it and stuff. And they couldn't grant a patent. So, there's people ultimately pulling the strings, and they have to stay in the shadows, just like the characters we see. It's like little weasels, with all that money and all that power, and they're dying to be known, but they can't. Life's got a way of balancing.
Bev's fully engrossed in Ark, I think.
Yeah, I'm just sort of preparing a breeding session.
Has any more topic?
Did you mean to open up that topic, Emma?
Has anybody seen the Capture on BBC?
The what?
I haven't seen BBC for years.
No, I don't watch BBC.
On I don't normally. It was somebody that told me to check it out. It's on BBC iPlayer, but it's basically about the live CCTV at the police shows getting manipulated. So they obviously the central control and all the rest of the, what do you call them, MI5 and that, they're looking at their screens, but they're not actually seeing what they're supposed to be seeing. And it just shows you how, it goes on to how it's getting manipulated and who's doing it. But it was pretty, it was kind of like showing you, like, they thought they were looking at live TV, CCTV, but
it's all there. They show it to us. It's all there in the TV programs, in the film.
Yeah.
It's all there. And yet
Yeah.
you've got people who still sit there and go, oh, shut up, it can't be real. They wouldn't do that to us.
I watched a guy on, I can't remember if it was Facebook or YouTube, and he was showing you, like, even this interview that Joe Biden was meant to be doing, and it was like, he says, look at all of these photographers, only like 2 or 3 of them are moving, sort of thing. So you were getting a camera was behind the photographers, and Joe Biden, it was like a green screen. He says, watch it, it starts glitching it here and everything like that. And I was like, geez, I mean, if you were just to watch it as a normie, you would, I mean, even, if you're kind of switched on, you probably wouldn't have noticed it unless the guy slows it down and points out what's going on, sort of thing.
That's a good point. I go by the what is it, the Kevin Bacon law? Like, what is it, 5 steps to Kevin Bacon? Where, like, look, if you ain't heard of anybody experience it in real life, like, because like they say, you could talk to anybody in the world just by sending out a message to one and then to the next person, to the next for like 5 steps. I forgot exactly how it works, but so if you don't know anybody who's personally witnessed it or know somebody close to about it, then it's probably just not real, and but a lot of that shit, is hype, but some of it's real, and usually if it's something major, we'll all hear about it, if it's something that everybody's standing up for.
Yeah, I mean, you virtually can't tell what's truthful and what's not on the telly anyway, the mainstream telly. And they will mix it in with stuff that's kind of truthful and stuff like that. So when you kind of come up with something that's maybe been made up or something like that, it's very hard to sort of distinguish between the two unless like you say, you can prove it for yourself.
I take it all with a grain of salt, but and then until I hear about it till it affects me, but or if I hear about it affecting somebody along the line, if I hear about it in real life, then there are enough bad things. Yeah, they do a lot. God, it's hard to know. Really, them asked $1 million question. What's your truth? What's the truth?
Yeah, I mean, probably the biggest irony of them all. I mean, I don't have it, but my kids have it. The wife watches it, but she has it. But this TikTok, there's an explosion of sort of truth movements and that on TikTok. But again, you got to sort of watch what you're watching, sort of thing. Is it true? Is it fake? But it comes from China, and it's getting used as a big massive truth movement platform. It's quite ironic.
Did you hear about the World Cup? Like the Chinese, I heard that they, seen at World Cup and none of them were wearing masks and stuff, and the people in China were like upset, like they thought the whole world was doing what they're doing and shit. I was gonna say, oh man, I had something so good to say and I forgot about it, man. It should come back up.
Yeah, there's a whole load of people, they just look like normal people, giving out sort of truth bombs and that, not just on TikTok, but Facebook videos and loads of other platforms. When I came into Discord there, Bev, it doesn't say you're live or anything like that.
I
normally comes up
never.
saying you're live.
Well, Kevin's live.
Yeah, I see
only
that,
if you're
yeah.
live within Discord. I mean, I don't. I've not been sharing a screen or anything.
That's maybe what it is. I was listening to some of your stuff with Charles during the week, Bev. I can't help but think, when he's saying A to B's got to be curved kind of thing. I just can't help myself thinking about the Union Canal, near me, which is 30 miles, no locks. And I was like, I think this guy would have an aneurysm if he tried to put plumb bobs on this. Where do they think they'll go?
Uh-huh.
And if you were to hang a plumb bob on, one end and hang a plumb bob on the other and hang a plumb bob in the middle, if the canal's level, there's only one thing that's going to happen with the plumb bobs. But these
Oh,
guys,
that's another thing we got progress with is I finally got Rumpus and I think it was Ruhif to concede and Zanuck all in the same stream, I believe, that on Earth Awakenings that any line of sight between three people is got to be 180 degrees. There's no getting around it. A line of sight between three people, like even reciprocal, like if they're 80 miles away and they're like up on three mountains, if it's line of sight, it's 180 degrees and there's no getting around it. And Rumpus agreed and even fought for it a little bit at the end. That a triangle is always going to make 180 degrees with line of sight, no matter what you're on. I don't think he realized the implications of that, but he did concede to the truth of the matter, the geometry.
yeah, I've got a canal next to us, Brian. It's basically roughly 30 miles. It runs through the centre of Scotland, but there's no locks, nothing on it. It's like level for 30 miles, which is it's classed as a contour canal. Now, if you look it up on, just about any website, it tells you it follows the contour. It's 73-mile contour above sea level along its entire length, which is a bit of a puzzle. Is it, if it's constantly 73 meters above sea level, you would think it would be curved at some point.
Yeah.
No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't think it would be curved at any point. I wouldn't, anyway.
No, I wouldn't, but if sea level, if their model says sea level's curved, and that's measured 73 meters from sea level, and it stands to reason that the canal should be curved.
Well, only way to make it curve is in their head, and that's by adding R. They call it curvature corrections. They do a lot of that. They add curvature corrections to planar surveys and make this big giant globe. It's nonsense, man. All they do is add a radius and imagine a curve that ain't there.
Yeah, exactly, mate. So it's like either the canal's curved or the sea levels. The canal and the sea level must be level. If they're saying the canal's completely level along its entire length, 73 meters above sea level, then if you were to put a plumb bob on the the left hand side of the canal, plumb bob in the middle, and a plumb bob on the right hand side, and drop it down to sea level, they're all going to be the same length. Which is a bit, I've often wondered how, they can say that it's 73 meters above sea level along its entire length.
Yeah, I'm jealous, man. I can't even. There's a 3-mile lake. It's across town, but it's like so active. It's like there ain't nothing around here, man. I'd be there all the time, man.
We've got, I think, Loch Ness up that's a couple of hundred miles from me, but I think that's 27 miles, Loch Ness, where the Loch Ness Monster is. That's a fair stretch. That's on my bucket list. I went up there one time, but there were so many tourists about. It was just almost impossible to kind of set up a camera. or have a little nosy about and see what's going on. But the canal, kind of like I think you were saying, Bev, there's no any stretches that are, more than 2 miles sort of thing. You got loads of sort of bends and that in the canal.
Following the lay of the land, aren't they?
Say again?
They follow the lay of the land.
Yeah. Funny enough, but kind of like the Roman wall, Antonines Wall, it's kind of loosely based on the same path as the Roman wall. And lo and behold, quite close to the canal is the railway line. It runs from Glasgow to Edinburgh. So they all obviously knew or they used that sort of contour for other things. Well, I mean, I'd be interested to see how they sort of, how they would sort of say what the plumb bob would do, if you dropped them off this canal.
Well, that was one of the things I said to him when I, first started with this, because I have a canal here, and I said to them that along the way, all along the way, along the canal, as you're walking along the entire length of it, you could take a plumb bob at any point that you wanted. And you could guarantee that if you hung the plumb bob over the canal, the plumb bob would be perpendicular to the surface of the water in the canal.
Mm-hmm.
At every point along there.
And what did they say to that?
Well, they said, yeah, how could they disagree?
Yeah.
That's why they're talking now like they are talking.
Yeah. I mean, I've heard you talking about it, Bev, but I think the canals are quite a strong proof.
Definitely.
I mean, I'm pretty sure they've done loads of, any kind of building work or, anything past and present around about the canal area. I'm pretty sure they would have took a height from there, anywhere along that canal. It runs right through central Scotland, left to right through central Scotland. So, I don't know what they would use it for, but surveyors would probably go, well, we know we're 73 metres here above sea level. I mean, some of the things Charles was saying was just. I'm not an expert, but oh dear. Seems a nice enough guy, but oh dear.
Well, we're watching out for the sophistry within. Like I say,
Sophists are not rude.
Yeah.
Basically.
Hey, I remember what I wanted to ask y'all. Okay, this is kind of off topic, but this is it's important to me. There's like a rumbling here that happens. Usually it just happens occasionally, about maybe once every few weeks, and I'll hear a rumble, a deep rumble, like you could tell it's like almost ground shaking loud, and it comes from like a certain direction. To me, it's like west of me, and I hear it every now and then, and like the last week, 2 weeks, I've heard it like a couple times in one day, and I've heard it almost every day or every other day. Does anybody hear that? Like, and I'll be looking and with an open landscape, and there's nothing there. There's no planes. There's no nothing, and it's just a deep rumble. Like, I mean, does anybody else experience that in their areas?
Can't say I've heard. And, well, especially repeatedly.
It usually lasts about 15 seconds, long enough for you to look to see the direction it's coming from and look ahead and behind and see nothing. I guess maybe it's just his area, man. But I was very curious if anybody else experienced that. Just a loud rumble, like almost like a super loud, deep bass plane without the plane. Just,
No. If you stay somewhere, it's quite sort of flat based or that. It could be echoing from somewhere else, you know. Could be miles away.
it's definitely miles away, but I can never pinpoint it. It's the same thing though, from the same direction.
You get a drone. Get a drone up and fly it over.
Yeah, it's a big ass drone if it's a drone. I'm just saying.
No, I'm saying you need to get a drone and fly it.
Yeah, that's. But yeah. If I had it ready, I have a couple drones, but I'd have to have them on standby and ready to go. But that's a good idea, man. That's a good idea. Now that it's happening, you know, it always catches me off guard. But just lately, it's happening a little more than usual. So it's on my mind. Maybe I'll have a drone standby and try and hurry up and get it up there to see. It's a great idea, actually.
Or a directional microphone or something like that and record it and just leave it on.
It just falls into the background noise, man. And I've never even really talked about it with people around here except like my family. And I was like, y'all hear that? You know? And yeah. And it just, if we ever even bring it up, it just happens and it's gone and never really talked about.
You stay quite rural, or do you stay in a kind of what do you call it, a city or anything like that, a village?
It's out just right on the out. I mean, it's in the city, but it's just residential city around me. You know, I'm not real far from a Walmart, but I'm like right in between. I'm pretty close to in between the downtown buildings, and then the beach, the Atlantic Ocean. I'm not far away from either.
Could be something from the ocean.
Well, it's coming from the opposite direction as the ocean, but there's a base. But there's a base in the other direction too. But I can't think of any. But the direction this is coming from, it's like a northwest, and there's no base in that direction. In fact, I don't know what's in that direction. Like it's BFE almost in that direction that I know of. I don't know. I just was seeing. I was curious. If nobody else heard it, no big deal. I just
during the day or night time?
It's usually like early in the morning, but it's so occasional. It's hard to pinpoint anything about it. It's just over the years, I've just noticed the direction it comes from, and that's generally like a northwest. Strangest thing. I'm gonna try and
ask your neighbor if they've heard it.
Oh, they for sure have heard it. Everybody around here. I mean, it's just nothing we talk about. But yeah, I need to talk about it with them. See what maybe somebody knows something.
Could be anything really. Could be a simple explanation.
Has anybody ever seen that rocket engine thing that's like a cloud machine? They had videos of it on YouTube, and it almost looks like the smoke that comes out of the like a rocket launch or shuttle launch. How all that smoke comes out, but it's literally just like a jet engine or a rocket engine in a like a building. And it's a giant one, but it like sucks up like several tons of water within a freaking few seconds span, like maybe 5-10 seconds. And I'm thinking like it might be one of them damn things. I mean, does anybody know what I'm talking about? One of them cloud machines?
Vaguely, I think I've seen a video of it somewhere, but I'm not 100% sure.
That sounds stupid. If nobody's seen it, that sounds stupid. A cloud machine, but no, they literally have these things.
No, yeah, they do have. I mean, if anybody doesn't believe that they're manipulating the weather, as in geoengineering, then I don't know what's wrong with you.
Yeah, I know they're definitely doing that. I seen it was a clip again. It was just one of these videos, Facebook or something like that, and it was a weatherman, and he was showing you a picture of the radar, sort of radar sort of image, and he says, "Oh, these purple bits, these are metal or filaments. The sort of army or the RAF or they drop them," and says, "And I can tell you through experience because I used to fly these planes. That's what that is. So if you're seeing this purple stuff, and it was just a kind of more. He wasn't meaning anything. He was just sort of explaining what this was before, I don't think he realised what he had said, to be honest with you. But I was like, wow.
What'd you say? Like it was? You say purple? Like
He was explaining, you get all the colours on the radar image. He was explaining, he was showing this sort of rain front or, bad weather front. And there was a slightly different colour from normal.
Oh, okay. I got you on the radar. Okay.
Yeah, it was one of these big screens at the stand, on the sort of news segment. And he just came away with that and said, "Yeah, I used to, I was on these planes. I knew it. It was like, I can't remember what he said. It was like some sort of metal. I can't remember exactly what it was, but
Maybe we should start questioning why there's so many people out there who get shown this stuff by the mainstream and still don't acknowledge that it's happening.
kind of locked in their own wee bubble. I think people like, their comforter. They would rather have that than the inconvenient truth. A lot of people are like that, My mate's a bit like that. He works in a factory and sort of talk to him about bits and bobs back and forward, and it's not that he's uncomfortable with it. He's just like, "No, leave me alone. I want to just stay in my own little bubble. I just want to work 9 to 5."
And that's fine. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. I mean, in some cases, he's he's kind of switched on. We got our cameras at the weekend most times.
Nice.
Introduced them to long range photography, and then kind of introduced them to other bits and bobs, which should, you see what we see. But so he's kind of switched on to some stuff, but
We've got a guest, Ali. I bet you can't guess who this special guest
I
is.
tell you, one of the smartest terms they ever come up with, one of the slickest terms is conspiracy theorist. Because like nowadays, people don't even it could be right in front of their face and people deny it. It's weird, but people I think I got faith in it. I think they might be waking up slowly but surely, hopefully anyway. But yeah, they've made it where pointing out conspiracies, the people who point it out are the bad guys. It's ridiculous. You almost give free reign for conspiracies coming up with that term alone and people backing it and repeating it. Like almost free reign for deception.
yeah.
I'm sorry, Charles. You're just not important enough, apparently.
Thanks for the introduction. But Brian, I wanted to chime in with you. You're talking about this like a rocket engine, but then it was producing a cloud. Is that what you were talking about? The video with that?
Yeah. Have you seen that?
Yeah. Yes. And what it was is it was an actual rocket engine, but most rocket engines don't. They use like kerosene and things like that. But that particular rocket engine was just liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen. So the 100% of the exhaust of that rocket engine was just water vapor. So there was no smoke to speak of. It was just water vapor, which meant
they put the H's and the O's together in the rocket.
It was just burning hydrogen in the presence of oxygen. But it was producing a huge cloud, and I think miles down range, that cloud actually produced rain because it was just combining hydrogen and oxygen to produce water vapor, and then it was so big that it produced rain.
So they started
But,
out with the H's and the O's, and you say that they combined them within the rocket engine.
Yeah, I mean, you could burn them. If any chemistry lab has cylinders of hydrogen.
Is burning just the combination with oxygen?
Well,
No, they literally
called,
they did put water through there though.
It's
Like,
called
it
an
was
oxidation reaction. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. So they use water like a water deluge system to so that they don't damage the site.
Yeah, they have a reservoir right there. I mean, immediately next to it,
Right.
and it's big giant pumps and shit.
Yes. So there's a water deluge system. So you've got two sources of water. One is liquid water, and the other is the water vapor that's produced by the rocket engine itself. So it's quite.
It is really an incredible amount, man. And you know what? I just said that I've been hearing it like a couple times a day, and maybe almost every day, every other day.
Hang on.
It's rained here. It's rained here in the last couple of weeks. I'll stay too.
Rocket engine. It was on the back of a truck.
No, it just looked like a rocket engine. I mean,
no, it didn't. It looked. Have you not seen the one that's literally they drive a truck along, and the back of this truck they pump out a load of. There's no rocket engine involved, as far as I'm aware.
It's like a jet engine almost.
I think we're talking about two different things. I think I know what you're talking about. Is that Emma?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I think I know what you're talking about. That's another thing where they're spraying something into the air or something like that. It looks.
So you're agreeing that they do actually do it?
I agree that what you saw was real, but I think you and I will disagree as to the why. Like, for example, when I was in South Carolina, when I was doing my boot camp with the Marines, they would drive around with insecticide. It was just the back of a pickup truck, and they were just broadcasting this thing into the air, and so like we're breathing all this stuff, and so it was really nasty because
you weren't a Marine, were you?
I served in peacetime, but I was in from 1985 to 1995.
You were actually a Marine.
Yeah.
Fair play.
Yeah,
Thank you for your service, even though I'm not American.
Very much so. I am. Thank you. But I just posted the one I was talking about, or one similar to it, and I didn't know there's several of these damn things. Like, it's showing the video I posted the top 5, but just look at the cover. I just posted it in the live chat. I think Agent of the Locos, but it's just a bunch of pumps, like giant pumps and a jet engine, rocket engine. I don't know, but it's like.
But we hadn't got into the. We weren't worried about the why they were doing it, Charles. I was just asking you whether you agree that it actually happens, that they do.
Of course.
Geoengineering is a thing.
Well, no, that's the why. People,
hang on. If I look up geoengineering now,
you're going to see a bunch of references of proposals, but the nearest thing to geoengineering.
So no governments have come forward and.
Yeah, the thing is, there's a lot of proposals, because people are talking about quote unquote global warming. Oh, well, one of the things one of the reasons
were you around back in the days when there was a hole in the ozone layer, Charles?
I don't believe that stuff for a second.
What? What do you mean you don't believe that stuff for a second? Mainstream science told us that our refrigerators and hairspray were making a hole in the ozone.
I would love to see the proof of that. I took so one of the things, Emma, that you might be surprised at, and I really don't want to talk about this too much because like all the Globers are all going to disown me, but I'm on your side for like the vast majority of these views.
Hang on. There is no sides, Charles.
Well, okay, but I'm like anti-establishment, and like the one time I got into it,
you see through the BS.
I'm sorry.
I said you see through the BS.
Yeah. Well, especially in terms of like big G government, and we're not going to talk about the recent, last 3 years of this.
Let me ask you a question.
Which I'm not going to talk about.
But would you be willing to do a discussion another time, not on a live stream?
Absolutely. Okay. Now the thing is, like, I go where the truth is. Like, for example, if you talk about
Oh,
government
hang on.
conspiracies.
I asked Brian this.
Okay.
What
Oh yeah,
is
yeah.
truth?
What is truth? Yeah, yeah,
What
yeah.
is
I was
truth
hearing.
to you?
Yeah, I would agree with what other people have said. People have said things like objective facts. I was thinking about. I'm interested in magic, and so it can't be just a consensus, because if you go to a magic show, the magician is doing some sort of performance, and everybody in the audience will believe a certain thing, but behind the scenes, the magician just fooled everybody. So it can't
Hang on,
be.
you're making assumptions about the audience. What if you had me in the audience?
I think I could fool you with some magic.
I bet you couldn't.
I bet you could.
We suspend disbelief.
Anyway.
We suspend disbelief at the shows. We know it's fake, but we enjoy the show, kind of like wrestling, right?
Exactly. You go there to be entertained and mystified. Like I've seen David Copperfield live in performance, and you cannot tell me he didn't cut himself in half and grab a hold of his own waist, with a bear hug and hop down a ramp made of plexiglass.
He obviously cut himself in half, because that is
with a giant
completely
laser.
possible in reality.
I was watching with binoculars, and I was so amazed. That guy is so skillful. So I will swear that he cut himself in half with a laser and performed that. It's like, you can't tell me otherwise. But what is truth? That's a great question. Yeah, it has to be something like objective facts. I think it was Kevin, might have said, what is known, or what could be, I don't know, factually proven. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but there's certain things where you can draw a conclusion, and then you could be like 99.99% sure that conclusion is right, but you could have to still call it a theory, at some point. But I don't know. It's a great question.
The $1 million question. Hey, Charles, what state are you in, man? Texas?
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania. Okay.
Near Philly.
Okay. Two things. Before you answer the first one. Okay. Do you ever hear that rumbling that I'm talking about? And two, as people told you look like Jamie from Glowbusters?
No, the answer is no to both questions.
I mean, Mythbusters. I meant to say Mythbusters. I meant to say.
Yeah, no. Some people say I look like an actor called James Whale, but no, I've never heard that rumbling. But I have heard stories. Like
You sure that's an actor? Is that not a radio host in the UK?
No.
Oh my God! You do not want to be resembling him. Say no. You do not.
There was an older James Whale from 50 years ago, and then there's a younger guy. Anyway, that's the only person who's say
sorry for interjection.
You look like this person.
Just don't forget to send the bill to Aristotle. This $1 million or whatever it was.
See, for years, man, I'm talking about years, I thought that there was just space shuttles going up very often, because, like I said, every now and then on a clear day where you could see the horizon and you'd see a plane not far above the horizon, way off in the distance. It's just a smoke cloud and it's going straight up. I mean, I know now that it's flying right at me, but way off in the distance, it's just going straight. It looks like a space shuttle off in the distance. When I look south and see the planes, that's where the space shuttles come up from. I thought that every now and then I was just seeing a space shuttle, right? So
I totally get that.
And all these,
I don't know if you remember this.
All these rumblings and shit, just kind of reinforce that. But is there any planes that can rumble like that for just a few seconds, like maybe 5 seconds, 8 seconds, and just be gone?
We have some feedback from somewhere. I'm not sure where.
Yeah, it's not me. I'm using earphones. But Brian, now that's a great question. The only thing I can think of off the top of my head is if you have any kind of industrial area, where there may be some kind of factory or somebody, someplace where they're like producing something, and then periodically they may have to, let off some pressure, and then there might be a pressure relief valve that may make a big noise.
Like a purge?
That's like a purge, right. That's just me off the top of my head, but I don't know, I can't think of anything. But it was interesting what you said about, something looking like a rocket. It was like 7 or 8 years ago. It was in Los Angeles or San Francisco or somewhere in California, where you could see these two rocket trails, coming up from like the ocean and coming like right over the city. And they were like, oh, there were these, somebody set off a rocket or like a cruise missile from a submarine that was right off the coast of Los Angeles. Like that was what the headline was, and that was the photo, and the photo looked exactly like that. And then some people, and it made the news. People were like, oh, what is this? Is there an enemy submarine off the coast of the United States?
Hang on, have you not seen the aeroplane nose diving into the ocean?
Yeah, well, the punchline is that somebody started doing some digging, and they started looking up some webcams of there's webcams that just broadcast 24/7 of like the weather and the outdoors, and it was just two airplane flights, and they happen like every day, at the same time every day. And just that one day, the contrails happened to be really, really visible and caught the sun.
Yeah, well, on a good clear day, dude, I could see my space shuttle off to the south. Man, there's space shuttle every day now that it's just that's just the way our world presents it. It presents us as like a little mini dome, right? So that's just what I thought it was because I never paid it enough attention. I thought it was a space shuttle every now and then when I'd catch it.
Your own personal space shuttle.
I never watched it for long enough to see it fly directly flat straight above my head. It just looked like a damn space shuttle going straight up in the distance, little cloud.
Interesting.
Anybody can see this now. Just get you a nice clear visible horizon and look at a plane coming right at you from a little above the horizon, when you can start seeing the smoke before you even see the plane. It'll look like kind of like you'll think it's something going straight up in the air, or vice versa, something far away. It'll look like it's like falling, going straight down, but it's flying level. All that shit, all that curvature, all that arc, it's all visual. It's not real.
Well, I'd say it is real, but the thing is, it's the laws of perspective, which
I'd say fucking unicorns are real, man.
They lost
And
their horns.
So is Dinosaur Earth. Come on.
So, perspective is really interesting. I mean, if you and
No,
it really
it's
is
not.
geometric.
It's really not. Perspective is not interesting. I would actually rather talk about dinosaurs.
Okay. But anyway, so I've only caught a few snatches of the conversation because I did take a nap and I was like driving home from work.
Oh,
but
I'm glad you had a nap.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that with us.
Yeah, but
I feel
I did
much
hear
better for that information.
a little bit of a sarcasm in you there. But I did hear Brian speaking, and I know Brian said he had a lot of interesting thoughts. And if today is on the topic is no topic, right? What's the topic for Friday? Free for all Friday. So I just want to jump on because I know last time Brian and I spoke, we had a really good conversation. So I don't know if you wanted to jump, bounce anything off me, just to kind of mix things up a bit. But,
You have a channel, don't you?
Yeah, Flat Earth Math. Yeah.
Cool.
Emma, do you have a channel? Do you produce videos or anything, or?
I used to do the live streams.
Oh, okay.
Back in the day. You're a bit behind the times.
I'm a bit behind. The thing is, I take hiatus, for almost the entire quote unquote medical emergency that we had the last couple of years. I wasn't really into the scene, but I originally started back when it was on message boards. There was Shape of the Earth message boards, and so I participated in that, and it was really interesting, the debate there and how the language people used, and then I kind of resurfaced when it got on YouTube, and so I've been doing this on and off. I take a break. It's like a hobby. I take a break, but you guys keep me on my toes.
You're obviously fascinated by the topic, Doug.
Oh, I'm super fascinated, and I think. I forget who it was, that it was somebody, I think just tonight, they said that they learned so much. And I mean this in no joke. I have learned more math and science because of participating in this arena than I have in the previous, 15 years of my life. And so that's the thing I get out of it,
sure.
Is I learn so much, because the thing is, the arguments that you guys present and I, you guys, I'm just lumping all together, but they make me think, and I have to go and I have to look stuff up, and I have to, investigate some things, and it's fascinating.
Do you reckon about
Like-
all horizontals being parallel, like that? Those arguments.
Yeah, well, that's an interesting one. I would argue that all horizontals from a single vertical are parallel, but no, I mean, like, for example, I didn't know that Euclid defined a circle slightly differently than the modern definition of a circle. Like, I didn't know that Euclid defined a circle to include all the interior points. So that was new. I literally found that out yesterday. So I appreciate this arena.
I have one notion about this circumference. This is Latin word, and this is compound word. Circumference. In Latin is circumferentia. It means circum, it is circle. Ference, to fare. I think that there is this word in English, to fare something, or carry on with something. So that would, circumference, it is carrying on with circle.
Interesting.
So drawing a circle by drawing a line, boundary. So this is circumference. What does it mean?
One of the things that I don't appreciate in the arena is like when certain people, none of which are in the room right now, but sometimes people like to get a gotcha. They try to get me with a gotcha, and like that just isn't helpful because it's not really an attempt to communicate. But last night, people were saying, "Oh, can you draw a circle on a dodecahedron?" And so I was thinking about this today. It's like, so what can you do with a compass and just a flat sheet of paper? And is the argument that you can draw a circle on a sheet of paper with a compass? Because what I would argue is that you can't draw a circle with a compass and a flat sheet of paper. You can only draw a circumference. I was just trying to push back in a silly way. So I just take it with a grain of salt. Trying to be humorous here.
Yes, because you are drawing circle by drawing boundary, and it can be also square or another figure. Whatever figure you draw, you are drawing only extremities of it. You are drawing lines.
But isn't it a postulate though? Isn't it one of the postulates that you're not allowed to have whenever you imagine that you can get rid of one of them that isn't a postulate in the first place? Within the mathematical system that you want to imagine, it's postulate number 3. Let it be granted that you can draw a circle from any distance. Let me get it. I don't want to misrepresent. Sure. I'll read it for you. I'll get it.
Hey, Charles, before you go, will you answer a small, if it's okay with Bev, will you answer a small series of questions that I've asked this to a few people? If it's okay with Bev, just like 5 minutes. If y'all be okay with that, it's pretty interesting questions.
Okay.
Go ahead,
hit me.
Well, I'll wait for Bev's approval on that.
Oh, right.
Well, here's your definition. Well, not a definition; it's a postulate. Postulate number 3, and that a circle. It said, "Let it be granted," right? And that a circle may be described from any center at any distance from that center.
Yeah, and I think it's understood that we're talking about a plane.
But that's a postulate, right?
Okay.
That's a postulate that you imagine that you can still keep within the... or do you not have those sort of things within your geometric system?
Well, I mean, you keep talking about my geometric system. The point I was making yesterday is that people started with Euclid and then built upon his foundation. And so the modern definition of circle is just a slight deviation from Euclid's definition. In fact, it's the beginning of Euclid's definition of a circle is the modern definition of circle. Just the modern definition doesn't include all interior points. So, but ultimately, it's the boundary, as paper would say.
Yeah, but even within the postulate, the center is mentioned, right? So the center has to be evenly placed between the extremes points, which would be either end of a diameter of said circle.
Exactly. Yes. No argument there. I think part of the argument with, I don't know if it was Saragaki who was saying this, where, it's like, what is a part of a circle? And it's like, I would argue, using the modern definition of circle, that the center is not, included in the as a part of a circle. I mean, it's part of the definition of the circle, but it's not part of the circle, because the definition of circle, the modern definition, is the set of all points equidistant from the center. And so the center is not equidistant from this, it's not in that set of points. You got to start with the center, but you don't include the center point.
But you are
and it's just splitting hairs. I think everyone knows what a circle is, but.
Yeah, but equidistant, it means that you are talking about extremities of a circle, and you name it circle. So
right, I named the geometric shaped circle.
Slightly nonsense, because it means that boundary of circle is circle. It doesn't make any sense.
But no, the boundary of Euclid's definition of a circle, which includes all the interior points, what I was referring to as a disk. A disk versus a circle. I would say the circle is just the boundary. Saragaki was calling that the circumference. And the modern definition of circle just eliminates the interior points. It only is the exterior. And I was thinking about that today as well. I was thinking, like, how did we evolve from the circle that includes all the interior points to a circle that is just the boundary? And I'm thinking part of it is the arrival of algebra. Algebra did not exist in Euclid's time. And, if you want to draw, write equations of things, you write equations of lines. I mean, you can have an inequality that shades a region, but, the equation of a circle, x squared plus y squared equals 1, or x squared plus y squared equals r squared, where r is the radius. So that draws a line, or that draws a curved path. I would call that the equation of a circle. Well, that's what all mathematicians today call the equation of a circle. But that doesn't include all the interior points. It's interesting to talk about.
Sorry. So you make a square, like an area, and you say that the equation doesn't include all of the interior points.
Well, I've never seen an equation of a square. I mean, it's four straight lines that meet at right angles. So you can't do a nice simple equation like x squared plus y squared equals r squared, like you can with a circle. I mean, you could draw 4 equations that will make a square, but it's a lot more complicated. And if you made those equations inequalities, then you got shading.
Do you not see an x square as a square?
Can you clarify that question? I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, x is a length, right, along the x-axis.
Yeah.
And if you square it, it's a square. It's an area function.
Yeah. Well, there's 2 usage of the word square in just what you said. You have a length on the x-axis. We'll call it, 5 units, and you square it. Well, that's 5 squared. 5 times 5 is 25, which happens to be the area of a square, a geometric square that is 5 units on a side. So it's like 5 units in the y direction, 5 units in the x direction. I mean, they're all very, very closely related. The algebraic concept of square is related to
directly related.
Geometric square.
Yeah, directly related to it on a
right,
graph.
Right.
Because you've just mentioned the x, right?
But so I think I might have misunderstood the original connection when you said square. When I said the equation of a circle, which is x squared plus y squared equals r squared, that comes from the Pythagorean theorem.
Yeah, I get that. But what you said afterwards was that you don't think that includes all of the bit inside.
Right, because it's a line. It's a curved path. It's the circumference. If you were to graph x squared plus y squared equals, let's say 1, x squared plus y squared equals 1, you will draw the circumference of a circle that has radius 1 around the origin, 0, 0. It doesn't include any of the interior points. Now, if you
It
wanted
does.
to include
It's a
the interior,
square. It's an area.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't include any of the interior points. Yeah, you could find the area of that circle. That's not a problem. You know, which is pi r squared. But just the equation of that geometric shape, x squared plus y squared equals 1, does not include any interior points. Like I said, if you wanted to include the interior points, you would just put an inequality in there. X squared plus y squared.
Why
is
pi r
less than or equal
squared?
to 1.
Why not just pi diameter, pi times d?
Oh well, pi d is the circumference. We're talking about.
Okay.
You know, his question was on the radius. I'm sorry,
Okay.
on the area, which is pi r
Okay.
squared. But,
No. My question was asking why you would square the x and the y and then find an answer that doesn't involve the area involved.
That's a very good question, Bev, and I love these conversations because it comes from the Pythagorean theorem. And the Pythagorean theorem just simply relates to
Pythagorean theorem is related entirely around squares of the sides of a triangle. Again,
exactly.
An actual square.
But you don't need them, right? But you don't need those areas. You can prove it using those.
Yeah,
areas.
you can prove it, right?
But if all you did, Bev, your question is really great.
You need to prove.
No. But once you get past the proof, you could just start with a right triangle, no areas in sight, and just say, I know the length of one leg, I know the length of the other leg. I can do a squared plus b squared, and that will give me c squared.
The triangle lies on a plane and therefore
Yes.
has an area.
Oh, sure, but we're
You've
not
got rid of
calculating the
it.
area.
You just keep getting rid of it.
I'm not getting rid of anything. I'm just not including it in my calculation.
And by the way, extremity of the plane is line. So you can cut a plane to smaller limited plane, and this plane will have area.
Right. I'm not saying that you don't have area or that a circle doesn't have an area or a triangle doesn't have an area. I didn't say any of that. I'm just saying the mathematics of raising something to the second power. Maybe it might be easier if I just say that. You know, a to the second power plus b to the second power equals c to the second power. It's just a mathematical way of just saying I'm just multiplying that thing by itself. And I'm not actually
Yes, you're
calculating the
making
area
a
of something.
square.
Yes.
Well, you can draw it with a square.
No, the whole point, Math, is when I said to you, how can you do that equation and say that the internal part of the circle, which is on the plane, doesn't equate to what you're talking about when it quite clearly does?
So, okay, so the equation.
Because you're
of a
saying,
circle,
no, wait a minute, you go back to it. You're saying that the modern definition that just uses the first part of the definition, the actual definition of Euclid.
Yes.
Right? Why are you getting rid of that second part of it?
Because it's well, actually, that's
It's
a
still
good question.
actually
I
part
don't
of
know
the
the origin
circle.
of it, but I'm not doing it. I'm just saying all of modern geometry defines a circle as a set of points equidistant.
I think
It does not
most modern geometry understands that the circle is a two-dimensional figure.
Yeah, no argument there.
But you're getting rid of it.
No.
Yes, you
No,
are.
the question-
Because
no,
you
no.
only read in half of the definition and you're
No,
feeling satisfied with that because
Okay.
that helps you imagine
Okay.
that the 2D circle isn't there.
All right, Bev, let's update the modern definition to include the word plane or planar. So Euclid said that a circle is a planar figure. I'm paraphrasing. Euclid said a circle is a planar figure that has all the set of all points equidistant from a center point and all points therein. And so the modern definition is, I'm sorry, my phone's ringing, is that a circle is a planar figure. Notice I'm including the plane. It's a planar figure that's the set of all points equidistant from a center point. And then it stops there. You know, so we're still in a plane. The modern definition still says a circle is in a plane. It just doesn't include all the interior points, like Euclid did.
You just did.
2,300 years ago.
You just said that.
I'm sorry?
You said it all points from the center.
No, equidistant, which is the circumference.
all points equidistant,
Center
but
point.
all points
all
a
points equidistant from the
centimeter
center.
away from the center are all
Whatever-
equidistant.
Right.
Even
right.
if the
You pick a
circle's
radius.
5 centimeter radius, all points
pick a
at
radius.
half a millimeter away from the center will be equidistant.
Right. Each one of those draws what you would call a circumference.
They
I
would be
call it a
part
circle.
of the circle.
Yeah, but I would call it a circle. Saragaki would call it the circumference. And I think we're talking about the same thing.
No. If the circle is 5 centimeter radius and you
Yes.
take all points equidistant from the center, that means all points like 1 centimeter equidistant from the center, they are also part of the circle.
No.
Yes.
No, because that's
Yes,
not 5.
yes,
no,
they
because
are.
that's not 5 centimeters from the center. If you define your radius to be 5, then you can't say, oh, well, something that's 1 centimeter away matches the definition. No, because it's not 5 centimeters away from the center. Okay? But you can do that if you use an inequality. That was the thing that I said earlier.
All
You
points
can write
1
an
centimeter
inequality.
would be equidistant from the center and thus, therefore, part of the circle.
No, because equidistant
Yes.
is only the circumference. Only the circumference is
All
equidistant.
points equidistant, not just
Right.
the points at the length of the radius.
Well, okay, so I
all
think,
points.
I think what you're misunderstanding is the word equidistant. The word equidistant means having one common distance, not less than or equal to. It's not a range of distances. It's one distance. So it's the difference between
Oh shit, that's not what
the
he's saying.
circumference versus the circumference and the shaded area within.
Yes, because circumference is encompassing area, and this circumference with encompassed area is called circle, like square. If we are talking about square, we are not talking about boundary of the square. We are talking about whole area with boundary. Same with the circle. So I don't know why are you trying to do some special pleading fallacy here.
Well,
for a
I'm
circle.
just quoting modern mathematicians. Here, I'm putting this into chat. The
You might
equation
be
of a circle-
quoting them, but I think you're misunderstanding them. All points equidistant would be all points equidistant.
But what does equidistant mean? It means one distance, one common distance for a given circle. I mean, you could pick a radius, say 5.
No, not one distance for any
Well, then-
circle. It's like all of the distances equidistant.
Well, no, then it's no longer equidistant.
What isn't equidistant?
Then you no longer have a circle because you've shaded all points in the plane.
Well, all points at 1 centimeter from the circle, from the center.
But you've also shaded all points 5 centimeters, and you've also shaded
and
all points 10 centimeters.
every point
And
in
you've
between,
shaded- and
all
you've
of the
shaded-
points,
right, which
yes.
means
all
your
of them
entire
from the center
point-
outwards to the circumference. Every point that is equidistant,
you've just
as his
shaded-
circles are.
You've just shaded the entire plane.
I think so.
There-
Yeah,
there's
the
no
entire
limit.
circle. Yes.
No, the entire plane.
No, the entire circle.
When do you stop? When do you stop shading?
Where
I
the
don't understand.
circle ends.
Where? Give me a number.
Whatever number you want to put for the circle.
No. Well, you pick a number. Pick a number for the radius.
How about the unit? We'll have a unit
Like
radius.
1. Okay.
Yes.
So it seems that what you're arguing is that if you have a circle with radius 1, that includes all points equidistant that are 5 centimeters from the center, as well as a half centimeter from the center.
That's also part of the circle. Yes.
That means the circle will never end because you'll have points that are 1,000,000 kilometers away from the center, and those
No,
are shaded
5
as well.
centimeters. You don't know at any distance from the center. At any distance. Yeah.
But that's not the definition of equidistant.
What isn't the definition of equidistant?
Meaning just a range of values. Equidistant means one value that is used commonly for the
one
entire
for
circle.
radius, one distance for radius. So when you are drawing a circle, a circumference, you have already established length of the radius. So you are not changing this length of the radius.
Yeah, so that would result in none of the interior points being shaded. The only points that will be shaded are the points in the circumference.
Would be all of the points along the radius.
And the radius have points also.
No, those are not included because those are not equidistant.
What do you mean they're not included?
They're not.
It says
equidistant from the center.
all points.
Equidistant, not just. It doesn't say all points. It says all points equidistant.
Yeah.
Which means you have to pick a distance, pick a length of a piece of a string, 5 centimeters, let's say.
That's not the way it works for a circle.
Well, or you could make a compass where the pointy bit and the pencil are 5 centimeters apart, and then use that compass to draw a circumference. Okay, and so where the pencil point is dragging on your paper is exactly all the points on that sheet of paper in a plane that are 5 centimeters from the pointy bit. Okay. And so that pencil will never, hit any place in the interior of that circle because the compass is fixed at a 5 centimeter radius.
You're focused on the pencil.
Draw the circumference.
You're focused on the pencil.
Well, however you want to draw it, but equidistant means with one distance. It doesn't mean less than or equal to. Equidistant does not mean less than or equal to.
Does it say unidistant?
So if you have a 5 centimeter radius circle, that does not include 4 and 3 and 2. It's only 5. It's exactly 5 and no other number besides 5.
So are you saying equal means 1?
I'm saying equidistant means a common value. You pick
but you said it doesn't mean less than or equal to. Equidistant doesn't mean equal to?
It does not mean less than. Okay? Does not mean less than, does not mean greater than.
It doesn't mean 1 though, does it? It doesn't mean one value.
Yes,
it does mean one value. You pick a value for a circle.
No.
Say, I want a 5 centimeter radius circle. All right, your number is 5 for that circle. You could pick another number for another circle. Say 10. All right, that's your number. That's your radius for that circle.
You can create multiple or infinite number of circles inside that circle.
Right, but those are different circles. That's not the one circle.
No. They are part of this circle.
But they're no longer equidistant. The points are no longer equidistant. You're now less than.
They are equidistant along this smaller and smaller circumference.
You just changed the value of the radius.
You
are changing the value of a radius. You're drawing other circles.
He's not. He's just including
radiuses.
all points along the radius as he forms the equidistant circle. To include the whole circle.
What you're doing is you're having an infinite number of values, and that is the opposite
including
of what
the entire
means.
circle. That's all we're doing, Math. It's you that's one out of here because you're wanting just to have the circumference.
You have to. Well, no, I'm just saying it's the modern definition, and so now it seems that
the modern definition is that the circle is just the circumference.
I'm sorry.
Are you saying the modern definition within mathematics is that a circle is just the circumference?
That's correct. That is the modern definition. Absolutely.
Wow.
Okay, so what is boundary of a circle?
But you can call it the circumference. But
no, that's the circle.
If you draw,
that's the modern definition of a circle.
The modern definition of a circle. And
well, you can't have it being the circumference as well.
You could you could also call it an arc.
No,
right? You could call it 360 degrees of arc.
There is serious problem.
There's lots of ways of referring to this.
Charles, there's problem here. Houston, we have a problem. Because if, as I said before, if the circle is only circumference, it means that boundary of circle is circle. It doesn't make any sense.
Oh. Now we're playing word games, but I'm just trying to use very clear language.
This is implication. This is implication of this definition, or your interpretation of this definition.
Right? Ain't your definition shitting on Pythagoras?
No, it's the equation of a circle is based on Pythagoras. It uses the Pythagorean theorem as its foundation.
Still, there is error here. circle cannot be boundary of the circle. So, because this is part is not a whole.
Well, but that's you're just getting into word games and
no,
and,
this is
you know,
logic. Just
and saying this definition counteracts that or contradicts that definition. You could draw a picture of a circle and you could refer to that curved edge many different ways, and there's no problem in mathematics with referring to that curved edge as an arc, as a circumference, or as a circle. All right, there's nobody in math is saying, oh my gosh, you're not allowed to call it a circumference. You can only call it a circle, and nobody's arguing the reverse. They're all different ways of referring to the same thing. It all depends on the context.
Can
And
I
I
ask
would
you a
emphasize
question,
that
Matt, about
Sure.
your formula?
The x squared plus y squared equals r
Where,
squared.
what's the x and the y? Is that like a diameter?
No, those are. You start with radius, and then you can solve for all possible xy pairs. So the solution.
So you
to
start
that
with the
equation-
r.
Yes, you start with a radius, and then whatever two numbers for x and y that cause that equation to be true, plot a point there. So if r is 5, then the point 3 comma 4 will work. The point 4 comma 3 will work. The point -3 comma +4 will work.
So you're talking about points. Are you squaring points?
Well, I'm not squaring points. I'm squaring the x value. When I say a point in a coordinate plane, you have an x coordinate and a y coordinate.
Yeah. And you're squaring the coordinate.
I'm squaring the coordinates. I'm squaring the x coordinate and I'm squaring the y coordinate. And you add them together, and then that equals the square of the radius. Or I should say radius raised to the second power, so I'm not using the S word.
Can you explain me, just walk me through mathematically squaring a point?
We're not squaring a point. We're squaring the x coordinate and the y coordinate.
Yeah, so
And if
you
don't like
you
me
mean
using
what
the
you're
word
talking
square-
about is the length then from the 0 to whatever
but
it
you
is
could
on
also
the
have
x.
a negative, but it's a directed length, which means you can have a negative x coordinate and a negative y coordinate, and vice versa. So
It depends where you draw the circle on the graph, right? Or are
Oh,
you
the
always
center.
you're
Right,
always starting
but
at 0?
At
you are
0, 0.
creating-
Yes.
you are creating
yes, that is
area.
that is not the generic definition of all equations of circles. That's the generic definition of circles that are centered at 0, 0. Yes.
Okay, right. Well, let me just run you through this, right? So let's say, for instance, you've got x and y, right? And you've got, let's say, your radius is 5, for instance.
Okay.
Right. Now, let's say you start that at 0. So on the x-axis, you will go up to 5, right? Because you've just drawn your
you go
circle.
5, right, 5
so-
squares to the right. So we're centered
So that
at 0, 0.
x square would be 5 square, but you've just started out with r as
right,
being
so
5.
squared, and then the y is 0. So 5 squared plus 0 squared is 25, and I'm saying that 25 is r squared.
Is 0,
that means r has to
0
be 5.
squared 0?
0 squared is 0. 0 times itself. That's all. To square a number simply means to multiply that number by itself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Okay.
but doesn't times in anything by 0 make it you 1?
No, that's impossible. So your example is great because you said we're 5 units, to the right on the x-axis. So that is the point 5 comma 0, the ordered pair 5 comma 0, and it's 5 squared plus 0 squared equals r squared, which you settle it down and you get the radius of 5.
Yeah. So you drew the circle of 5, and then you
radius
said
5.
The x would also be on 5. Because you've just
If the y
drawn a
coordinate is 0,
circle
right.
for 5.
Right.
What did we gain from this?
Well, what I would say is don't draw the circle first. Right? Don't draw the circle
But
first.
you said
Just
you
say-
have to have the r, don't you? You have to have the
Oh, sure,
r.
sure. You have right. If you establish r, then all that equation says is find all the possible points that cause that equation to be true. and there's many of them.
But you've just drawn the circle.
just
You can
named
see the
5,
circle.
0.
You can see it's 5 on the X and Y. It'd go
Right, but there are many
5 on
other
the
points.
Y as well, wouldn't it?
Right, 0, 5, 0, -5, and then -5, 0. But those are just 4 points. There are other points like 3, 4. 3, 4 satisfies that equation. So does 4, 3. So does -3, +4. And so now you're up to, I guess, what is it? 1, 2, that's 8. You got 12 points. And if you graphed all 12 of those points,
do
you
all
would
of
start
those
to
points
see.
belong on the circle, or are they
Yes.
just sort of floating?
Oh,
But you said the
they're
circle
all
was
on the
just the circumference before.
Well, I'm
But
trying
now
to.
now all of these points are on the circle when you're
Well-
drawing it on a graph on an X and Y plane.
The yes to all of the above. I prefer to use the word circumference to measure
Is that
length.
not contradictory, right?
you know,
Thinking that
yeah,
it does, but it also doesn't.
Well, I've already said earlier that in modern usage, you could refer to the circumference of a circle as the circle, or you could say it's 360 degrees of arc, and no one's gonna say you just contradicted yourself. No,
Because
these
everybody
are-
understands already that a
these are-
circle's
these
a
are-
two-dimensional figure.
and there's no argument there. But the point that I'm trying to make is
Why
that
do you keep
if you
trying
have
to
the set of
reduce it to a circumference, though?
because that's the modern definition of a circle, and it's very easy to graph with algebra, which had not been invented at the time of Euclid.
But your algebra
All right,
is
so
just
that-
using X and Y's that lie within the plane.
Well, algebra goes a lot further than that. You're not restricted to X's and Y's.
As far
it's
as you've
doing-
just explained with your formula, was that algebraic?
Yes,
Right,
yes,
so
but
that's
you're
the
not
one
restricted.
that we're fucking talking about, not another one that isn't that one that we're talking about. All right?
Right.
I mean,
but
I know
all I'm
there
trying
are
to say
other
is-
formulas, right? We all understand there are
Right.
other formulas.
And you
Math.
can have one-dimensional algebra. So this happens to be two-dimensional algebra, which you can
But you're
draw
using
in
the
a, in a
X and the
plane.
Y, aren't you?
Yes, we're using X and Y.
Okay,
and
so
we're,
you're going to use
X-axis,
algebra with
Y-axis.
just the X.
Yes, you could do lots of algebra with only one variable. Lots of creative word problems. Johnny has a bunch of marbles, and then he gives half of them away, and now he has 10 marbles. Well, then you could say 1/2 of X equals 10. That's an algebraic equation. One half of X equals 10. Well, it's pretty obvious that X is 20. That's the
Can we
number of
get back
marbles
to
Johnny
why you're
started.
including all of the points within the circle and then
I'm
pretending
not
that
including.
those don't actually apply to modern mathematics?
Well, no, I'm just saying that the modern definition of a circle doesn't include all those interior points.
But
Circle
then
is
you give
only-
us an example of a formula that does use all of those internal
Yeah,
points.
that was the second
The
formula I
one-dimensional
gave.
algebra. The one-dimensional algebra you just use you the Y of Johnny's X, and he had 10, and he gave away 5. Who did he give them to? Did he just disappear them? He had to give them to Y.
He
Give
gave
means
he gave
Y,
to
right?
Sally. Johnny gave him to Sally.
Well, that's two dimensions right there.
No,
So
because
you invoke Sally.
You don't care how many marbles Sally has. All right, she's not part of the problem. It's only Johnny. Johnny, and then he's giving away marbles. There's nothing. There's
No longer
nothing else in the
one-dimensional,
boundary of the
though.
problem. All right. I mean, you could make a more complicated problem that talked about Sally and her marbles, and then maybe you would
No,
get.
I'm not saying you can't do it. Hold on, I'm not saying you can't do it, but that wasn't a good example. Give me a dimensional algebraic example.
If I give you an example and you make that example more complicated, you can't criticize my example.
Right.
All right. My
I'll
example.
keep you
had
tied. I'll
exactly
keep you.
my example had one variable in it. Okay, and that was X, which was Johnny's original marbles. All right.
Okay. Johnny's
and it was a very
marbles.
corny. It was a very corny example, but that was an example of doing algebra with just one unknown. All right, and it was a very silly example, but it was just one unknown. We don't know how many marbles Johnny started with. We solved that equation. We got 20. I mean, it was kind of obvious to everybody, but you could do much more complicated single variable equations. Now, what we're talking about, what Bev's question was, is the equation of a circle with interior
got no
shape.
problem with the
No,
single
I was
variable.
pointing
How
out,
about the one
Math,
dimensional?
I was pointing out that you were using all of the internal points in your equation whilst trying to deny all of those internal points with
Okay,
your
so are we-
fucking ridiculous circumference is a circle.
Okay, but the circumference is the circle. So which equation are we talking about? The one I posted at 723?
The one with
or the one at
X and
726?
Y.
Okay, I posted two equations, one at 723 and one at 726.
Mm-hmm.
So which equation are you referring
The one,
to? 'Cause one of them,
the one that's got the X and Y in that we were just explaining, where you
Yes.
said you could use
they
all
both
of
have
the
X and
points
Y.
like 3 and 4.
right, but that's not
Right,
all the
remember
points inside
that,
the
right?
circle.
Well,
Three-
that's the
okay,
one that we're talking
not-
about, where you're using the points inside the circle
No, we're
to
not using
describe
any
your
points inside the
formula.
circle. We're not using any points inside the circle. 3, 4 is an ordered pair that is on the circumference of the circle. It is not interior to the circle. It is an ordered pair called 3, 4. I didn't just say, oh, just throw out the number 3, because we're talking about the Cartesian coordinate system.
So you can't have
just
any
throwing
of
out the
those
number
points
3,
internal. You can't have
none of
1,
the
1.
points were internal. Not 1, 1 is internal, but that does not satisfy that equation. Because 1 squared plus 1 squared does not equal 5 squared. But 3 squared plus 4 squared does equal 5 squared. So 3, 4, the ordered pair, is on the circumference of the circle. All right? Just like your original value, where you said go 5 units to the right on the x-axis, 5, 0, that ordered pair is on the circle. All right? So none of the interior points. And that was the point I was making, Bev, is that modern math, being that we now have modern algebra, that I think that's why they simplified Euclid's definition to just the circumference and not all the interior points, because it makes the math a whole lot easier. We can now talk about a secant intersecting a circle at 2 points, right? As opposed to a secant intersecting a circle at an infinite number of points, which is very confusing.
So what would the value be? 25?
Well, the value, yeah. Well, the
value at the end of each of one of those lines would be 25 around the circumference.
Yeah, exactly. For that,
all
for that
points
problem,
around the circumference of a circle of 5 would
Of
be
radius
classed as
5.
25.
Well, when you square the x-coordinate and add it to the square of the y-coordinate, yes, you are correct. The sum, it's called sum of squares. All right, the sum of the squares of the x and the y will be 25 for all points on that circle of radius 5. So that's correct.
Although the radius is
centered on the
5, the
origin.
length of the line is 5. All of the points on the circumference would be classed as being 25, the square.
Well, I
Does that
I
work
just want to
for
be
all
really
circles?
clear.
Is that
Just wanna be
modern? Is
really-
that part of the modern maths?
I just want to be really clear with the language. That we don't say all those points are 25. We say if you square the x-coordinate and add it to the square of the y-coordinate, you get 25.
Okay, so
But you don't
according
just
to
say,
your
oh, look at all these
formula,
points, they're all 25.
yeah, according to your formula, all
It's
of the
not my
points
formula.
on the circumference, well, the one that you've given us, all of the
Yes,
points
yes,
on the
modern algebra.
circumference are the square of the radius
Oh, the
of a
sum-
circle.
All right, I just want to be very clear. The sum of the squares of the x-coordinate and the y-coordinate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I want to shy away from just generic language, because then people will say, oh, well, you just said, and so I just want to be really crystal clear. The equation is exactly what it says. Take x, square it. Take y, square it. Add those two squares together, and you get the radius squared. No ifs, ands, or buts. And if you find all the points that match that definition, you will end up with a geometric shape known as a circle. And the origin of that formula is literally a squared plus b squared equals c squared, where the radius is the hypotenuse of a right triangle. And one leg of the right triangle is the x coordinate, the other leg of the right triangle is the y coordinate. It's absolutely brilliant. I really appreciate the discussion, because it's like, here we are, chatting to each other across the Atlantic Ocean about math, so it's all good.
I'm struggling to get this. What's the best way of writing this, right? It says all the sums of the x and y coordinates, and then it's like, is it of a circle squared, or square the x and y coordinates squared of a circle?
You could approach it from either end.
Okay.
You could start. So Bev, you could start with a circle, and again, center it at the origin to make it easy. Give it a radius of 5 to make it easy, and you could just put your pencil point on any.
I'm trying to I'm trying to get okay. I don't want like a visual description of how to draw a circle. I think I know that, and I know how to place it on a graph. I'm just trying to get the words right.
Okay.
All of the sums of the x and y coordinates squared of a circle, yeah,
will be the radius squared. Yes.
Will be the radius squared.
And that defines a circle centered at the origin. It gets a lot more complicated if the circle is not centered at the origin. But just to keep things nice and easy, but what you just said, Bev, is exactly correct.
I've got that wrote down. Be able to test everybody about this. How many other people have you been told about this?
I'm still trying to figure out how the hypotenuse is the radius if y is 0. Like, wouldn't y have to be like at the edge of x? I mean, it'd have to be out a certain amount. How could that be I always look at that like the arc length. The hypotenuse to me is like the like how I kind of figure out, maybe it's the long way, but to figure out the arc length of C.
All right, you have to.
How's it the radius, man? If I start off in the middle at 0, 0.
Yes.
And now, if x I go over 5, and y I go up 5.
Oh, yeah, that's not on the circle. That's the corner of a square that's 10 units long and 10 units tall. That would be, you would have a circle inscribed inside of that square, but no, 5, 5 is not on the circumference. And that's a great question, right? But 5, 5 is definitely outside of this circle.
Well, give me an example of something like that where the
well, wouldn't 5 on the y-axis also be on there? So you'd have 5 on the x-axis and 5 on the y-axis. Like you could have 5 and 5, couldn't you? Like Brian says. They are both on the circumference of the circle.
Okay, you have to be really careful. The point 0, 5 is a point literally on the y-axis that's 5 units up from the origin. Okay, but let's identify that as 0, 5. X is 0, y is 5.
Yeah, I'm just taking the
formula,
piss, mate. Don't worry about it.
Is x 0, 5 too?
Okay, so give me an ordered pair, Brian.
An ordered pair. Give me two
values. and I always
3,
teach my
4.
students
3, 4.
3, 4. That's on the circle. Yes.
Okay, 0, 3, 0, 4.
Okay, that was too many numbers. 0, 3. Let's give you two numbers.
Give him two numbers. Give him a number.
You both
pick a number. Come on, pick a number. Higher or lower.
Here's what I say. Bev, and
0 and 1.
Okay, 0, 1 is inside the circle. It is not on the circumference.
It's in the circle, though, isn't
it? It's in the interior of the circle. It is not on the circumference.
Yep. But it's still part of the circle, right?
No, it is not. It is absolutely.
Like it's just floating about inside.
Only Euclidean. Only in the Euclidean sense where you shade all.
Can
the
we have
points.
the modern history of the definition of the circle? When did it come into play?
Yeah. Well, you know what I was
etymology of the circle.
I was reading a little bit about Euclid, and my understanding is that Euclid's writings were lost for centuries, and then they were sort of rediscovered. I don't know, was it the Renaissance or
Yeah, imagine that.
Ago?
Not having any understanding of like geometry and perpendicular.
Well, it's
without
it's not that they
Euclid to
didn't have
tell
any
you how that works.
It's not that they didn't have any understanding, because I mean Euclid discovered these rules from nature, and so anybody could discover them. I mean,
I think the Euclid
cases
actually wrote down in the logical system, the axiomatic system, the perfect axiomatic system that founded mathematics quite a long time ago.
Geometry founded modern geometry,
modern mathematics.
But there's nothing to say that that a Chinese mathematician couldn't have discovered those very same truths.
I know. Yeah.
Right?
What about 4.5, 5.5?
Okay, I'm sorry. Say that again. 4.5,
5.5.
4.5, and then 5.5. Are those your two numbers? 4.5, comma 5.5.
Yeah.
All right, that's way outside the circle. You're not going to get any value that is greater than 5 or less than -5.
Genius.
But I hope you see my point with this discussion on algebra plus the graph of this algebraic equation. Is the modern definition of circle is just the set of points that matches that definition, and that may be why the Euclidean definition, is kind of they just got rid of the interior points. I mean, they as part of the definition of a circle.
No, they didn't.
Well, when I say they got rid of, I'm just saying the modern definition of a circle is only the set of points in the circumference, no other points. Isn't this
a little bit elaborate of like a story for you to be weaving?
Well, I don't know what the story is. I'm just saying the modern definition is exactly like Euclid's definition, with one tiny exception.
That you're getting rid of a dimension, like completely. You're just turning it into a 1D imagined line that goes around the fucking circumference.
It's a two-dimensional shape.
There are no numbers that put it on the inside, though, man. It's weird.
If it's two-dimensional, it's got all of the points in the plane, the 2D plane.
It just simply means it is not, all the points are not collinear. All right, so you've got you got a shape that you can draw on a plane that has height and it has width.
Are you getting rid of the diameter?
No, I'm not. Well, the diameter is not part of the definition of a circle because it is not the.
Of course, it is. You've got pi. Have you never heard of pi?
Yeah. Once in a while, I think I've heard somebody.
You realise that the diameter is a vital part of that.
Well, if we're talking about the definition of a circle, diameter is not. The points in the diameter are not equidistant from the center. Okay,
it's the circumference divided by pi.
Right, but that we're no longer talking about points now. We're talking about distance or length measurement.
Talking about the diameter as being part of the circle, as explained, vital for pi being what pi is.
Sure, but we're talking.
So it's obviously
about
part of the circle then.
We're talking about lengths, whereas that whole algebraic discussion we just had was dealing with points, and those are two
you were dealing with a length because you drew a 5 radius. That's a length.
Well, no, the circumference has length, sure, but we were talking about individual
the
points.
Radius of 5.
Oh,
fucking
yeah,
hell. That radius.
5.
Oh, yeah.
But that was the equidistant part, right? That's we were talking about points that are 5 units away from the origin, but the number 5 is not, part of the circle. It happens to be the radius of the circle. But
I see what you're saying.
Is 4 part of 5?
Why are you so against, Charles? Tell me what it is that. Why are you so against there being the diameter? Just because you don't want it being part of the circle because it ain't like part of the circle that you draw, and you don't want like that on a sphere, or what?
No, okay, that's a great question. it doesn't match the definition. And that's the thing that really, really bugs me when people mix and match and they take pieces of this and pieces of that. You know?
You don't want to be bugging, man.
So now the square, I guess you're going to say the square ain't part of Pythagorean or
He
what?
wants to say that 3 and 4 and 2 aren't part of 5. That's what math wants to be telling you.
Oh, I have no idea what you just said.
I said,
Are we talking about a point,
is
3, 4?
1 part of 5?
I don't know. I don't understand the question.
Okay. You've got 5.
Right,
you've got 5 right now. Is 1 part of 5?
Well, what does part of mean? That doesn't have a
just as much as 2 and 3 and 4.
So,
so you don't understand. Is 1 part of 5?
Okay, so Bev, one of the things I focus on is using definitions, and the word part has no meaning in your mathematical meaning in your question. Are you saying 1 plus blank equals 5? Okay, I agree. 1 plus 4 equals 5. But the word part does not have a meaning.
Yeah, so 1 is part of 5 then.
No, 1 plus 4 is 5. I'm not going to use the word part because that doesn't have a mathematical meaning in this context.
Not like the whole is greater than its parts. You wouldn't.
Right. I agree with that.
Okay, so can 1 be part of 5 then? Is 5 greater than 1?
Yes, 5 is greater than 1. You just use mathematical terminology. Yes, 5 is greater than 1. That's all math. Oh, that's a great GIF. Earth is a Dinosaur just posted a really, really great GIF about where pi comes from.
Where pi comes from?
Yeah. You draw a bunch of circles, put them next to each other so they're measuring out diameters, and then you unroll the circle, and it will trace out approximately 3.1.
Approximately.
Yes, because there's no exact. We haven't found pi to the.
No, but there is a definite length
of
that, isn't there?
Right, but I can't say it's exactly 3.14 because it's 3.1415. No, it's not exactly that. It's 3.14159. No, it's not exactly that. 3.1415927. I mean, that's why I said approximately. It's approximately 3.14. That's what people kind of go.
So you're saying you can't actually measure that. Like you can do it, you can unroll a circle, but you can't actually measure the circumference of a circle.
Not to an exact, to the nearest micron. I mean, it all depends on what your measurements are and what your precision instruments are. But you don't need very many digits of pi to do effective calculations. 3.14.
That's an actual measurement.
Digits. That's
a measurement.
Digits. Sure. But the decimals just keep going. 3.14159. And it just becomes an academic exercise to discover more digits of pi.
So you say, no, not that, right? Because we're talking about rolling a wheel. Are you saying that they don't know the circumference of a wheel whenever they do that, like you've just said there?
No, what I said was we don't need huge numbers of digits of pi. 3.14 is of practical perfect use in 99.9% of the cases. So that's
where they got that from. You said that's where they got pi from doing that.
Right.
And now you're saying they can't measure it.
What I'm saying is that one definition of pi is the ratio of the circumference to the diameter.
Yeah.
But there are other mathematical
that's what you just said.
Right, but
that's a measurement of the circumference, right?
It's the ratio.
No. That's the measurement of a circumference. No.
Ratio.
That, what you've just shown there, which Earth is a dinosaur, Emma, thank you very much, Emma. Posted,
yes.
Is the length of the circumference.
Right, divided by the diameter. Those blue lines.
No, that's just a scale there for measurement purposes.
Right. And what's the scale based on?
The circle.
Diameter. No, right. When you say the circle specifically, The
circle.
diameter of the circle.
No,
The
the very
diameter of the
same,
circle.
the very same circle that you're going to
diameter of
measure
the
the circumference of.
It's
The inner
diameter
part of the circle in that GIF also, even the one radius rolls out to the same length as the 4 radius. I mean, as the
It's not- they're not
3.14.
radiuses.
No matter where the circle's at, if you on that wheel, if you roll it out, you're going to get to the same spot.
Right, but those are diameters, not radiuses.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm just saying.
But you can, if you're
So-
using the diameter as a scale, as a unit value of 1.
Yes, which the
So, right,
blue
we're
scale
giving
is
the diameter a unit value of 1.
Yes.
Right? Now, are you saying that you can't measure that?
No, I never said anything of the sort.
Okay,
I just
so-
said all I said was pi was approximately 3.14, and you
And
took
I
that
said,
ball
but
and
you
you
can.
ran
And
with it.
I said, no. I said, but you can measure that, can't you? You can measure the circumference of the
Yes,
wheel
you can measure
that
the
you've got,
circumference. You can measure the diameter,
just like
but
that.
you don't need very many digits of pi.
If you
That's
take
why
a
I said
circle, if you
approximately
take
3.14.
a wooden circle, like with a radius
wagon.
of 5 centimeters or 5 feet, whatever, and then
wagon wheel.
you drew a circle, yeah, and then you drew a circle at 4 feet around there, and then another circle at 3 feet radius, and circle it. You roll them all out, and every one of them will roll out to the circumference of 5.
Yeah,
they're together.
I know
On the
what you're
same wheel.
talking about, but that's a little brain teaser that people get. And the thing is, the key phrase is you roll them all out, and the answer is no. You're not rolling them all out. You're only rolling the outer wheel. You said you have a wooden.
No,
wheel.
you can do a 2-level wheel.
Okay,
with the,
but it's not going to roll out to the same distance as the bigger wheel. So that's the thing, is when you're rolling like a wagon wheel, a 5-foot diameter wagon wheel. I think we can all picture that. And then you draw a smaller circle, on the halfway out the spokes. A 3-foot diameter wheel or a 3-foot diameter circle drawn on a 5-foot diameter wagon wheel. So when you roll it out, you're not actually rolling a 3-foot wheel. You're rolling a 5-foot wheel. But the 3-foot wheel will travel, The 3-foot wheel will travel along with the 5-foot wheel. But yeah. Hey,
if the 3 is part of that 5-foot wheel, it will roll out
you're not
to the.
rolling. You're not rolling on it. Now, I like what you said about a 2-step wheel. Like, let's say
I see what you're saying.
like a hubcap or something, where you can have a little shelf or something. If you rolled that out, it would roll a smaller distance. It would not roll out 15 feet. It would roll out closer to 9 feet if it were a 3-foot diameter smaller wheel. All right, but it's a fun little puzzle, because that's a brain teaser to give to students.
Okay.
Can you
explain why, when I said you can measure that, you replied with, but you wouldn't need to go to that many decimals? Because that seems like a really strange answer to, but you can measure that.
Okay. So Bev, I think it was my statement, and I just sensed a reaction to my statement, so that's why I clarified it. Mm-hmm. I said something like approximately 3.1. I don't even think I put the 4 on there. I said it's approximately 3. I was looking at this animated GIF that Emma posted.
Yeah.
And if you just estimate, where that,
you
where
said
that
that's
red
where
diamond
pi
ends
came
up.
from.
Well, that's one definition of pi, is the ratio of the circumference to the diameter. And I said approximately 3.1.
No,
if you were to
no
eyeball
math.
it,
You said
and then
that
you got all
particular thing was how they derive pi. From
there's mathematical
unrolling a wheel. That's why I said,
that's a
but you
mechanical way
can
of
definitely measure that, can't you?
Yeah, of course you can.
Good.
There's no reason why you wouldn't be able to measure the circumference of a wheel,
Mm.
right? So
Yes.
if you thought I said you can't measure the circumference of a wheel, you must have misunderstood
No,
me.
but that's why I'm asking you. Why did you say, but you don't need to go to that many decimal places? Because, like I say, that's a really strange answer. That was your answer. And that's why we're having this conversation now, because
it wasn't
I'm asking
an
you.
answer to that question. It was just a statement of fact. A lot of people don't know that, memorizing all these digits of pi is just an academic exercise. You only need about 2 decimal places of pi. And I was just putting that out in the ether. We're having a conversation. If you thought it was an answer to your specific question, I apologize. I think that statement of fact
So when
just
you
happened to come
said
after
when
your
you
question.
said that that's how they derive pi, they can actually measure that. So people can derive pi by measuring.
They could
that.
They could derive an approximation of pi, and I want to be really clear about that. If you took a like a 5-foot diameter wagon
you said
wheel,
that's how they
and
derive pi.
Okay.
So now you're changing.
You're wrong,
right?
man.
If you took a 5-foot diameter,
I know math. It isn't how they derive pi, right?
and
I
you
know
roll
that.
it out,
So that's
and
why
you
I'm
did the
questioning
math,
you right now.
You would get about
Because it's not how they derived pi.
ish, right? So you would get an approximate answer for pi because you're dealing with real world measurements.
Probably sounded smart when you were saying it when Emma brought it up.
Math. I just posted it on the small circle being rolled out, and it still equals the large circle, bro. It's Aristotle's wheel. It's a conundrum that's never really been solved. And you said that if you roll out the smaller wheel, as long as it's part of the same wheel, it gets. I posted a video. Look, it's a 10-second video. Just skip to 1 minute and watch it for 10 seconds.
Okay. I've seen that video, and if you look at the diagrams behind her, those are not straight lines.
I'm not talking about her.
Okay.
I'm talking about 1 minite in the video where he rolls it out on the smaller
You can use
circle.
it as one of the tricks at the beginning of your videos.
I just might. I've seen this video, Brian. You don't
He
seem to
rolled, but
understand.
listen, he
I've
rolls
seen
it
the
out
video.
on the smaller circle, bro, and it goes the same distance.
All right.
They said this drove some mathematicians mad back in the day. It's like for 100 years, mathematicians committed suicide over this shit.
All right. I'm clicking on the link now because
just jump to 1 minute.
All right, jump to 1 minute. All right. It's only 1 minute 25 seconds. Okay. Really.
Crazy.
Yeah. So what they're not. Oh my goodness, Brian! I can't believe you showed me this. Brian, what is not shown is that it is not rolling on the smaller wheel. It is rolling on the larger wheel. The smaller wheel is just simply cruising along. So here's what I would ask you to do, Brian. Put tick marks on the smaller wheel and put tick marks on that horizontal line that's 5 inches up. And you will find those tick marks are sliding past each other. You can't see it on that demonstration because that demonstration was designed to fool you. That's a visual. They just did a visual trick. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, but the big wheel's just riding along in that example. He's rolling it on the small
wheel. The big wheel is in contact with the surface. It is rolling on the big wheel, absolutely. The smaller wheel is sliding along that raised line. You can't tell it's sliding along because there are no markings on it. And I guarantee you, if you did this yourself,
I know
that they would be sliding past each other. You just can't see it.
I know what you're saying, man. But they all equal out if they're on the same wheel. If you roll it, I see what
they
you're saying.
don't equal. So what you're saying, Brian, is that the circumference.
I agree with you, bro. I agree with you. If I roll it out just on the small wheel, but no matter what circle you put on that line, if you mark them along the same radius, then they're all going to roll out the same amount. That is kind of weird.
They're not, because
if you roll it on the outside, yeah.
No. So what
do you mean no?
Brian,
that's what you just said.
Brian, maybe you misunderstood me. What I'm talking about is when you draw that smaller diameter circle on the larger wheel, put tick marks on it, like with a marker. Mark. So you have a bunch of little hash marks on this circle. So you have a visual cue. Then on that horizontal line that's raised up, not the line that the wheel's rolling on, but that raised up line.
The straight one. Are you assuming horizontal is a straight line?
Oh my goodness. So put tick marks on that line as well. Put tick marks on that raised line.
Let's just do this.
Well.
Let's just put a million spokes.
Brian, do you
I see what you're saying. I'm not arguing with you, bro. I got you. I see what you're saying.
The tick marks will slide past each other because they are not rolling on the smaller wheel.
Let me just point out the interesting part to the audience. Okay. If you draw 100 radiuses on a wheel, 100 of them, like spokes,
like spokes,
and then make a million, and then each one of them will all up at the same point, no matter how small down you go, because it's part of that same line. So it's all going to roll out. Yeah, it's rolling out along the outer edge of the wheel, but it is interesting. Would you even say that that's pretty cool?
Your microphone cut out when you were halfway through. I got the 100 spokes, and then say the rest of it again.
Yeah, they're all, no matter how you roll it out, they're all going to roll out. You say it's sliding along, maybe so, but it's pretty. It's a head scratcher how they the small circle rolls out to the same circle because there's no real indication of the skipping. You know what I'm saying?
Right, because it's a visual. It's a visual trick that they pulled on you on that video. And it's very.
They didn't pull it. They didn't pull it on me. It ain't like I don't understand that a small circle is going to roll out shorter.
Just said a small circle is going to roll at the same.
No, I'm just saying in that video, man, the way he did it. He drags the top along. If they're connected, they're always going to roll out the same, bro. If you roll it on the small wheel, the big wheel's going to get dragged along with the fucking small wheel, Charles. If you roll it on the big wheel, the small wheel's going to get rolled along. You're not appreciating the conundrum, bro.
It will roll out a shorter distance if you roll.
No, it won't. But the big wheel will get drugged with it, won't it?
Yes, it will get drugged.
So no matter what wheel you roll it on, you'll get the same, right?
No,
if it's on the same wheel.
It's not going to.
You're wrong, bro. How could it not? If the radius
is always the circumference. It's whatever the circumference you're rolling on.
If you roll it out on the small wheel, it's going to drag the big wheel with it. What are you talking about?
It'll go a shorter distance. If you roll it on the small
but it's going to, but the big wheel is going to also go the shorter distance.
That's correct.
How can the radius point at a different? How can the radius ever point at a different mark?
I don't understand what the question.
How can let's say the radius that connects that you draw as the stopping point?
Oh, right. It's starting at any point. Yeah.
So in other words, if it's all part of the same circle, then the big one will roll out with the small one, or the small one will roll out with the big one, and vice versa. They will roll together because they have no choice, bro. How can you not understand that?
You're using Euclid's definition of a circle, not the modern definition.
You could say the big one's not going as far, and then the little one's going further, but they roll together.
Right.
So you say you can't roll the small one out. It still works the same, bro, because it's all that stopping point is part of the same radius.
It doesn't go the same distance, and you're doing
the big one's going to just go further because it's a bigger circle. Okay, but it's still going to have the same stopping point, bro.
No, if
they're connected, bro. What the fuck?
When you say stopping point,
we're saying you're not allowed to have the internal circle because you've got the external circle, and you can only now have the circumference. That inner circle stops being there.
Yeah, well, Brian, when you say
in modern mathematics.
Yeah. Okay, Brian, when you say stopping point, do you mean one revolution of the wheel, or do you mean a distance of length from your?
Okay, how about this? If I've got oh wait! Well, I'm gonna do better than that.
What I mean by the same distance.
I'm gonna do better than that. They're gonna have to. They're gonna trace the same distance of a line if they're part of the same wheel, no matter what you do.
But they're not going to go the same.
Because the big one's going to get drugged further, or the little one's going to get. The little one's going to get drugged further, or the big one's going to get drugged shorter.
Notice the difference. The distances are different, even though you're going one complete rotation. So I think,
Charles, let's have a bicycle rim with one spoke.
What you should have done, Brian, is put this in a video and made Matt do it, right? And just
I did. Well, check this out. We have a spoke. Everybody,
but he's already. You've given him a video already.
Listen, everybody, picture this in your head. You got a bicycle wheel with just one spoke, and it comes from the center, and it's a radius, and it's pointing straight down. Okay, we're going to put a dot at the bottom of the circle, and we're going to put a dot halfway toward the center. Okay, them two dots. That's our starting point, right?
Yes.
Now we're gonna roll it out, and we're gonna trace the line. Okay. Now, no matter what, if we lower it down to the center circle and roll it out, then the big wheel is going to just get drugged with the small wheel. Or if we roll it out where it sits, then the small wheel is going to get drugged with the big wheel. That one spoke is always going to go face down at 3.14, and they're going to be the same. They are trapped with each other. There's no separating them. If they're part of the same wheel, they will have the same ending point.
Right.
So that line will measure the same.
By same. That was my question about a minute ago. What do you mean by same? Do you mean they are both going one revolution of the wheel?
Yes, that's exactly what he means.
Or do
Yes.
you mean they're going the same distance
Well, I thought I
from
did
your
better by
starting
drawing
point?
it out. Sorry.
I'm sorry?
You said I can't. You said I couldn't roll it on the smaller circle, but the bigger one's just going to roll right along with it, and they're both going to stop when that spoke is back face down at 3.14.
Okay, but my
The
question
center of
was
the
on
circle moves the
distance
same
versus
distance, doesn't it?
rotation.
The
and you never
center,
answered that question.
the center, and the circumference
So
move
I
the
think what
same
you're meaning-
distance, is what Brian's saying.
Yeah, but I think what you mean, Brian,
On
when you
the
said
Y.
the same, you mean one rotation, one revolution of the wheel.
Right,
In which case-
3.14.
Well, no, that's
Along the
pi.
Y. If
I'm
you'd
talking about
imagine,
one revolution
the
of the wheel.
picture, if Emma can put that GIF back up again, that circle that revolves, that's what he's talking about.
Right, but what he's
The one that
talking
you
about
said
is
that
having,
how they derive pi, which they don't actually derive pi like that. But you know that one that you
that's
were
the
trying to
informal definition.
look smart.
I mean, it's mathematically if you had a perfect circumference and a perfect diameter, which don't exist in the real world.
There you go, that one. That one.
right,
That's
but
the
it's
circle he's
ratio-
talking about. Now he's saying that the center of the circle moves exactly the same distance as that revolution of the circumference.
Yeah. No, but the point I thought Brian was making.
So
is that
all
if
of
you
the
have,
points
like,
in
the hub-
between with the smaller circles also move exactly the same distance.
No, they actually don't because they trace a cycloid.
They have to, bro. There's no getting around it.
They are tracing a cycloid.
If
You
the
could look up what
center
cycloid is.
of the circle and the
The center of the circle.
circumference, they're both the same, travel
Okay,
the same distance.
No.
Yes, they do.
So because you're talking about two different things.
No, we're
When
talking
you're
about
talking
the
about the
center.
center, when you're talking
and-
about the center,
Yeah.
you're meaning exactly one point, one geometric point on the surface of this disc.
Travels the
But when you talk
same
about the circumference,
distance. The
you're talking
same.
about a set of points that goes around. So it's not 1 point anymore. All right.
Yeah,
This
it's
is
all of
this is
the
just
points.
God's way of not letting you separate the circle, bro.
Yeah, it's all of the points. This is why we're trying to tell you, math,
Yeah,
right?
it doesn't.
All of that is part of the circle, and it all travels. It's a bit of a conundrum.
But they go different distances because they're doing a cycloid. The parts closer to the edge of the circle are tracing this wave pattern where they swoop up in the air and they swoop down. Like just look at the position of that blue dot and just trace the position of that blue dot or that blue diamond on the screen, and you'll find that blue dot is like a wave pattern. It is traveling a different distance than that red segment.
We're not talking
which is the
about the
circumference.
point on the circumference. We're talking about
You
the
said
center
any- you
of
said
the
any point.
circle.
You
The
said any point in
center.
that circle.
The
He
center.
snatches us off the circumference, then he
No.
throws us right back on it, don't he?
The center of the circle.
Yes,
y-
is
I-
the
I
thing
totally-
that travels.
Right, but then
And then,
you said
but
all
but
the
you
other
said,
points
can you remember
and
this
all the other
thing?
points-
Remember
all the other
this that
points are
they
traveling
said that
cycloid.
they derived pi.
Okay, so the definition of pi is circumference divided by diameter,
Uh-huh.
right? Mathematically, and you can derive it a bunch of different crazy algebraic
So that's the
ways.
circumference, the one in the picture that's
Right.
shown that everybody
the red
can see.
line, the
Yeah.
red segment at the last frame is
Yes.
the circumference. That's the
Yes.
length of the circumference, and it traces out about 3.1.
So the diameter does have a definition then, right?
Exactly the same distance
Yes.
as the diameter travels. The
Well,
center
the
of the
di-
circle travels exactly the
center of the
same
circle,
distance
Yes, but none of the other
as the
points are doing
circumference.
that, right? None of the other points are traveling that distance.
So the diameter does matter then. It does have a definition. You're
Of course it does. And if you thought I said it didn't, then you misunderstood me.
Maybe.
But anyway, I think we're going around in circles because I think we ultimately.
Yeah, but that is a
agree
cool,
with each other.
cool little
It is.
topic.
It is a cool little puzzle, and that woman, that mathematician in that video, she's very, very good. I've seen a bunch of her stuff. She presents stuff in a very entertaining way and in a little bite-sized chunks. Yeah. So Brian, you said that you had a 5-minute series of questions that you were going to take me through.
Oh yeah, man, I got a good one, man.
All right.
These are good. Beb will probably like these, man. Some of them anyway. Okay, is the surface of a sphere two-dimensional?
Yes.
Can the surface area of a sphere be figured mathematically in 2 dimensions?
Yes, because it's area. Yes.
Okay. can a flat plane form a horizon?
All right. What do you mean by flat plane? What do you mean by horizon? Are you talking now Earth? Or
No trick questions, bro, and you don't have to rush answers, but please be honest.
But clarify what you mean by a flat plane.
Like if you don't know, say I don't know, or yeah, if you want, okay, horizon being where the ground appears to meet the sky, and a flat plane being a flat plane.
Yeah. So if like a mathematically pure, perfect, chessboard, infinite chessboard, the answer is yes.
In reality, not mathematically. In reality.
Well, in reality, we don't have a plane that's big enough.
If we did, would it form a horizon?
Well, now we're no longer in reality. So which do you want?
If you couldn't find, hold on. If you're standing on a 100-mile LIGO, would it in reality form a horizon if it was fucking wide?
100-mile. Like let's say 100.
So please don't be difficult, bro.
LIGO, then
yes, good questions, bro. There's no point getting mule on the first one.
It would form a horizon if you had a 100-mile flat plane. Yes, it would form a horizon.
All right, that's all you really. I mean, I've asked a lot of ballers, just none of them ever didn't just say yes, except for the ones who don't understand. Because I have a qualifier. If no, the ground or the sky take up the whole picture, basically. But anyway, that's that.
Yeah.
Okay. Here you go. Wait. Does buoyancy increase if gravity increases?
Well, buoyancy is really a ratio. So that depends. You can't answer that with like a yes or no, because it depends on the fluid, it depends on the gas that's involved. Yeah, so that's a complicated question that's not a yes or no question.
Okay. How do GPS satellites know where they're at?
By calibration, which is done with known positions on the ground. In fact, like modern GPS, you have fixed GPS receivers on corners of buildings, like specifically, brick buildings, where it's not going to move. It's not like on the corner of somebody's house where, and so they know that using surveying instruments, they know where that GPS receiver is, and then they can calibrate the satellites in two ways.
The answer is they're told where they're at. Okay. How do GPS satellites know the distance to the center of Earth?
Well, they don't. It's all a calibration. I mean, the
fair
GPS satellites
enough.
have circular orbits. So,
Okay.
So.
Okay. Could I swim Could I swim faster on the moon?
Can you swim faster on the moon? Oh my goodness, that's a really good question. I don't know, because I mean, obviously there's no liquid water. Like, if you were to transport a pool to the moon, I think the speed of swimming depends on viscosity. So I would say no.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's I don't know the answer to that. Okay, would the Coriolis force increase with no atmosphere?
No, the Coriolis force has nothing to do with the atmosphere.
Okay. Do people have free reign to explore Antarctica?
Yes. Well, okay. Let me hold on a second. Most of Antarctica is territorial property. Either it's private property outright, claimed by a country, or it's governed by a treaty. So people can't just just like you can't just walk in somebody's backyard. At some point, someone will accuse you of trespassing. So
fair enough.
So, but let me clarify. Tourists can visit Antarctica. Tourists can go to the South Pole. It's just that you can't just jump off a boat and start walking across the continent.
That's a fair answer. Okay. Have you personally ever seen anything suspect in ISS videos?
Yes, I have. And then I did some investigation and I found out, what the source of that, anomaly was.
That's a fair answer.
I have.
That's a fair answer. Okay. Okay, does the original Apollo footage look authentic?
Some of it looks herky-jerky. There's some frame rates that are off, and there are some elements of like the moon buggy on the moon that just seems off. and it's part of it is a frame rate issue, but part of it is that the physics of moon gravity is not the same as the physics of Earth gravity, so things are just going to look off.
What makes thunder echo?
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, I would say off the top of my head, I don't genuinely know, but I would think it would be the different densities of air, especially around a storm system. You've got different.
No, the correct answer is there's a dome up there. No, I'm just kidding.
That's a good one.
Are plumb lines parallel on Earth?
No.
Okay. Okay. How does the world end?
Oh. So I hope the world ends, with the sun going supernova.
No. Spatially, bro. How area wise? How does the world end?
I don't understand the question then.
How does the world end spatially, distance wise?
Doesn't end. It's a sphere.
It goes on forever.
You could travel all the way around the equator, and you'll get back to where you start.
Oh, dude, your world I thought was infinite.
It's not infinite. It's just that you could go around you could circle the equator as many times as you want.
Wait, your entire world ends on Earth? So does mine.
Oh my goodness.
I thought it went off into infinity, and is expanding and shit. Maybe I should reword that question. All right, I'll skip that one.
Yes, reword that.
Okay. If a U-2 spy plane approaches from the distance, will I be capable of seeing it?
Well, they fly very, very high, and they're painted all black. So, you'd have to. It would be very hard just because of the height they fly at. But I mean, if you had like a calibrated telescope with a motorized mount that was supposed to track it, yes, you'd be able to see it just like you could see the ISS.
If a NASA rocket approaches from the distance, would I see it?
Well, it all depends. Is it what time of day? Is it taking off during sunset? So it's going to catch the light. The sun is set for you, but it hasn't set for the rocket.
Question. Wait, you're jumping, bro. Can I see sunlight reflect from a U-2 spy plane?
Well, they're painted black, so that would be a hard sell. They're very specifically designed to not reflect sunlight. That's why they're painted black.
All right. Do star trails at the equator diverge?
Oh. Well, that's a good question. If you've got a wide angle lens, the star trails coming up from if let's say you were facing due east at the equator or due west at the equator, the star trails will kind of make like a Y fashion using this wide angle lens. But if you use a telephoto lens, all the star trails will be essentially parallel if you look due east or due west. Now, if you look south, you'll see the rotation. You'll see the north celestial pole and south celestial pole. So
I don't necessarily agree with that, but that's a fair answer. Is there anything in our reality that doesn't get lower moving into the distance?
So when a rocket takes off, it gains an elevation, but then it has to go around the curvature there. So yeah, I would say probably not. Probably not.
Okay. Why does Google Earth turn into an animation at a fairly low altitude?
Well, the whole thing is CGI. I mean, literally, there isn't a single frame of that's not interpolated through a computer. I mean, if once you get down close enough, then they use satellite imagery. But even the satellite imagery is all stitched together using CGI algorithms.
Fair enough. Why was there no pictures from Earth from 1972 to 2004?
I disagree with that. The dish, I guess about Dish Network. I think their satellite, when they put that satellite up, they had literally it was a channel that you could tune to, and it was simply an Earth-facing camera. And there were people. I was looking at the comments. There was a guy. He says he has these videotapes in his basement where he just would videotape. He would just tape off of Dish Network, channel 3 or whatever it was, and it was the Earth-facing camera, and that went on for years. And so let's talk about there's no photos. That's a lie.
Okay. At what altitude does the horizon drop 1 degree?
Oh, that's a really good question. What altitude? I don't know that off the top of my head. I think it's
I think it's 3,600. I think in your model it's 3,660 feet, I believe.
Okay.
But okay, does the horizon fade to darkness evenly at sunset?
I'm not really sure what you mean by that, because it depends on weather. It depends on, are we looking at over water? Is it crystal clear conditions with low humidity?
Yeah,
I
sure.
mean,
You can picture it out over water.
right? So, I would, you're going to get the big glow where the sun disappeared, and then the glow is going to dissipate left and right of that spot. So I'm not really sure what you mean by the.
I'd probably say no, it doesn't. But just go off reality. You ain't even got to think about models. Okay, can I use a water level to calibrate an auto level?
I've never thought about that before. I would say probably not. The best way to calibrating an auto level is the 2-peg test. Because water level, the problem with the water level is you have a meniscus at both ends, and that means you get this blurry line of it's not a crystal clear marking. Whereas with an auto level, you've got a telescope, you've got stadia lines, and you can make a crystal clear measurement of a say a surveyor's rod. Or does that make sense?
Okay, yeah, that's fair enough. There's no really right or wrong answers. I mean, I disagree with most of them, but still, we could talk about that later. I got just a few more. Okay, assuming the salt flats are level. Okay, can I draw a perfect square on the Earth on the salt flats?
So, all right. I'm going to say yes with an asterisk. The square will be imperfect by the width of a proton or something. I mean, the Earth is so big that the spherical excess is so small. I mean, you can go 1,000 square miles and you'll have less than a second of spherical excess, an arc second, which is really, really tiny. So yeah, you can draw a square all you want, right? Draw a square all you want.
So okay, I got you. Okay, how about this? Okay, so think of the word mass and stick with the thought you have in your mind right now. Give me an honest answer. It's not a trick question. Mass, M-A-S-S.
Yes.
So would you consider, and don't think of every form of it, just the one that comes to your mind, would you consider mass to be a noun or an adjective?
Noun.
A noun.
Yes.
Okay, and what came to your mind when you thought of mass?
Well, I just thought of the a solid quantity of something. You said the first thing that came to mind was a reference mass that you used on a triple beam balance or
Okay.
You know what I mean? A reference mass, 1 kilogram.
But is mass defined as a noun or an adjective?
I would assume it would be a noun, because an adjective is like
like length,
like weight or something. Shaggy, hot. So I don't know. That's a good question. Okay. That's a language question.
I thought it was, man, because mass is like describing the it's a descriptor too. But anyway, can a noun attract a noun? No, I'm just kidding.
No, the thing about a mass is if you said like 5 kilograms, 5 kilograms might be considered an adjective, but just the quantity, the quality of mass.
That really wasn't one of my questions though, bro. I was just joking on that one.
Go ahead.
Is energy a noun?
Huh. Yeah, I would say yes. These are good questions. But yeah,
Okay,
off the top of my head, I would say yes.
All right, I think I got one more. Let me see. I spilled something on this. Wait, I got 2 more. Okay. Approximately what degree of angle can the human eye discern from a distance?
I think it's about 1 arc minute, if I'm not mistaken. That would be 1/60th of a degree. Okay. And that's just off the top of my head.
I think that's a good answer. Is the visible horizon the leading edge of a sphere?
It's pretty darn close. It's less than it's a fraction of a degree away from the geometric horizon. which
Okay.
is
Would
the geometric horizon is the leading edge of a sphere. Yes.
Okay. Would navigation on an AE map work better without magnetic declination?
Well, that's a trick question because we don't navigate on the AE map. Yeah. How about ask, would navigation work better without magnetic declination? And I would say yes, because then your compass would always point to due north, not necessarily magnetic north.
Okay. I think that was it. Let me see. Does the original are plumb lines, ashy plumb lines?
Yep.
Is there one last one? This is the last one.
Yes.
Is there a remote control rover 78 million miles away?
Yes. It's not always 78 million. It's only 78 million when it's like on the, on the far side. Depending on the orbit.
Okay, I just wanted to go back to one. That's you believe it. Okay, that's a tough one for me, but I just wanted to go back to one. I'm good. All the answers there were not really gotchas. They're all. We could really have a giant conversation on almost all of them questions.
Yes.
But
each one.
the one about the buoyancy increasing if gravity increasing is to me like an interesting one, and I don't want to get way into it, but I would say that if you think about it, like they talk about weight and the way buoyancy kind of equals things out, like if you're on like Jupiter or something and it's a thick atmosphere, it would almost equal out because mathematically it would have to because it's part of the buoyancy equation.
Yeah.
But you'd almost be the same damn weight on Jupiter just because of buoyancy, even if there's more gravity. Mathematically, I don't see how they worked all that shit out, man. Do you know anything about that?
Yeah, well, the thing about the thick atmosphere of Jupiter and the high gravity is like, humans would just be crushed into a big pile of jelly. Like basically all the voids in our body, even the voids in our cells would just be crushed. But the thing about buoyancy is it really is a measure of, what is it? Density differentials. So you have the density of the fluid that you are within. Like let's say it's a block of wood, here on Earth, a block of wood floating in water. So you've got the wood that has a certain density, so it's mass per unit of volume, and then you have the fluid, which in this case would be water, also has mass per unit of volume, and because the density of the wood is less than the density of the water, the wood floats. But then, of course, you can have, a rock which is more dense than the water, so the rock sinks and the wood floats. And of course, you have hot air balloons, which, by changing the temperature of the gas, they change the density of the gas, and so you can rise or you can fall. So it gets complicated, but it depends on this density differential, whether you rise or fall or whether you are in stasis. All right. So now change gravity, right? Change the strength of the gravitational field, and it still is a question of density differentials.
It does get complicated, bro, but it's kind of fantastical, man, to me. But it's conversation invoking. But could I melt dry ice? If I melted dry ice, could I swim without getting wet? No, I'm just kidding, dude.
It's called sublimate dry ice. But yes, it was a funny joke. Yes.
But I forgot about. I just thought of one more, but I'm not really out of questions. But I thought about one more since they're giving us the floor for a minute. Hopefully, it was a little entertaining.
Per minute. You're running a tab here. We're paying per minute. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't mind. But so at the center of Earth, okay, if it's the mass that's making us have weight, basically at the center of Earth. We have mass pulling equally
in all directions,
in every direction. So we would have to be weightless, and floating in the center of Earth, right?
Yes. Yeah. If you made like a big gymnasium in the center of Earth, you would be weightless. You'd be
why does the pressure go down? Why does the pressure go up the further we get to that point? Because it should be going down. Because if we go, let's say, just 100 miles beneath the surface, then we have less of the Earth pulling down on us than the 100 miles we came from. So to me, everything about the model of the mass and all that shit is kind of backwards.
Yeah, well, so what you're talking about is a thought experiment, and if you're confused by the thought experiment, well, then that's the whole point. Thought experiments are supposed to be confusing and, an interesting puzzle to kind of debate about. But if you're talking about the atmosphere, surely you know that Death Valley, California, has the highest air pressures of the entire United States because it is at the lowest elevation. It's like a couple hundred feet or whatever below sea level. And so the pressure, it's not dependent on gravity where you are. It's dependent on the weight of the stuff above you that's pushing you down. So the analogy is if you have a stack of textbooks, and then you lift up the top 3 textbooks. Okay, this weighs about 3 textbooks. Well, what if you picked up the entire stack of textbooks, 10 textbooks? You're like, wow, this really weighs really heavy. It doesn't matter what that last textbook weighs. The bottom textbook. The bottom textbook could be a piece of balsa wood, and you're still
It's not
that
mass
entire
then.
weight.
So mass doesn't cause gravity, because if that would be the case, then at the center of the Earth, I couldn't be weightless because I would be crushed into oblivion because I would have all that stuff above me in every direction. But by gravity's definition, it'd be pulling away equally and opposite.
Yeah,
equal and opposite.
Okay, and I'm not sure if you got what I said. If you have this stack of textbooks,
Yeah, I got what you said. I'm just doing the little follow up.
No. Let's just put a pin on it. If you had this stack of 10 textbooks and it's very, very heavy, it doesn't matter if the bottom textbook were replaced by a piece of, balsa wood or cardboard or something, right? It still is this huge, heavy, massive textbook. So the fact that the bottom textbook might start getting less weight, which was this thought experiment going towards the center of the Earth, that's irrelevant because you've got the weight of all the textbooks above it, which do have weight, right? Now,
wait, if I'm at a Lagrange point, I've got the weight of the entire Earth and the entire moon above me.
Okay, well, no, the Lagrange point is just simply a gravitational balancing act, right?
L1, just like the center of Earth, right? Equal mass, so.
Right, but you're talking about 2 different things. One is air pressure, and the other one is gravitational force. So air pressure would increase.
You said a book. You didn't say air. Okay, I got you.
The analogy is the weight of the stuff above it. Stuff, in this case, atmosphere.
Yeah, but air doesn't weigh down on us, though. You'd agree with that, right?
No, it does. I mean, it produces our air pressure.
Yeah, but I mean, I got the same air pressure in my tank than I do on the top of my head, right?
Did you say taint? Air pressure does not change appreciably within a few feet. Okay, but you clearly know that if you go just up 100 feet, that you got lower air pressure. I mean, you could take a barometer in a car and just drive up a hill, and you'll see the pressure gets lower. I mean, you can do that yourself. The barometer.
Yeah, naturally. I mean, the air is produced on the ground, right? But it still goes up. Like at the top of Mount Everest, there's air up there, right?
Right, but
how does it get up there? How does air get up there?
What do you mean? How does air get up there?
No air comes above Mount Everest.
The air does not come from the ground. The air
so it rises, right?
The air has been existing for hundreds of millions of years. So
yeah, but it's all produced at ground level or below ground level. It's not. None of it's no air is produced. No gases are produced above Mount Everest, right?
I don't know what you mean by producing gas, unless you're referring to an animal breathing oxygen and exhaling carbon dioxide. All right, that's a source of carbon dioxide, but
any gas
elsewhere you have.
Can you name me any gas produced above Mount Everest?
I have no idea what you're talking about. Gas production. But
any gas you could think of, and just
your question is very confusing. I don't know what gas you're talking about that's being produced.
Well, here's some ways you could produce gas. You could burn something. I guess you could freaking.
So what gas are we talking about? So carbon dioxide.
I was just going to name a bunch of ways that gas is produced at ground level.
What kind of gas? But you got to be very specific because we're talking.
I was curious that you might have been able to name a way gas is produced above Mount Everest, but I can't think of one right off the top of my head.
Well, I mean, like there's ozone. Ozone is produced by some sort of chemical process that may or may not have to do with cosmic rays and all that kind of stuff. I don't know the chemistry of the upper atmosphere, but
that's good. May
You
or
know,
may not.
This is off the top of my head. I've never studied the
I got
chemistry of the upper atmosphere. So
Yeah, there's no right or wrong, man. I'm just brainstorming, you know.
sure.
But
These are interesting,
one last
questions.
thing, man. One very last thing. Okay, so the ISS is set, it's supposedly circling and pointed, there's a window pointed straight down at Earth. Okay, what keeps that window pointed at Earth if we're just free falling around?
Well, the ISS has a rotational period of 90 minutes. I'm sorry, a rotational period of 90 minutes, which means that quote unquote down on the ISS is always pointed towards
Okay,
Earth.
so airplane, no matter what, just if you circle the Earth, the moon, everything's Jupiter, so everything is tidally locked to Earth, no matter what. Anything that we see going around us,
No, that's not correct. The Chinese space station does not have a period rotation of 90 minutes, but it has an orbital period of 90 minutes. So the Chinese space station tracks the sun, whereas the ISS tracks the Earth.
But what makes it rotate? What makes it? What keeps it tidally locked to the Earth?
It's not tidally locked to the Earth.
I mean, it's pointing down, basically, what I mean.
Because they fire the thrusters such that it is rotating once every 90 minutes.
Okay, they use thrusters. Okay.
Whether it's thrusters or whether it's what do they call those, inertial wheels. There's a lot of ways of navigating when you're a satellite, an artificial satellite. That's a really fascinating.
That was actually my problem, Charles. Sorry to interrupt, but they said there was a specialized gyroscope on there, and I know that gyroscopes are supposed to keep their rigidity in space, which to me, upon first thought, would keep it from moving from its position if it's a true gyroscope. But if you were to use a specialized gyroscope to turn it to keep the whole station turned, it would take a lot of constant energy put into that gyroscope to make it deviate from keeping its rigidity in space.
Right. I think you're mixing and matching two different ideas. I don't know if there's a gyroscope on the ISS, but if there is, it is not causing the ISS to stay pointed towards the Earth. Those are two different things. So
okay,
yes,
man, that's about it, man. I appreciate you answering all my questions, man. I was really not trying to prove anything. There's probably people with who don't give a shit about it, but hopefully that was entertaining, man. It was fun and no big deal. Thank you, Bev.
I appreciate the questions.
Hey, does anybody mind if I ask Charles a couple of questions?
Oh, sure. It's question time.
All right. I'm not really I'm not really into geometry or anything like that, Charles. Just a normal Joe guy, but I don't know if you heard me speaking earlier. We've got a canal next to us, which runs 30 miles.
Is it the Bedford level?
No, Union Canal in Scotland.
Okay.
It's 30 miles and it's level. I mean, if you look at it, if you have a look at it, it says it's a contour canal, which means what it says is it's 73 meters above sea level, and it's level along its entire length. Does that make sense?
Yes. Level meaning parallel to sea level, or I should say tracking sea level. Level is a curved surface.
73 meters above sea level.
Right. But it's 30 meters above sea level the whole distance, and sea level is a curving surface.
73 meters above sea level.
When I say parallel, I mean if you took a cross section. But the entire canal, I'm assuming this canal is standing water. It's not.
You mean
it's not
parallel,
like
don't you? When you say parallel, yeah.
So I should have said concentric.
But you did say parallel.
Yeah, it was a misspeak. But when you're talking about short distances like 70 miles, it's it's almost indistinguishable from the normal definition of parallel. But I technically meant concentric with sea level.
Sorry, Dave, if you want to ask something.
No, go on. I just.
So what's the name of this canal again?
It's the Union Canal.
UNION?
Yeah.
Okay, Union Canal. Because I want to look that up. Okay.
Right. So if it's as level as they say, if you had a plumb bob on one end and a plumb bob on the other and a plumb bob in the middle, and you run it down, if it's if you're doing a sort of space thing, if you're dropping it down to sea level, would all these plumb levels be the same length?
Well, okay, so like let's say you were drilling down, a hole like 70 meters down.
Yeah,
Yes, the plumb bobs would all be the same length.
they'd all be the same length. So if the canal's level, but sea level isn't level,
No. Sea level is level. Sea level is a curved surface.
along the 30 miles of the canal.
Yes. It seems like you mean level to be like flat. So level does not mean flat. Level means a curved surface that has equal gravitational potential.
I'm pretty much going from the canal as 30 miles level.
Well, but what do you mean by level? Because level is a curved surface.
Well, how can the canal be curved if it's level?
Well, level is a curved surface. That's the definition of level. Level is a curved surface.
It's not the definition of level, is it, though?
Well,
that's a bit of a lie,
if you're talking construction, building a house, no, level.
We're talking
is
dictionary definition.
It has several definitions. But if you're talking about long distance surveying, level, like a level line, is a curved line, and a level surface
is that in the dictionary?
Oh, most dictionaries don't cover technical surveying terms.
Right, so that definition that you've just said is not in any definition within any dictionary, is it?
Well, I would not
under long distance surveying.
I would not turn to Webster to tell me about long distance surveying.
Any dictionary.
But a surveying dictionary.
Any. Have you got a surveying dictionary?
I do not have a surveying dictionary, but if you looked up in a surveying dictionary and you looked up level line,
is there a surveying dictionary that you can point us to, that you can look to?
Oh my god!
Because you've already redefined circle under modern.
I have not redefined.
Have you got like a modern dictionary somewhere that would have this definition in it?
So I got lots of definitions of the modern definition of circle, but I do not own any surveying manuals. But I would not
that's
turn
a surveying manual.
Merriam
It's not a dictionary.
I would not
the
turn
definition.
To Merriam-Webster. So anyway, this guy's got some very
you wouldn't
interesting.
You wouldn't turn to a dictionary for a definition of a word.
Not a technical definition. No, like I would not turn to, Merriam-Webster to find out, what eigenvalues and eigenvectors are.
No.
I don't think
for a vector though. Would you look up vector?
No, eigenvalues
in a dictionary.
And eigenvectors. Very specific.
No, we're talking about level, for fuck's sake.
Okay. Right.
Level.
We're talking about the long distance survey.
No, we're talking about level. He's not talking about long distance surveying. He's talking about a canal being level.
That goes for 30 miles.
Yes.
Could you agree, Charles, that it could be level for 30 miles?
Yes, it is level for 30 miles, level being a curved surface, just like sea level is.
So if it was a curved surface, would there not be any locks or anything like that in the canal?
No, you wouldn't need any locks at all, just like the Suez Canal. You don't need a single lock. I mean, the Suez Canal is at sea level, but if this canal goes for 30 miles, I don't know what happens at the extremities. Does it just stop?
Yeah,
is it just a fixed body of water and just stops?
Well, you would think there would be, the boats would experience a curve or something like that.
No, because the curvature of the Earth is so small, you don't experience the curvature of the Earth.
30 miles, there'd be no curvature.
Yes, there would be curvature of the Earth, but you don't experience it because it is, it's 8 inches in 1 mile, which
not of the Earth. He's talking about a canal.
Right. Okay. So the water curves, level curves at 8 inches per mile squared, which is imperceptible.
So if you dropped plumb lines down to sea level from the canal,
yes,
would they all be the same size?
We already agreed that if the canal surface is level, sea level is level, and so the distance of all these plumb lines would be the same. From the canal surface all the way down to sea level.
Right. So the sea level is curved, but
Yes.
the canal's level.
The sea level is curved. The canal level is curved. They're both concentric.
No, I don't understand. If the sea level's curved, then the canal must be curved.
Yes. They're both curved and they're both concentric. One of these levels is what would you say, 70 meters or something above the other level?
What do you 73 meters above sea level? So you
yeah,
think in the middle of that, in the middle of the canal, it would rise up considerably, would you not?
No. They're both levels are curved because they're both concentric. Where the center of the center of the level circle is the center of the Earth.
If the canal was curved, it would need lock gates and stuff like that.
But it's following the gravitational potential of the Earth. So that's one of the definitions of level is like a still body of water.
One of the
surface
definitions
is called level, right? The surface of a
Where
still
did you
body
get
of
that
water is
definition
level.
from?
So
where did you
there's
get
no need for
that
any luck
definition
because-
from?
Because the water's not going
Math,
higher than
math,
gravity or lower
hello.
than gravity.
Where did you get that definition from?
Top of my head.
Okay. So what you said,
So
one
you're-
of the
you're-
definitions. So one of the definitions of level you just made up off the top of your head.
Yeah, and I would say most people who know about these things would say I'm fairly correct, informally speaking. I don't have a dictionary of surveying terms in front of me, so I just came up
If we
with
were
it off the top of my head.
if we were measuring 30 miles of sea level, what kind of curve would you expect to be in that?
Yeah, so it's 30 squared times 8 inches.
So what
that would
would
be
that
that would be the curvature drop.
So
Is that like a
what would be
volume?
So it's 30 times 30
30
times
miles.
8 divided by.
Is that a volume then? Like a...
It'll be 600. It'll be 600 feet of Earth curvature.
Right.
My
So
calculator is correct.
that means there'd be 600 feet of curvature in the canal then.
Well,
600
but it's
feet
level.
cubed.
It's level.
How can it be level if it's curved?
Because level is curved. Like the definition of level is curved. So it's
Well,
kind of like
would you not need lock gates to take the boats up that 600 feet?
You're not going up.
Or up 300 feet back down?
You're not going up.
Sorry?
And that's 600 feet. That's curvature drop. No, it's 2 inches per mile squared. It's 150 feet sagittune. You're not going up and you're not going down.
We start at one end on a canal boat.
Yes.
And we have to drop 600 feet, but there's no lock gates.
You're only dropping 600 feet from a horizontal line tangent to your starting point. All right, you don't experience this drop because you're not dropping at all. You're
You're only
going
dropping
down.
from a horizontal, did you just say?
Yes, if you project a horizontal plane from your starting point, and when you get to the end of this canal 30 miles away, you will be 600 feet dropped from that horizontal plane.
Dropped? So
But
you'll be below the horizontal plane.
The original horizontal plane from the starting point.
But it's 73 meters level along its whole length. So
Yes, that's
I don't know
correct.
how it can drop.
Level follows the curvature of the Earth. Those whole drop business is if you make a tangent
Sounds
plane
like a mantra, that.
to the sphere.
I don't understand how the boat can be level at one end and drop 600 feet.
But drop is just
sea level.
all right. Then forget the drop. You're not actually going down anything. You're on still flat level water the entire distance. Right. The drop is merely an academic exercise about the curvature of the Earth, but you're not actually dropping anything. You're on still water, floating in your canal boat the entire way. You're not going up. You're not going down.
So you're going perfectly level for 30 miles.
Yes, level being the curved surface.
In relation to the horizontal, though.
That's an academic exercise.
No, but that's what you do. You measure a vertical change.
displacement from a horizontal plane, but this
Yeah,
horizontal
and you
plane
said
is an
that
imaginary
plane was 600 feet. You'd said
Yeah,
changed.
it's an imaginary plane from the
Well,
beginning
that's a
point
600
30 miles
feet
away.
vertical change from the horizontal. That you're saying
From the
isn't a
imaginary-
change.
From the imaginary horizontal from your starting point. Yes, it's just an academic exercise. You haven't gone anywhere. You haven't dropped anywhere. You've been level the entire time.
It says you drop 108. That's 182 meters, but you're only 73 meters.
You're not,
above
but
sea
you haven't.
level.
You haven't gotten any closer to sea level. You're at the 70
Yeah, he
meters
stayed the
of
same.
sea
That's
level
what he
the entire
said. He said you stayed the same. You said there's a 600-foot change.
No, I did not say that. I
Yeah,
said
a
if you
vertical
project-
change from the horizontal. That's what you
No
said.
vertical-
That's meta
Okay.
bunk.
If
That's
you
meta.
project an imaginary horizontal plane tangent to the Earth at your starting point. This
Yeah, and
plane
then
does not
at
exist
the
in
end of
reality.
that, you would have
At
a
the end of that,
vertical
your
change.
vertical displacement.
Of 600 feet.
600 feet.
Yes,
That's
exactly.
just an academic exercise. You haven't changed elevation 1 inch.
I know.
You're still level.
That's what
You're
we're
still level
saying.
The whole thing. So
Yeah, it's just made up in your mind.
Well,
That 600 feet doesn't actually exist at all.
Yeah, so the
It's
fact
just
that we
like
are
an
arguing over it
imagine that
is,
horizontal is different than what it is, and there's an elevation change on a horizontal, but there isn't. But just
Well-
imagine it, and then pretend that you can forget about it because it's not
This-
even
this
there in
entire-
the first place. Say
this
it's
entire
just
conversation-
academic.
This entire conversation requires that you know the shape of the Earth, but you keep saying you don't care about the shape of the Earth. But you should, because then everything I'm saying would make perfect sense. But you guys say you
I
don't
don't
care.
think it would. I don't think it'd ever make perfect sense. That you sound like.
Well,
if you
all right, and this is going to be a future video, but have you ever played Super Mario Galaxy?
Are you doing gaming? Nice. Yeah,
Is that
yeah.
it?
I've
Is that
played
it?
Super
Is that
Mario Galaxy. Yeah.
Oh, so really? On the original Wii? Because I think that game is just top notch. But you understand that it's got game, cartoon physics. The little Mario character is, in a lot of the boards, he's running around and above and below, little worlds. Maybe they're spheres, like a little soccer ball or something. But surely you can understand that little Mario, he's, his feet are always pointed towards the center of the ball or whatever he's running around on. And it's a cartoon. It's a video game. It's pretend. It doesn't exist. But surely you can understand the concept of Mario stuck to this ball, and he's running around and jumping on Goombas and stuff. And then all you gotta do is just project a horizontal line from him, and you would see that the ball, drops away from this horizontal line. Mario doesn't care. Doesn't affect Mario at all because the horizontal plane was imaginary. But surely you could see that ball tilting away from the horizontal.
you can see the ball, but can I ask you if you look at 30 miles of sea level, coastline sea level, in your mind is that curved?
Well, yes, because it has to. Because
Right.
it's along the curvature of the Earth. Now I don't see it with my eyeballs.
Okay. So take that curve.
It's nearly impossible to see Earth curvature.
Take that curve and transport it 73 meters up.
Yes.
Right. So that's where the canal is.
Yes.
So we've got a curve up there and we've got a curve at the sea level.
Yes.
But the canal's perfectly level.
Yes, as is sea level.
It can't be curved and level at the same time.
Because level is a curve. See, that's the thing. I think in your mind, every time you say level, you're thinking of like a builder's level or a level kitchen table.
Yeah,
That's
straight.
That's what we mean by level over 30 miles.
Yep.
It's quite a sizable drop.
Right. I get that when you say level, I think you mean straight. But,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
level on the Earth, level is a curved surface. Just
But
like
it's
in
defined
Super
as being straight.
It's
I don't understand.
Merriam-Webster, sure, talking about a kitchen table. Right?
How can the canal bend if it's perfectly level?
Because level is curved. So that's the sticking point. Every time I say level is curved, I don't think you actually understand what I'm saying. Level is curved. The sea level of the Earth
Can't be if it was
conforms
curved.
to the
canal.
oblate spheroid.
the canal would need lock gates to take into the consideration of the curve then.
No, because it has zero elevation change.
What from
Right? The entire canal has zero elevation change, therefore it needs no locks.
from curved sea level then? So the sea level's curved, but the canal's perfectly straight.
No, they're both curving almost identically because level is a curved surface.
But if there was a boat on the sea level, that would have to go over the curve, would it not?
Yes, just like a boat in the canal would go over the curve.
Well,
Neither one is going to have a change in elevation.
It's not. If there was a curve in the canal, then you would need lock gates to take the boat up and down.
Well, it's an equipotential, meaning it's no change of elevation. So if you have a body of water and there's no change in elevation from the start to the end, you don't need lock gates. You're just floating lazily the entire time. Okay?
So
that follows the curvature of the Earth.
No, that would be a horizontal with no slope.
No, no, we're definitely not talking about horizontal.
No vertical change.
So at some point, Bev, in the near future, I'm going to make a video. It's going to be all about Super Mario Galaxy because they did a really interesting thing with gravity in Super Mario Galaxy because some of the boards gravity points straight down, and some of the boards gravity points.
There's no gravity on computer games,
Well,
or are you saying
simulated.
that's where gravity exists on computer
I'm
games?
just saying they programmed it that way because they were trying to make a fun game, and
They programmed
succeeded
gravity
to make a fun game in a simulated little cartoon
game.
world. I thought it worked great, but it's a metaphor for understanding the concepts that I'm talking about. Super Mario does not exist, but I think you could imagine a flat plane on top of a Super Mario little world, little soccer ball world. Super Mario is running around jumping on Goombas. I think you can imagine what would happen if you put a horizontal plane there, right? Even though Super Mario doesn't exist, right? I'm not saying he exists, and I'm not saying Super Mario Galaxy gravity exists. It's all, made up for fun. But I think you can understand the analogy. So anyway, it's a future video. I'm still working around the ideas in my head about how I want to present it. And I know the biggest thing is like, oh, so you're saying the world is like Super Mario. And I'm like, no, I'm not. It's just a metaphor. But I think it's a metaphor that may help, some of the visual aspects that some people are stuck on.
It'd be good if you could draw some diagrams on how the canal's curved.
Well, have you seen my last couple of videos? I mean, if you just look up, just literally do a Google search for level line, surveying a level line, and you'll see diagrams where the level line is a curved surface because follows the curvature of the Earth. And so the canal will follow that curvature with zero change in elevation.
Were they from a definition? From a surveying?
No, it was from a biro
definition. Yeah, one of them was biro, drawn by a biro. Yeah, biro drawing. Well, is that somewhere from a surveying definition? Is that where you got those from?
I don't have a surveying dictionary, so I just Googled the term and I got some drawings that were made by other people.
Yep.
And I snapped pictures of them and I stuck them into my presentation. But my point is that this stuff is not being invented by me. It is literally.
You just got some pictures of other people, yes. Because you've definitely not looked at the definitions within any dictionary.
Sure, because Merriam-Webster does not cover technical.
Yeah, you've looked at those definitions and you've just gone, no, not that. There'll be someone somewhere else. Look, there's some guys draw a biro picture of something. That'll do. Because the Merriam-Webster and all of the other dictionaries, that can't be right.
So
is this a conspiracy that you've uncovered?
Sure. No.
Are you exposing a conspiracy to keep every person who looks at dictionary definition of level under, under a misapprehension of something that actually isn't?
Most people who use dictionaries don't consult them for deeply technical topics.
Yeah.
And the curvature of the Earth is completely negligible from most
the curvature
people
of the Earth. We're not talking about the curvature of Earth. You're talking about level. Do you consider level to be Earth?
Level is just like a kitchen table.
Are you associating level with Earth?
Yes.
Okay, right. So when you say the curvature of Earth, what you're actually saying is the curvature of level.
Yes.
Okay. So now every time you say Earth, we can put in level as a direct representation whenever you're talking about the curve.
Right, but I mean Earth, capital E Earth,
That's good.
is a planet, whereas level is a surface. So,
okay, so when you're talking about the
curvature
of Earth, we can directly say we're talking about the curvature of level. For Earth, read level.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. This is the first time, Bev, that I've completely agreed with you. This is fantastic.
What tools
I think we're making progress.
curved lines? I want to know what auto levels make curved lines.
You could go 1,000 square miles, right? You can go 1,000 square miles with your surveying instruments, and you won't see
a curved line. Flash.
You're not listening to me. You can go 1,000 square miles, and you will have less than an arc second of spherical excess. Okay, so you can survey
in a square.
How do you go 1,000 miles? In a straight line?
1,000 square miles, an area of 1,000 square miles, and you can use plane surveying all day.
Are squares
and not have a problem.
Right? Is that yeah? Can we just go over 1,000 square miles? Is that 1,000 miles squared?
No.
No. So it would be 100 miles by 100 miles.
That would be 10. That would be 10,000.
Okay, so what were you talking about then?
Okay, so let me just take on. I'm going to say 1,000.
Did you say 1,000 square miles?
30.6 miles wide and 31.6 miles depth.
Wow.
Right? 31.6.
So you could go and that 36 miles. That's a straight line.
Well, you could just go 31 miles east.
Okay, so 31 miles by 31 miles, let's say, we can make a square. Right.
And that's approximately 1,000 square miles.
So that would be like a square. When we say square...
It doesn't have to be a square, but it's approximately 1,000
when we say
miles.
Square, do we mean square?
That's a profound question.
Yeah, it is.
And that's going to be a prominent piece of my video as well. I'm going to poke a little fun at you, Bev. But yes,
you're going to poke fun at me for saying square, right? Okay, so you can go 31 miles in a straight line, and you can make a square of 31 miles with straight line distances, right?
More or less.
More or less.
You're going to be following the curvature of the Earth, so it's not going to be.
So that's not a square then.
It's a square-ish.
But it's not a square.
It's square-ish. It's from a great distance. It would look like a square. Yes, it's. Slightly deep.
There's nothing like a globe sophist that can't say whether a square's a square or a circle's a circle.
Well, if you draw a square that's 31 miles on the side on the surface of the Earth, it will not be a Euclidean square because
it will not be a square. So you can't draw a square if it's not a fucking square.
That's why I said squarish. It's
okay.
Yeah,
but you did say you could have 1,000 miles squared. Didn't you?
No. I did not say 1,000 miles squared. I said 1,000 square miles. So
okay.
I was very
so
clear.
that when you said that, did you say squarish miles?
No,
or just square miles. So you did actually say square miles then, right?
Measure of
so it was well worth me pushing you on that definition that you took back.
That's it. I'm not taking back square miles. You can have square miles on a curved surface. You can have square miles on a cylinder, right? So square miles doesn't mean that you're literally making squares. It's just a.
It does because you're literally saying square mile. That's a mile square.
It's a measure of area. You could take an area. You could take the area of a sheet of paper and you could curl it into a cylinder. It's still the same area, even though it's now a curve and you no longer have squares.
But it's a square.
No, it's not a square.
It's
just a measure
not
of
a
area.
square. You're saying a mile square mile isn't a
Square mile.
square.
Well, it can be if it were on a plane, but it doesn't have to be.
There goes your
square
sophistry
mile-
again.
No, you're just not understanding what I mean.
I'm
by
asking you whether the square is a square.
area. A square is a square. Absolutely.
Jolly good. But you
Jolly
just
good.
don't think you
Anyway.
can have that in reality, do you?
Well, it's
So
very
when you're
tough.
talking about it,
LIGO,
you should stop using the term.
they LIGO is only a couple miles long, and that took a significant construction to make.
That's
it. Just
definitely straight.
two straight lines.
Yeah, and
couple miles
perpendicular.
long. But we can definitely
Two straight lines that
have
are
difficulty
perpendicular.
making a straight line. that's 30 miles
Perpendicular,
long.
right?
Yes, definitely. The arms of LIGO are perpendicular to each other. Yes. But anyway, I actually have to use the men's room, so I gotta go.
Thank you very much.
Hey, oops, sorry.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
my fan was turning on. I really appreciate the hospitality, and I got some really great questions from folks. It was very entertaining, and we had a jolly good laugh.
I look forward to hearing your next video.
Yeah. I'm just thinking because it's such a target-rich environment. It's I don't want to have it be 4 times longer than the previous one, and then it gets 4 times longer than the previous one. So because long videos, they just get tedious. So I need to narrow my focus, and I just have to figure out what I want to focus on.
You got to script it right.
Can you do something on the square-ish? Explain.
Yeah,
a little bit in detail on the square-ish.
Yeah, that's probably not going to make the video. I'm probably going to focus more on the horizontal than the vertical. But hey, SC, we gotta get together sometime.
Would horizontal and vertical not be square-ish?
Horizontal and vertical are
Perpendicular-ish. Perpendicular-ish.
Would you say LIGO is straight-ish
No,
or
straight.
straight?
It's straight. Yeah, it's absolutely straight.
It's straight. Okay. All right.
But anyway, I'm gonna run. It's been really great, Bev. Thanks for hosting. Thanks. Good chatting with you for a few moments, SE. But and anyone else in the room, that's great. But thanks again. Enjoy your weekend. All right, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Take care. Bye.
Good night. I almost fell off my chair on that one. Square-ish.
The sophistry
That was
is
good.
unreal.
That was amazing. That was amazing. Yeah, that was amazing.
Definitely.
That's what happens when, and he says it to you straight. You have to start off with the globe.
Yep.
His globe. The level, when he was telling you level, to him, level is a curve, period. On a sphere. That's it. There's no if, but that's how they start their thought.
I can understand if you transpose the sort of sea level curve up 73 meters, then you should have a curve up 73 meters, but we've got a perfectly level canal.
I was enjoying that, Ali, because I can't tell you how many times I tried that argument.
Yeah. I mean,
I just can't tell you how.
I'm not anywhere near for the arguments, but I thought it would just, it might come off better with someone who's not really involved in all the arguments.
It's
Stuff
his
like that.
magic trick.
To hear them say it's a hump and it's a drop, but there's no elevation change. It's just astonishing. Like but that's to them. That's how it is.
How do you drop something without it changing in elevation?
600 feet drop.
Simple. No. You just gotta envision you're on a sphere, and when you turn around, you just stick on the ball, and you're always at the same elevation. That's how their brain works.
Yeah, you've seen Super Mario Galaxy, haven't you?
There you go. Yeah.
That's
Gravity added in.
I thought that was a bit strange bringing that into it, but these guys are always going to La La Land to try and prove something.
Yeah, seriously, it's that simple. All you got to do is envision how, well, you don't have to. I'm just if you're wondering how they can come up with these crazy things, right? Automatically, they're on a sphere. That's how they start every thought. They're on a sphere. So level is going around. It's natural to them.
You know what I want to know? When they talk about like when you were saying about the 30-mile long canal, and if they're calling that what we perceive to be level, horizontal, straight, what does straight look like then?
That's what I was asking about.
What would that look like? A banana?
I mean, if that's curved, then would the plumb lines not be pointing into the middle of the Earth? That's what I was asking about the plumb lines.
The horizontal that goes, the horizon, how could that be any straighter? Any more left to right? You know, I don't get it.
Brian said it'd have to be higher at the outside edges.
Yeah, it'd be a banana.
If it would have to be something that you can't even imagine. And for you to even imagine that, you have to put your mind in a place you shouldn't be putting it.
It's retarded. Yeah. Because if you're looking at Lake Pontchartrain from a quarter of the way out, so you're looking at just half of it, you got 100 foot higher than the land and 100 foot higher than the water at each end, and just regular size distance over the water in the middle. That's a straight line to them.
Yes.
Yeah, they think in ways that are not natural, like soundly. I asked them, if I'm on one side of Lake Pontchartrain and I'm on the beach and you're on the other side, are you saying there's a 90-foot hump of water in between us? And he
Blue
said
Marble
yes.
is, yes.
Yeah.
See, Blue Marble's getting content out of what us doing here. He's in the chat saying he's going to make videos out of it, like Charles.
Charles was saying it's a 600-foot drop, Essie.
Mm-hmm.
So he doesn't have a curve by the sounds of it. You know, like a sagittar in the middle, but he seems to have just a drop away.
600 feet.
600 feet from. I mean, I could pretty much tell you.
What did you say the elevation of it was?
73 meters.
So it starts off at 73 meters. What's that? 250 feet? Something like that.
Trying to think what it is, Bev. Let me check.
225-ish. Call it 230. And you're dropping.
Yeah, 240. Well, 239.
Mm-hmm.
239.
So, according to him, from the horizontal set at the beginning, you are several hundred feet below sea level.
Yeah. Well, it's supposed to be 73 meters level along its entire length, but so I don't know how you can be 73 meters at one end and 239 meters at the other end below.
But at the same time, being absolutely level in their mind. It's unbelievable how they think. Yeah.
Can you imagine how shocked they must be whenever they're looking for definitions? Somebody says, "I'll just look for the definition of level." It's like, oh, don't look in a dictionary. Like, why not? Well, no. That's it. They don't know what. No, don't look at the dictionary. What you need is a proper surveying dictionary. Well, where do we get that from? I haven't got one.
Heard of geodetic surveyors?
You could literally guarantee you would have one, Bev, if it was Sophistry.
Yeah. Here, let me draw you a drawing. There you go. That's good enough. Don't look at the dictionary. Don't question my biro drawing.
And the common sense of it gets worse because, like I was saying, if you back away from that bridge and look at it as it is, it's going to look like it's straight and level. But in their world, if it were straight and level, it would be 100 foot higher on either end, and just barely above the water in the middle, and that they have to call straight. Like, dude, you look at it and see that it's not straight, and still call it straight. It's just baffling how they insist on that. It's visually not the case.
Well, you realise I'm 50. We're talking with people of similar age. Blue Marble's a lot older. About straight and the concept of straight and whether you think it is straight, and squares. Are the sides are actually straight? Are they perpendicular? Or are they just squarish? Making up new definitions for circles. That getting rid of the actual circle and having it only the circumference. Saying that triangles have to have more than 180 degrees by necessity.
Yeah,
and then
but
showing fucking Super Mario Galaxy videos.
In their world, Bev, though, that's all perfectly normal. It's
posted, right? We have 3 horizontal planes here. This is by blue.
Mm-hmm.
Check that out.
3 horizontal planes is fine to a Blue Marble scientist. There is no curve to a water level. Even the same dictionary, Blue, states it's a horizontal condition. Tried the word ambiguity. I'll just get the thing I'll point out.
when you look at there's not very much on the internet about that unique canal, but found one of the elevation or the elevation profile maps, but it's like 1822 or something like that. But the sort of level on the bottom of the map was completely level. It wasn't curved or anything like that. Sure, I've heard Charles saying he's got surveyors with curved levels on their profile maps. I mean, there probably is if he's seen them, but I haven't seen them.
There's your definition, Blue. Conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface. A little bit earlier on, it states a horizontal condition, equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude. Water seeks its own level. Now, water is the liquid part of the Earth's surface. So the very definition that both FE Dogma and Blue Marble Science have given us states that the liquid parts of the Earth's surface, right, having no part, are higher than another, obviously horizontal, no slope, no higher than another, conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface. Let's refer back to the beginning. The liquid parts of the Earth's surface, that would be water, and water seeks its own level. And it says, specifically for that, equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude. And as a horizontal condition has zero curvature. Therefore, conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface would mean conforming to zero curvature. Absolutely none. That's Merriam-Webster. I'm thinking that's why math doesn't like that one. It doesn't really help him. So you can't use the dictionary. Maths told you. You need to go and find a surveying dictionary, like Math said. This is a massive conspiracy. Absolutely huge. Math has uncovered The Blue Marble scientific community purposely hiding what level is. He's not happy with the dictionaries. You've heard him tonight. Blue Marble Science and FE Dogma will be telling you the same thing. They ought to be writing to all dictionaries. A curvature of horizontal, Blue, which everybody knows is non-existent. There is no curvature, and that's what level conforms to. The zero curvature of a horizontal condition. Like water. A water level, a water seeks its own level. That particular definition, the one that says horizontal condition, right? It says equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude. Now, where does water, equilibrium of a fluid marked by a horizontal surface of even altitude, where does an even altitude occur? That's right. Above the surface, because if it is the surface, it's called elevation. Let's just thank Raven for bringing us the Trivium. So you have what we have here is a horizontal surface of even altitude, which means not the surface, not like a canal. This isn't talking about, because a canal would be at an elevation, like Ali just said. He knows the elevation of the canal. It's not an even altitude. An even altitude would be a water level, the tool that establishes a horizontal surface of even altitude. Above the surface, like a water level would be. So anytime anybody wants to talk about definitions, bring your definition, because I'll be able to open up any dictionary and then justify the statement that's said there geometrically and mathematically and logically. Flat Earth math. I hope you've got some good Super Mario Galaxy definitions of level. Well, in fact, it would be, wouldn't it? It'd just be levels. On to the next level. I collected enough coins. I did it.
Yeah, I don't see how that's going to convince anybody. Super Mario, I mean,
Don't forget that Ruhi said that Flat Earth math is their best geometer. He's the best they've got. And he's going to go to Super Mario Galaxy to make a video. He's not quite sure how to word it yet, his video. It should be interesting.
yeah, I don't know about, I've never listened to Ruha for a long time, but, I don't know if he was just trolling saying that or he believes that.
Oh, look at that. 2:30.
Imagine being able to.
What?
I'm just going to say, imagine that being able to flip from level and horizontal and flip back and forth, like going from, I can imagine a line going indefinitely and then going, but on this surface, this line becomes that. It's like crazy. It's like, wow.
Yeah, it just, the mind boggles, Desi.
FE Dogma is saying it, so it is logical to deny the Merriam-Webster definition. having no part higher than another conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface. Really? I said no. FE dogma, it works absolutely fine once you understand zero curvature. Zero. It's only been put in there so people can imagine something, but it's talking about zero curvature. Blue Marble Science, is he lording science over people because he's got it in his name? Blue Marble Science. Is it Blue Marble Science that has to deny all of the dictionary definitions of level? Wants to cherry pick a particular one that states that the zero curvature, but they're not bright enough to see it. I think it's time for us to end it. Been going fucking ages again.
Okay, Bev. Nice talking to you guys.
Yeah.
Catch up some other time, mate.
Okie dokie. Anyone else got any other final words before we wrap it up tonight? Crazy. Okay, thank you very much. We might go live over the weekend, but I mean, we are going to say, I'm FE Dogma, please. You're the guy that brought up the twin tangent conundrum. Nobody's ever solved that yet. Don't be telling me that I'm denying reality. You guys are crazy. It's a test, Blue, to work it out. There is no curvature. Zero curvature. Horizontal condition has zero curvature. Unless you want to try and do like math and assume that horizontal isn't a straight line. We're going to get round to your videos anyway soon, Blue. I've heard somebody's bringing a particular lake back into thingy again. Okay, see you over the weekend. If you want to pop into the Discord, we'll be getting some good stuff going, some good planning. I'm not denying reality at all, FE Dogma. I know what reality is, but I also know that level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. Okay, thank you very much. Buster's going to sing us out. Two conflicting truths. How about that one for a coincidence? Let's give it a go.
Everybody's got a path to choose. You can critically think or give yourself to accepted information too. Well, you got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go. Fast to what you know. Don't let their opinions throw you off. You got to stay the course you're on. You got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go. Comes the time you have to choose. Contemplate before you make a choice. You got to let your voice be heard. You never see this place again. You got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go. There comes a time you have to choose. You can't hold two conflicting truths. Eliminate the wrong path to take. You'll find the answers that you try not to enable their thoughts. They got enough problem with this bridge to cross. No matter what I say, they're doomed. You got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go. There comes a time you have to choose. You can't hold two conflicting truths. Eliminate the wrong path to take. You'll find the answers that you need.